It's 9 a.m. We will call to order the special meeting of the Mendocino. We have our two-day workshop. Madam Clerk, if you could take roll, please.
Supervisor Klein?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Chair Norvell?
Here. Thank you. Now, Supervisor Klein will be leading us in the pledge today.
Pledge allegiance.
Okay, I don't believe we have anything under agenda review, so we will move to public expression. You can either speak today on anything that is on the agenda or anything that is not on the agenda. Anybody in the room? No? Madam Clerk?
Seeing none online.
Okay, so we will move on. Our first item, R1, State of District Reports. I guess we can go in order with District 1.
Chair, do you mind going backwards in order?
Not at all?
Thank you.
Yeah. So we will start with District 5.
I have 10 points for my district, and then I'm going to sum it up with one request for planning in the year ahead. Residents want outcomes they can see and feel. People care most about tangible results that improve daily life and reflect responsible use of public funds. Taxpayers want clear value for the money they contribute. There's a strong desire to understand how spending translates into real benefits for the community. Spending should clearly reflect community priorities. Residents want assurance that limited resources are focused on services that matter most. Well-maintained roads remain a top expectation. Roads are one of the most visible and widely shared public services, and people want steady, noticeable progress. Clear, accurate information builds confidence. The public wants understandable explanations for decisions, realistic expectations, and reliable reporting on progress. Reports should be accurate, consistent, and easy to trust. High-quality information helps residents, staff, and decision makers stay aligned and informed. A fair and predictable business environment is essential. Residents want local processes that are efficient, transparent, and appropriate for the scale and economic conditions of Mendocino County. Economic activity should be encouraged, not discouraged. Streamlined local processes can help support jobs, housing, and services without compromising standards. All taxes owed should be collected and applied fairly. Residents want confidence that tax laws are enforced consistently, so everyone contributes their share and the burden is not shifted onto those already complying. Grant funding should deliver on its promise. When the county receives grants, residents expect strong execution, clear outcomes, and follow-through that matches the opportunity. How to accomplish these 10 points? We need to make it a #1 priority to staff that we modernize the county this year. We haven't been able to produce credible financials, revenue and expenses, balance sheet, even enough information to answer a question, what sort of COLA could we give to hardworking public servants in any given year? This county learns about its financial condition years after the fact. We need to, and this isn't just a software problem, this is a problem that can be solved more holistically with collaboration. It hits Board of Supervisors, the staff under us, the elected offices that focus on financials, maybe the software system, but probably how we use it, bringing in best practices from other areas. We're living in an environment that might have been appropriate for the 1850s, not appropriate today. We're still pushing paper between offices. And I wouldn't complain about the paper if not for the fact that we can't tell the public how much money we have to the county's name in any given year at the time we need to make out spending. So I'm looking for your support. I only have one request, and it's to set the top priority this year as addressing the financial system.
Thank you. We'll move to myself in District 4. I too focused on a lot, mainly concerns from the district. Roads are probably the of utmost concern, specifically, but not limited to, the arteries off of Simpson Lane, specifically the Turner Road area. Animal control or lack of on the coast. Fortunately, the city of Fort Bragg over the last couple of years has taken up most of the financial slack funding the Coast Humane Society, but we have a lot of animals being dropped off every day, and it is quite a struggle. Speaking with the contractors, their main concern is what they perceive to be inconsistency in permitting and fees, delays, builders losing their building window due to length of time to get permits, and the seemingly different approach or difference in opinions about what is needed permit to permit. Street level homelessness is still an issue in the unincorporated, panhandling, encampments, found drug paraphernalia. There is also a concern being voiced to me about unpermitted and expanding HIP camps and short-term rentals in the unincorporated. Opioid use amongst our minors and lack of local substance abuse facilities for minors is also a big concern, one that I share. On a good note, the Leggett Post Office is getting close to being finished. For the last few years since they lost their post office, most everybody's having to either travel to Garberville or Laytonville to get their mail, which is still a burden in the summer, but doable. But in the wintertime, it's almost unfeasible. And lastly, access to healthcare on the coast is a large concern. So, District 3.
All right, good morning. So first off, I have economic development. With the downturn in the cannabis market, which followed the downturn in the forest industry, we are seeing many empty storefronts all over the county. Of course, the 3rd District has been hit hard, but when I drive around the county, I'm seeing closed businesses all over, for sale signs, and people struggling to survive. Skyrocketing home insurance, if people can even get it, is making it very difficult for people, especially on fixed incomes, to stay in their homes at this point. People are struggling to pay the day-to-day bills. We have attempted to find out what different economic sectors of the county need. Sometimes the county can be the facilitator, convening different entities to talk about the issues, needs, and path forward. At other times, the county needs to hear from businesses, landowners, taxpayers, and solve problems and figure out where we can contribute to or get out of the way of economic growth. You know, the bottom line is that we need more jobs in our county. The second one I have is cuts to the safety net. With 46% of our county residents, probably a higher percent in the 3rd District, who are Medi-Cal eligible, cuts to Medi-Cal have a huge effect. And with that H.R. 1, you know, the cuts to Medicare affect Medi-Cal. I am grateful that we have had the first workshop on the effects these cuts will have on our hospitals, clinics, and people. Tomorrow we will have the second in that series. We all need to be prepared for how these cuts will affect all county residents. Food insecurity is real. Our food banks are doing more for more people than before. This was so evident when the federal government shut down and SNAP benefits were being threatened. There was so much fear and angst in the community. We need to be ready for the next wave of cuts to the safety net, which are coming. I appreciate that people are trying to figure out how to work together to be ready for these problems that are up ahead. And then thirdly, it's emergency preparedness. We have made a lot of progress since the complex fire. More needs to be done with fuel reduction projects, home hardening, and landscape planning. With the passing of special assessment in the Brook Trails Sherwood Road area, we are able to keep the emergency access routes open and maintained. You know, it was unfortunate that the BRIC grant got doged, and that was critical, but we'll see how the courts deal with that issue, because you know, there has been a lot of success in repealing some of those executive orders. And you know, we're working on the second access route, the formal one for the Brook Trail Sherwood Road area, and I appreciate the Department of Transportation's efforts on that. And then lastly, kind of going along with what Supervisor Williams was saying, you know, we have I think a concern that I'm hearing throughout the county is, you know, the budget, the state audit, and transparency for the county. The state audit lays out what they have found lacking in the county. The state spent $800,000 of taxpayer money to come up with this audit. We need to take the findings seriously to come up with action plans for each and every item. At our next meeting in February, we should request that each department responding to the audit bring to the board an action plan. This includes financial reports. Without current financial reports, we are guessing with the budget, negotiations, and hiring. Since this was part of the state audit, we should dedicate our efforts to supporting the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and assessor in getting what they need to ensure that we are getting all the taxes due and reporting the revenues and expenses in a timely and accurate way. I propose that we have updates on the budget at each meeting, at least monthly updates, much like department head updates. If there's nothing new to report, then there will be no update. There is usually something happening that everyone, board and staff and public, need to hear about. These reports could be from the executive office, the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and or assessor's office. Without continual updates, it is more difficult to wait for the quarterly reports to ensure that we are on track and that the decisions we make are made with the most current information. So I guess those are the four issues I see: economic development, cuts to the safety net, emergency preparedness, and this issue with the budget and transparency.
Thank you. District 2?
Thank you. I'll talk about what we've accomplished, what I'm working on next, why it matters, and what I believe we need to improve in order to deliver better outcomes for the people that we serve. Over the past year, much of my work in the 2nd District has focused on housing, annexation, community wellness, and public safety through prevention. These are not abstract issues. They directly affect the daily life of residents in Ukiah and our surrounding unincorporated communities and the county as a whole. One of the most significant conversations this year has been annexation and how services are delivered, how it affects roads, housing approvals, infrastructure, law enforcement calls, and tax sharing. My focus has been on transparency and collaboration between the county, the city of Ukiah, and LAFCO, because walking away from these conversations does not solve the real service gaps that people experience. This work has to be about facts, not fear, and making sure unincorporated communities are not left behind as boundaries and responsibilities evolve. Housing has also been a major priority. In the 2nd District, I've supported a wide range of housing projects, including workforce housing, affordable housing, tribal housing, senior housing, and sober living. Several projects are ongoing, including Bella Vista, Vineyards Crossings, the Pinolville Housing Project, the Intertribal Village on Cooper Lane, and now completed the Ukiah Recovery Center Sober Living Facility. Housing is directly tied to workforce stability, public safety, and community health. Another key area has been behavioral health, recovery, and homelessness response. Supported crisis response services, outreach and engagement, youth programs, jail aftercare, and culturally responsive care, particularly through partnerships with tribal communities. I've also stayed hands-on when it comes to encampments and trash cleanup. Work is not glamorous, but clean and safe public spaces are fundamental for dignity, safety, and community trust. I'm grateful for the support of the City of Ukiah, the Mindo Recycle Board, and the Great Railroad Trail Agency in being active in the conversation and finding ways to facilitate cleanups. Currently, Health Services is working on applying for a grant through Caltrans to work in the unincorporated areas along the Russian River. You may have also noticed that many abandoned vehicles in park turnouts and streets have been removed due to voter support of the Abandoned Vehicle Program and collaborations between the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office and the Code Enforcement Division. Looking ahead, my priorities in the 2nd District are clear. I want to continue advancing annexation conversations in a way that is transparent, responsible, and centered on service outcomes. I want to see housing projects move from planning into construction, and I will continue to focus on community wellness and public safety through prevention, care, and coordination. These efforts are about stability. When people have housing, access to care, and clear systems, everything works better. And before I close, I want to name one issue that doesn't always appear on agendas but has a direct impact on results for our residents. One of our biggest opportunities as a county right now is strengthening our internal culture so it matches the responsibility we have to the public. Transparency, direct communication, and professional respect are not optional if we expect good outcomes. When concerns are handled through side conversations, when information is shared inconsistently, or when issues aren't addressed directly, the work slows down. Projects stall, decision-making becomes harder, and residents ultimately feel the impact. We cannot deliver housing, public safety, behavioral health, or infrastructure outcomes in an environment where trust is undermined behind the scenes. Improving how we work together internally is not about comfort, it is about effectiveness and accountability. I'm committed to doing my work in an environment where concerns are raised openly, information is shared clearly, and accountability flows both ways. Strengthening our internal culture is essential to serving the residents of the 2nd District and the entire county as well. Mendocino County is diverse. It includes city neighborhoods, rural areas, tribal lands, and unincorporated communities. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. We've made progress, but there is still work ahead. And my commitment is to keep moving forward with clarity, collaboration, and a focus on service over politics. I've revived a series of Zoom and in-person conversations, whether that is grabbing a cup of coffee or doing a walk and talk. I look forward to hearing from the public about all of the issues that affect Mendocino County.
Thank you. District 1?
Thank you, Chair. Listening to my colleagues today, I've heard a lot of fear, anxiety, angst about what lies ahead, and I think that's no different in the 1st District. Water is the most important thing for any community, and that is no different than our community. Water supply reliability has been a large topic of conversation in the 1st District as the Potter Valley Project continues to be evolving, uncertain, causing much tension. The potential dismantling of the Potter Valley Project and the creation of the new Russian facility through the work of IWPC and the partners would maintain water diversions, but would require major storage that will be a very large uphill battle. It goes without saying that my constituents would prefer to keep the Potter Valley Project. Beyond the Potter Valley Project, water districts face a lot of uncertainty and struggle with their operations. We've seen large consolidation or an attempt at consolidation through the Ukiah Valley Water Authority move in the right direction. There's still angst about how that continues. The different rate increases that are being proposed, there is not necessarily trust with the public in how we're handling these things. And that's not particularly one person's to blame, it's just this is what exists in our community. The Groundwater Sustainability Agency is moving forward, but again, there's angst around the fees that are levied to maintain that agency. An unfunded state mandate which provides no benefit, no additional water, no additional services to constituents. I was saddened to not hear any remarks from my colleagues on water today. I agree with all of the other priorities that were mentioned, but I would have hoped to have heard more about the water insecurities that we're facing. Like all of you, I hear on a regular basis about our road maintenance. This morning I received an email from a constituent in Potter Valley. I want to read it because I think it is telling to the situation. Received at 6:03 p.m. on Monday, so last night. It's very concerning how deep the potholes on in Potter Valley are. Doesn't really matter which road you take, East Road, West Road, they're covered in potholes. Powerhouse Road, Eel River Road, Gibson, even Main Street are all suffering due to the fact that the temporary fills just aren't cutting it. They're ruining cars, nearly causing accidents. They wake up my baby every time I drive in my own lane. Memorizing the locations of the pothole is considered a skill that I really wish we didn't need in order to survive. Nobody seems to care about our little town. At least that's how it feels. I shouldn't have to worry about my car falling into the 12-inch potholes. Please, please, please help us out here. I'm tired of having my tires popped, and I can't afford to continue living this way. Increased cost of living is a huge concern for the residents of the First District. This also translates to the cost of doing business. The businesses are struggling, as we've heard in other districts. There's empty storefronts, and again, the uncertainty of what lies ahead. There continues to be tension in the First District between property owners, residents, and cannabis growers. We have not resolved those concerns, and those will continue to exist. Homelessness, our community does a good job of helping folks who are at risk of homelessness or newly homeless, but those who are chronically homeless, the street level homeless that we hear most about, large encampments, folks living in vehicles on the side of the road, that's the area where we struggle, and we need to continue to do work to fix that issue. Substance abuse continues to be a large problem for our community. I know that's no surprise to anyone. I have major concerns about the way that our youth interact with substances. Access to health care and increased health care costs will continue to be an issue for our rural communities. That we all know. Emergency preparedness must be a topic of conversation for this board. Despite the way that it is bifurcated out into many agencies, it's up to us to be having these conversations. And of course, supporting housing. There's huge demand for housing, especially middle of the road, middle income housing. That's somewhere where our community is really struggling. Your everyday family can't afford to buy a home, struggles to find a place to rent. And while the county doesn't control the housing production, they have a large impact on how our housing is built and what that housing supply looks like. I think the underlying feeling, as you probably heard in the email that I read from a constituent, is that the county does not care. And while I think that's further from the truth, it's our job to translate and tell the community what we're doing to work on their behalf. I know that we care. I know there's so many people working at the county that work very hard every single day for our residents, and it's part of our job to make sure that their efforts are not in vain and that we're translating to the community the things that are happening day to day in our county operations.
Okay, thank you. So today we did have just the one public comment at the beginning of the meeting, but my hope is to treat this today more like a little bit looser, more like a committee meeting, and certainly as time allows, to allow for more public comment. So at this time, I'd like to ask if there's anybody in the room that would like to speak on this particular item. None. And then I see our clerk is not in the room.
Seeing none online, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing none online, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there anything that the board would like to discuss? Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm pleased that there seems to be a lot of common ground between the five of us. I haven't heard anything that I object to. Seems like these are all shared priorities. And I appreciate Supervisor Klein adding the water security. I think that affects all of our districts. I would group everything I've heard today as concern about long-term sustainability. During the recess or the break, the month that we didn't have a board meeting, when I was in the closet here studying the budget books from 1955 to present and charting the data, one thing that became apparent is, say for looking at roads, we're spending about half on roads today as the late 1950s, adjusted for CPI. CPI is probably the wrong benchmark because asphalt and labor involved in road work is at a much steeper slope than CPI, but CPI is an index that existed in the 50s. There weren't a lot of other indexes. The California index hadn't yet been invented. So every year since 1978, when Prop 13 passed, this county on average has had declining buying power. We have less to work with. The job of this Board of Supervisors is to figure out what to cut every year, right? I'm a little bit envious. I look at Sonoma County. They have excess earnings, they have more revenue, and they're looking at what to do. You're going to make somebody happy, whether you create a park or you boost law enforcement. It's a win for society. Mendocino County is in the opposite position. We may be hiding it by deferring maintenance on buildings or cell sites to give the illusion that we're getting by, but actually this is a county that has declining revenue in real terms. And I don't see that changing. In fact, I see it accelerating. I think that's the angst that we feel is every year going forward, it's even more difficult financial position. So back to John's point, economic development. You have a very sparse rural population, not a huge tax base. You need a larger tax base to turn this around, unless you're counting on the state or federal government to show up. I'm not. I don't think we're going to get anything. You look at where the political power is and how much sway we have. If we're going to solve our finances, it needs to happen at a local level. We need to help the public understand the trade-offs. If we're against everything, we won't have a tax base. So but I think we make decisions in vacuums, and a lot of times there's so much energy and momentum that goes towards fighting whatever is being proposed that we lose sight of. If you fight everything, you don't have a tax base and you don't have roads. I think that's where we are today, whether it's Albion or Potter Valley. We don't have a tax base. So maybe we can turn this into a conversation about what sort of economic development is feasible and we think is culturally compatible with our county, and actually go after it.
Okay, and so the board understands, and the public as well, the idea today, since we're not taking action on anything, is staff is keeping a list of things that we discuss that may want to be brought forward to a regular agenda. And at the end of today, we will go over and prioritize that list. So if you bring things up today, they are not being lost. They will be discussed at the end of the meeting. Is there anyone else? Supervisor Haschak.
Well, going along with what Supervisor Williams was talking about, I think economic development is the key issue in our county. And because we're dealing with roads, we're dealing with water, everything revolves around, the economic development and tax base that we have. The state audit said that our financial condition is declining and requires corrective action. And so how are we going to deal with that? What is corrective action? Is it cutting our expenses more, or is it increasing the revenues? And I think that throughout the discussion today and tomorrow, that we should be really focusing on how are we going to fix this state of the county? Because, are we going to keep cutting, or are we going to look for ways of increasing the revenue? And I think that they laid out a few ideas in the state audit that we really need to take to heart.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, two specific ideas. One is we're a county that's about 70% assessed. And that it may not be that there's 30% of dollars on the table. This may be, back to the land cabins and additions and kitchen remodels, right? It may be the type of development that's a lower dollar amount. But the point remains, we don't have fair taxation. You have people who aren't even getting a tax bill. And, it's not the Board of Supervisors' responsibility. That's under the assessor and maybe the tax collector. But we could certainly facilitate the process of properly funding, staffing, having the right equipment in place, maybe some outside contracts to get that work done. Someone needs to lead the effort. I haven't seen momentum on it. And then the second is collecting taxes that we have billed for, like we haven't had a property auction since 2019. There's an estimated $30 million, maybe more, outstanding. $30 million, that's a big boost for roads and cost of living adjustments for our employees as we go into negotiations. We're leaving a lot of money on the table, some of which will never be collected. What can this board do to start tracking, like John said, on a monthly basis, the progress, and collaborate with the other elected department heads to make sure they have what they need to begin.
Okay, thank you. And I think a lot of what we're discussing now is really more in line with the next item, which is board discussion on shared county priorities. So if there's nothing else from the board, I think we'll just move to the next item. Okay, and it again is Board of Supervisors discussion on shared county priorities. The board was asked, what are your top 3 for your supervisorial district, along with top 3 priorities for Mendocino County? I'll go ahead and read just the title of each one. District 1, long-term water reliability and storage infrastructure, improve road maintenance, proactive emergency preparedness and response. District 2, completing a smooth and transparent annexation and service coordination process, housing production tied to economic stability, community wellness and public safety through prevention and care. District 3, economic development cuts to the safety net, emergency preparedness. District 4, continued support of public health, developing a structurally sound budget, support social service and behavioral health with improving outreach to those suffering from street-level homelessness, assessing the barriers between planning and building environmental health, creating an easier and less costly path forward for the public. District 5, roads, staff time for in-district maintenance projects, fair share of meetings in district, especially the coast, based on population revenue. So the commonalities across all districts, the strongest shared priorities are infrastructure, especially roads, emergency preparedness, public safety, health and social service, long-term economic and fiscal stability, additional emphasis on improving government efficiency and access. And then it lists infrastructure and maintenance, especially roads and systems, emergency preparedness and public safety, health, social service, community wellness, economic stability and development, efficiency, coordination, and government process, which certainly seems to be the theme on the last couple items, and then certainly the discussion on the last one. So we'll open it up to the board. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Just in reviewing, thinking about the process that we went through last year with the workshops, thinking about how we were going to prepare for this year's workshops, and while each of us has sort of a not unique list of priorities, they all overlap with each other. We sort of see them differently. I wonder how my colleagues have thought about how we will use this information moving forward. And I remember when I first got on the board, there was a lot of emphasis on we have to have a strategic plan. We spent a lot of money. Our staff spent a lot of time. We came up with a strategic plan, and on each agenda item, it says this is a priority in the strategic plan. I think as a representative of the county, I do know and understand how important water is. And when I list my priorities as being housing, you can't have housing without water. So to me, they're all tied together, right? You can't provide the services for anybody throughout the county system, 22 departments, unless you're fiscally responsible and can have reports so you can properly prepare. I just wonder if there is a way that we can use this conversation moving forward that ties more proactively to the work than just having the conversation at the beginning of the year.
Supervisor Williams?
That's an excellent point. What the public cares about, and frankly, the supervisor is the result, the outcome. Did we get it done? Is it meaningful? And I was the one holdout. I voted against a strategic planning process. I'm not going to say I told you so, but the concern was we're spending a lot of money writing down the issues. We all know the issues. The public knows the issues. The money needs to be spent on addressing the issues. And when that report came back for the status check, we rated our progress based on how many times an agenda item showed up related to it. Not on. It's like if you want to measure progress on water security, you count the gallons or the acre feet of water. That's what the public cares about. How many times there's an agenda item about not having enough water is irrelevant. That's not progress. So learning lesson in a heuristic process is we should set the condition of satisfaction. How do we track our progress, and what is the outcome that we're looking for, so that we have something to measure against. Otherwise, we have staff making a list of all of the concerns that our districts have, the people in our districts have, and then that's it. We feel like we've done our work. We cataloged the problem. Rather than do that, I would like to have 3 goals for the year, focus on those first, put all the resources towards it, get them done. And, we could debate which those 3 are. I think water security is probably one of them. I think financial reporting is one, and John's economic development is tied in with everything. If we focused on just those 3 and dedicated most available staff time to it, we might have something meaningful to show the public by the end of the year.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, on page 12 of this agenda item with the commonalities, and I think you just read them. The first one is government operations, fiscal strength, and transparency. I would hope that we could all agree that that is one of the key priorities. With the state audit, it really shows that, hey, we have to clean some things up, and that's very tangible. So I would say, what I would like to come out of these meetings today is a real action plan of how we're going to address these, and maybe it's to bring this back, like I said earlier, in February, and just have some really tight action plans about how we're going to deal with all of the findings in the state audit. Economic development, we put some effort, but it's tough when we don't have seed money for it, and I guess we don't have a clear idea about how we're going to get those jobs here, right? I think Supervisor Williams alluded to, some of the choices we have to make to have more jobs, and we can't say no to everything. So I think that's a good point, but the process improvements that's on there, I think that's part of the government operations and fiscal strength and transparency, because right now, without those process improvements, we don't have those key areas. We don't know what our operations are kind of lacking at times, and then the transparency isn't there because we don't have those financial reports in a timely way, and so I think it all kind of blends together at that point. And as far as public safety funding and roads, unless we get our economic act together, our only choice is really to ask for more higher taxes on people, because we can complain about roads all day, but within the confines of our budget right now, we don't have the money. And it was clear last year, everyone was saying we need to improve roads, but when the budget finally came out, we had to, that was one of the first things to go, was any additional money to roads. So I think that we should really come out of this saying, what are we going to do about our government operations, fiscal strength, and transparency?
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams, and then we'll go to the public.
I think there's also an opportunity to bring departments in. If we're talking about roads, we should ask DOT to do a workshop with us where we look at whether there's opportunities to modernize how we do the work, right? A big part of it is funding. Throw more money at it, the roads will be better. But there may also be opportunities to rethink how we conduct the road maintenance. I think it was last year around March in Willits, Supervisor Norvell asked a question, and one of the answers highlighted that we're buying hot asphalt in Sonoma County maybe it's 300 degrees and then we're hauling it here and it gets cool by the time it gets to our rural roads. Shortly after, Southwest had a sale on tickets, and I toured some roads in Washington and Idaho and talked to some road crews. I was out looking at how do other people in rural communities with less funding per mile maintain their roads. And I came back with a list of bullet points, and I shared most of it with DOT. But one of those is a hot box. Think of it as like a soup heater at a Thai restaurant that's got a propane burner. And the idea is you pick up that hot material, and now you can keep it hot and workable for a much longer period of time. Maybe you can have it in the hot box for a couple weeks as you haul it around to the roads. This is one example. I also saw some road crews make their own small batch materials on site, or they make it in the community where they're addressing roads rather than hauling it. I don't know if what we're doing today is the most efficient. Maybe it is. And we have a very strong team at DOT, but is that team empowered to bring this board modernization ideas, or do we need to open that conversation? Could they rethink how we do some of the work to get more out of the available funds? I don't know the answer, but I think it's worth having the discussion. And in the abstract, I think that applies to most of our departments. The way we've been doing the business may not fit in 2026.
Okay, we will go to the public. Anybody in the room like to speak on this item? Madam Clerk?
Seeing none online.
Okay, thanks. So we'll bring it back to the board, but there, later today, Supervisor Williams brings up a great point about roads and DOT. We do have roads on later today. As far as the discussion around the state audit, we do have that as a topic today too, and I think it would be an opportune time to bring up all those issues and how we want to handle the state audit and move forward. But I think it was Supervisor Mulhern that had the idea of, or maybe it was Williams, about the top 3 priorities that this board could come up with that we could give to staff, and then start scheduling agenda items going forward in the year, you know, taking one on at a time. How does the board feel about that? Supervisor Williams?
I feel good about it. Often I feel frustration that there's something that needs to be done, and I don't see progress. The whole year goes by and there's not progress. I just want to walk into the office and fix it. Some of these, I think somebody needs to stand up and say, hey, this is, I have ownership of this problem. Doesn't matter if I created it. It's my job now. I'm going to fix it. And as a supervisor, you can't really get hands-on and do that. So it's a frustrating dynamic for me. I don't understand how you can go to a toy store and ask for a profit and loss, and they can open their accounting software and generate it in a few clicks. Why can't the county of Mendocino generate a report? And I think it's because we're not entering the data. We're waiting months and months, maybe all year, and there's a lot of paperwork that has to be entered and manual calculations that have to be done, and there's this other spreadsheet. It may not be the software we're using, it may be the way we're using it needs to be modernized. Everything should be entered as close to real time as possible so that the CEO can run a report. Anybody in the organization can run a report. Today that's not the case. The effect is the public looks at us like it's a clown show. How does the board not know its spending? Well, the reality is I have no access. I don't have a login anywhere that can let me run a report. And I can go ask the CEO and she'll say she'll work on it. I don't think she has a way to do it either. The data is not entered in any meaningful way that allows, so how do we not just set a priority that financial reporting is important, but ask that a specific plan comes back that we can vet to make sure it meets expectations in advance.
Okay, Supervisor Haschek.
Well, with the commonality that we have that's listed as number 1 is the government operations, fiscal strength, and transparency. And I think that that's what we're all feeling a little frustrated on, and we're trying to improve that. I think that if we focus this year on just that alone and making it the key goal of this to clear up all those findings in the state audit, to make sure that our budget is based on sound numbers and numbers that we can really trust, and get our government operations, our fiscal strength, and that transparency factor all out in the public and work on it continually, then I think that we can move all these other things forward, because without the budget, we can't do anything.
Anyone else? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we have the elected officials that are responsible for the fiscal management of the county, not only present, but actively engaged with the board. They are elected by the citizens of the county. They are equals, if not higher than us, because of the amount of work and control that they have over the processes. And I think that it would be important moving forward if all the elected officials of the county are treated at an equal level. So will we set policy, the working department heads, whether that's public safety or whether that's fiscal operations, are equals to us. And so I would like to see a shift in the dynamic of the internal operations of the county to reflect that.
So do you guys want to move forward with, still with the top 3 list? Supervisor Haschek, sounded like maybe you were recommending just one that was fairly broad. What would the board like to do?
Yeah, I'm fine with the one.
With the one? Okay. And then what about getting into the details of that one? I mean, it's again, broad, it's not specific, and you did mention specific things within that topic. Would the board like to have a discussion about prioritizing those instead of just generally and throwing darts at the board when the opportunity comes up?
Well, I think that starting point would be, the state audit, and going through those findings and coming up with action plans to according to the recommendations. And the board has certainly, agreed that those recommendations are correct. So just figuring out what the process will be to make sure that those findings are dealt with.
I'm going to look to the CEO. The item for this afternoon, the state audit, my discussion with you is pretty much what's going to happen under that item. Is that correct?
Yeah, under that item, we'll provide transparency into what that process was. I know there's frustration around that process, so we'll provide as much transparency as what was occurred and what rules we were having to play by as staff during that time. And then we will talk about the key findings and the key recommendations. And most of those recommendations, and this is detailed in the link to the audit, they have dates. The state auditors provided dates to that. So my office is working on an action plan that can be brought back in the future for adoption that has the dates that were recommended by the state, also as a status, because there's a number of things that have been completed or staff is working on currently. For example, I had a conversation with the assessor clerk recorder last evening, Katrina Bartlemay, and they had a recommendation to get a contractor with a printer for the ballots. That is a check, right? So that has happened. It was already in process before it was brought forward by the state. So there's a number of things that we have done in response to the audit that are happening, and other things that were kind of mentioned during the audit but may not have become a finding or a recommendation. So we'll be talking about those later this afternoon. Right now it's scheduled at 2:30, I think. But we are, depending on where you go with this, we are a bit ahead of schedule.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm perfectly fine with leaving Supervisor Haschek's list on there, but maybe we can readdress it after we get some questions answered on the state audit agenda item. I also wrote down from some of you water security, financial security, economic development, DOT workshop, and modernizing the county. Supervisor Williams?
Starting point on financial reporting. Could we walk through from the moment the board passes a budget to the ACFR is produced and see all of the steps, the flow? Is there a flow chart of what happens? Where, like, I understand departments at some point have to submit documentation to auditor controller in paper form. Can I see that paper? The date, what's the deadline for it? Can we see some examples? Can we understand why it's paper? Where does that go? Does somebody type it in? What system do they type it in? Can we see, I'm giving you an example, not specifics, and I don't expect an answer right now. Can we see that end to end from the beginning to the end? Because I think the board sees the beginning and end, but we don't see all the pieces in between. What's the flow over the course of a year? Which financial system? Who's entering it? Why, how long does it take? Right? So many question marks. Can we do it in this chamber in front of the public so that everybody is caught up on what our current system is? Before we start talking about bringing consultants in and fixing the system, let's get a really clear understanding of how it works today. Reasonable, Chair?
Yes. CEO?
Yeah, I have just a couple of comments on that. Those are questions for the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. But also, as you know, you have hired Ben Rosenfeld Consulting to kind of take a look at those steps and processes as to what we're doing to help us maximize the use of our Munis system. He has been engaged with Assistant CEO and myself in December, and actually used him for some of the discussion and learnings that will be presented today under the cost plan A87 topic.
Okay, so I'm going to bring us, so we can move on, bring us back to, do we still want to try and identify 3 top priorities that staff can work with and we can bring back later? I think for Supervisor Williams, for me, his idea about modernizing the county is a very broad and probably in-depth discussion. But I think starting that process for me would be a really good idea. How does the rest of the board feel about that? Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I think that's part of looking at government operations. And, modernizing our systems certainly seems like that's dealing with government operations.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Mulher?
Thank you. I could tie several of the items that are listed in the commonalities together. And so I do agree that focusing on government operations, which includes fiscal strength, transparency, modernization, and process improvements of the system, is a key priority, if not the priority, as we move forward. And again, all of the things that each supervisor mentioned tie together in the work that we do every day. But without the transparency of being able to run fiscal reports or respond to constituent concerns about how much is being spent on specific things, it limits our ability to interact with our constituents as board members. So I do think that focusing on that is a priority. And again, I think that specifically the elected officials that manage fiscal operations should be here with us as equals to have these conversations.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to certainly stick with government operations, fiscal strength, and transparency is the priority to bring things forward out of this item, including modernization and then including elected officials in charge of those departments to the conversation. Supervisor Mulhern? Yeah.
Chair, may
Yes,
I ask
thank
for
you.
just clarification? Because we're talking about fiscal, and we talk about systems, I'm assuming we're talking about the munis, the financial system that we use, as well, possibly as well as the property tax system, Augmentum. Is that?
Supervisor Williams?
I think we're talking most broadly, because today the public has heard those terms but doesn't know, are there other systems? And there may be systems that don't have names. There may be people who are handing stacks of paperwork from one office to another, right? So I would think that's part of a system. I don't know if it has a label today. And that's why I want to see the end-to-end. If we just have a consultant, and this is a trigger word for the public hearing consultant, county spends a lot of money on consultants. If we have a consultant just work on this and come back and say something was done, the public doesn't understand what we did with their money, and because they don't see what we started with. So if we're starting with a paper process and we end up with a digital process, we start with a process that takes 6 months, and we end with a process that takes 1 week. That's a real tangible benefit, and I think it'll justify continuing the modernization effort. So that's why I think it's important to demonstrate what we have today. And that may be pulling Augmentum up on the screen, showing us how transactions are done, how reports are run today. Show us how Tyler Munis works, what's in there today. Let the board ask some questions and have the expert either be able to produce the result we're looking for or show us why it's not possible. Then we are all on board understanding what the improvement will do for us.
You have everything you need?
I agree. I just want to make one comment with regards to the consultant. I think it's setting the expectation, that this board sets the expectation with the consultant of what your takeaways you want to be. And those conversations are beginning to happen and be scheduled with each one of you. So I think you also have that opportunity to set your expectation that you want something tangible at the end of this. And I think we all do. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
A fair benchmark may be to either the county or the consultant show us out of 58 counties who's doing it right, and then draw a parallel of what we have versus what we should have. I don't know which rural county is in the best position, but somebody who does this for a living should know. They should be able to say that here's 3 counties that do a really good job, and then we can try to replicate that. It may not be fair to have Mendocino follow a process San Diego uses. We don't have anywhere near the staff size, but I wouldn't say that we're in #1 position for financial reporting of rural counties today. I would think we're probably towards the bottom of the list. Maybe there's somebody who's doing it worse, but that would actually surprise me. I'm very frustrated because I'm making decisions about, say, what to pay public servants with no information to go on. I don't know how much we have to work with. Terrible position. Either I support something that we may not be able to afford and creating a solvency risk for the county, or I don't support it because I don't have the information, and then we find out there's $11 million on the table or some such, right? In that we know 11 million, some of that's one time, and right, there's a bunch of asterisks next to it. The public hears there's $11 million and they think that we hit $11 million or that we just found $11 million, and it's year after year, millions of dollars show up. And so you can imagine you're a public servant, you're not being paid market wages, you hear there's no money, and then right after that negotiation, the county finds here's a big lump sum. There may be an explanation for it, but I don't think most people are going to buy it. And that's why before we talk about increasing taxes or any of these other, we need to get the reporting crystal clear. And so back to the board. Chair, what would you set as the benchmark for condition of satisfaction? Is it comparing us to another county, or is it this board setting some clear milestones that need to be met? How do we determine at the end whether we were successful with this priority?
Well, I think finding out where we stand amongst other counties is a good place to set your benchmark. Like you said, if we're dead last or near the bottom, then we know we need improvement, right? I think establishing where our failures are and what the struggles are and working on improving those, for me, would be the priority. Does that help, or does that muddy things up for you?
I think it helps. I think we're all saying the same thing in different ways. And I think we need to understand where we're at today and then get some recommendations from our staff and from this consultant on where we should head.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I sound like a broken record today, but, you know, the state audit said that, you know, our procurement and financial reporting processes leave it vulnerable to waste, fraud, and abuse. So it seems to me that that's the first place we start. You know, fixing those issues and seeing what really needs to be done and making sure that those issues are taken care of immediately, or, you know, as soon as possible, because we can't go on like this. As for, you know, whether it's these processes are the best or worst in the state, I don't know. And you know, you can teach me Munis all day long and I probably still wouldn't know. But I think that, you know, we have people in our county who do know, and we've got this consultant who's looking at it from a bigger perspective, and those are additional things that we need to be working on throughout the year. First things first is taking care of these issues that the state audit identified.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Okay, so I think we've agreed on one priority for our staff. Are there some other priorities that wouldn't be competing for resources that could run in parallel? More of the health and human services type work. And I guess I'd look at Supervisor Mulhern. I know she's been more intimately involved, and maybe she has some ideas. And then I want to jump back to Chair mentioned in his district report permitting, which is mostly planning and building, maybe some DOT. Is that something that could run in parallel? Potential improvements, whether it's, I mean, you can start a business in Estonia and probably take out a building permit to build there from your computer at home. Working with Mendocino County is a lot more difficult. And I hear the same complaints, and it relates to economic development, because if a builder can't time when they can do the work, their crews aren't put to the best use. And those are jobs, some of the better paying jobs in our communities. Can that effort run concurrently with the financial reporting? I don't know that it's competing for resources.
Well, I would think so. I mean, this is something that you and I not only hear about, but we had discussions with staff about the struggles between departments that may or may not even be in the same building, with communication, and why, say, environmental health has to weigh in on a planning and building permit, and the reason that the costs are there is because planning and building doesn't have access to any of environmental health files, right? And that's, I think, what you're talking about is system.
It is, and I think that doing any development in the state of California is, there's requirements that are put on local government. Someone has to pay for that. That someone is the applicant, because otherwise a non-applicant is paying to cover them. So, you know, some people are unhappy about the cost. I don't know how to mitigate that, having spent years looking at this, because there is an actual cost to the work, and the work is a state requirement, not a local requirement. But I think there's also instances where our systems are creating a need for more staff time in more departments, and we're passing that on to the public. And it hits them on the dollars, but it also hits them on schedule delays. I don't think the board can architect what the solution should be, but again, it would be helpful to see which rural counties are doing it better, and then how do we get from the system we have to the system those counties? Can we ask the department heads? I would think it's planning and building, environmental health, maybe DOT, to collaborate and see whether with some seed funding and board support, they could improve overall efficiency.
Yeah, and I don't when we talk about finding out where we stand amongst the other counties, it's not to point out that, hey, look, we're at the bottom, or we're not, we're 2 from the bottom. It's more of finding the commonalities of who's doing what at the bottom and who's doing what at the top. For me, it's, I'm sure there are a lot of commonalities amongst the counties that are struggling, as well as with the counties that are doing it better than we are. To answer your question, yes, I think it's the same.
Is that a concurrent task that could run? Can we, going back to our list, this one, the commonalities, can we address any of these in parallel? CEO and fiscal staff and probably our partners in the other elected positions will focus on the government operations, fiscal strength, transparency, using modernization and process improvements. But I don't think those are the same resources that might focus on housing and homelessness or infrastructure, public safe funding. So why wait on those other priorities?
Well, I don't know that we have to wait. I think we can give direction at the end of today on which priorities we want to tackle first.
My point is it's different people, and so maybe we could ask the permitting department heads to work on their plan and bring it to us as a workshop, while CEO and fiscal team work on the fiscal strength. Similar
to the DOT workshop.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 100% comfortable with that. I'm sure it's going to be a matter of time and effort amongst the department heads and when it will get in front of us, but I'm fine with it.
And then chair the housing and homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that could also run concurrent? Because I don't think that's using the executive office.
I think it can. I'd hear from the CEO if she knows something different about that than I do. And then I'd also like to hear from the board on how they feel about these items.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly we're able to do several things, right? So not too many, but to even if my office needed to help coordinate or be present at some of these meetings to help get them initiated and get them started, we do have the capacity to be able to do that. Again, our fiscal people will be primarily tied up in the other area, but moving housing along is something, either myself or Deputy CEO Dunnicliff can kind of help get that ball rolling. Not that we're going to be carrying the load by any means, but we would be in there making sure it's happening and moving forward.
Okay, and then Supervisor Williams, are you comfortable at the end of today's meeting re-looking at this list and then prioritizing in which order we want them to come back to the board?
I am. Could we, when we do that, could we put the lead next to it? Housing and homelessness, I imagine that would be social services, maybe behavioral and planning and building. Can we figure out who's responsible and make sure that we're not giving 2 number 1 priorities to the same department, but we're not leaving a department without a task?
Yeah. CEO, is that something we can, end of the day? Okay, thank you. All right, anything else from the board, or Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I think you put housing and homelessness, what are we really talking about? Are we talking about the permitting process to create more housing? Are we talking about, creating more homeless shelters or whatever? I think we need to be a little more specific than just that generality.
I think the housing, my understanding, correct me Supervisor Williams if I'm wrong, the housing was more around planning and building and environmental health, and then the homelessness was more social service, behavioral health,
Maybe you want to split those out as 2 bullet points.
Housing and homeless?
Yeah, and we can add housing to the other, the permit process and add housing with that one.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yep.
Good with that? Okay. Anyone else? No? All right. I'm going to look to the CEO here. We have lunch scheduled for an hour and 20 minutes from now, and as well as the safety panel for 12 o'clock. And I don't see all of the safety panel in the room.
Sorry, correct. So what I think we could do is jump down to fiscal. And I think the state audit is kind of timed, and I think there's people interested in that one. But as far as the fiscal, so we could talk about the cost plan and the 87, the fund and reserve plan, balance, excuse me, on the year-to-date budget. Risk is here as well. So we could jump to that 130 tab if that works for you. And I know, public safety is set for 12, so they won't be here before that. I'm
Okay,
sure.
yeah, let's move on to fiscal.
So can we just take a second to
Yeah,
bring?
maybe we take 10 minutes and,
Okay, sounds great.
Okay.
We'll get organized. Thank you.
thank you. And get back, start financial. We have presenters Darcy Antle, Sarah Pierce, Tony Rakes, Doris Rentschler, Andy Jung, Todd Towser, and Heather Carell Rose, Risk Manager. We will start with Cost Plan A87.
Thank you, Chair. That's me. So, based on the discussion of the December 16th board meeting, the Executive Office began to take a deeper look into the Cost Plan A87. It's actually called the Cost Plan. A87 just refers to a memo that was sent out in 1987 with some details about it. So Cost Plan is more the proper word. We've also attached a hyperlink to about a 130-page document, of which explains the cost plan, how it's used, and by the State Controller's Office. It's January of 2025. So I'm going to summarize some of those details and refer to pages and codes in there, but I'm not going to hit on all of them. Okay? So again, see the link for the full handbook if you need so. So the countywide cost plan allocation plan has been submitted for review and approved by the State Controller's Office since 1974. Since this time, each California county has been required to have received from the State Controller's Office either a provisional or formal approval countywide cost plan before any indirect costs or direct billing for central support services may be reimbursed by state and federal agencies. This is on page 12, section 1150. All cost plans must be submitted to the State Controller's Office at least 6 months prior to the fiscal year for which cost plans are to be used. For Mendocino County, this would be December 31st of each year. Page 13, section 1160. Two major factors should be considered when preparing a cost plan. First, because of the accuracy and completeness of the cost allocations must be maximized, the individual who is responsible for preparing and certifying the cost plan should be familiar with the overall operations of the county and how the county's fiscal data is recorded. In California, this individual certifying the cost plan is the chief accounting officer for the county, normally the county's auditor controller, or an authorized deputy. Second, the county's cost plan coordinator should be an individual familiar with grant programs in order for the county to maximize reimbursement for indirect costs. After the state controller has approved a county cost plan, copies of the approval and the attached cost summary exhibits are mailed to the county, state, and federal agencies. The county grants management coordinator is responsible for instructing these agencies on significant and proper use of the cost plan. In many cases, the county grants management coordinator also serves as a cost plan coordinator. Page 38. All sections. County departments receiving reimbursement for costs through federal and state grants should use the county's approved cost plan in the grant claiming process. Grant claims should be prepared and submitted in accordance with the applicable regulations and procedures established by the appropriate grantor agency. Page 39, section 1440. The cost plan, as approved by the State Controller's Office, includes all those costs considered reimbursable for federal and state purposes under current cost principles. It does not include full cost accounting, which identifies all costs considered unallowable, such as general government costs, example, the Board of Supervisors. While the cost plan is not a full view of all indirect costs, it is the best tool available. As just noted, not all costs in the county are reimbursable. A list of allowable costs can be found on page 44, and a list of unallowable costs can be found on page 71. If service related directly to a grant program, they should be considered direct cost of the total grant program, whether or not they are billed to the grant program. As long as the costs are recorded on the accounting record of the county, represented actual identified costs and identified by the cost accounting system or department indirect cost proposal and or sustained by the county cost record, they are acceptable as a direct cost of a grant program. Such costs may be claimed for reimbursement regardless of the budget unit in which they are recorded. The guiding standard that the grantor agency should fund all associated costs with a particular grant program, not specifically the cost of a particular budget unit. A necessary cost of a grant program is allowable regardless of whether it is incurred within the county government organization, page 58, section 2290. Based on this section of the handbook, the executive office recommends all departments who receive grants should review their grant documentation to see if indirects are allowable to be billed for reimbursement. If the grant allows the indirect cost to be reimbursed, the department should seek reimbursement based on the grant guidelines. Please note, budget adjustments from the granting entity may be required. If the original budget did not include authorization to claim reimbursement for indirect costs, I ended there, so I drops off something, sorry. The EO, based on prior board direction, is collecting grant information from departments to submit to auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. The executive also believes it is the best interest of the county to charge all non-general fund units controlled by the county their portion of the cost plan. This allows for transparency and the ability to see the true cost of a department or a grant or a special district. If for some reason the grant budget cannot cover the portion of the cost plan, the home budget unit overseeing the grant will be charged the remaining balance via journal entry. For example, the sheriff's office, a COP grant budget cannot fully recover the cost of the portion of the cost plan. The sheriff's office will be charged the balance. Then there was another question that arose, and I reached out to our consultant, Ben Rosenfeld, prior City of San Francisco controller. Can the county allocate and charge special districts and other governments that utilize shared county services through the county's cost plan? Yes. Research illustrates that eligible costs can be allocated and charged to special districts and other non-county governments that relied on shared county services as governed and limited by the guidance of the Office of Management and Budget in Circular 2, CFR Part 200. That's what we've been talking about the whole time. In fact, not accounting for efforts in supporting these agencies and development of a cost plan may lead to an over-allocation of costs to other entities. By understanding the base to which costs should be allocated, there may be a limited examples where the charges may be not permitted given a specific overriding pre-exemption in a given special district or legal establishment. And then he provides some examples where other counties are doing so. Marin County, Glenn, Ventura, and Los Angeles. And I will have this memo attached to the item for your review. And Acting CEO Sarah Pierce, do you have anything you would like to add?
I have no additional comments on the A87. Do we want to pause here? Yeah. Okay.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Williams?
I believe at a fairly recent board meeting, the board was informed that using the cost plan to charge the special districts would be unlawful. Was that bad information?
That's why I did this research to, you were specifically supervisor using the word illegal. It is not illegal, and it is the best practice. Now, Having said that, we should determine all the costs of those agencies, districts, grants that are utilized by the county. And then if, for some reason, this board doesn't want to charge one, that's a different discussion.
Yeah,
Right?
I
But we
agree.
should be billing all allowable budget units, whether they're a special district or a grant.
I appreciate the research. I think that, as I recall the discussion, there was a number that I questioned. Was it 40,000, 30,000? And the answer was, we think there's errors in the numbers, and we think it would be unlawful to charge the special district. And now we're getting different information, and that's great. It's a correction. But it seems in the abstract, this happens quite frequently, that the board learns one answer, and then meetings later, we learn that was wrong and it's this other one. We get a figure and the figure changes. Genuine question, how do we solidify, how do we memorialize what we think the facts are that we can live with for decision making throughout the year? Knowing there may be some corrections, but it's just the rate of corrections and facts fluctuating make it really hard to stick with our decisions.
So if I may, and please, Sarah, jump in as needed. The cost plan that you're creating is based on information from 2 years prior, right? So you're creating a cost plan to apply costs that happened 2 years prior. And those are handled at the auditor controller's office. And each one, my understanding, are a number of ways, say county council is billed, or services are looked at versus how auditor controller services are looked at, are very different formulas. And it may be something that can come back to you by the auditor controller, what those formulas are and how those are determined. Because again, county council has a way of that they charge things. Auditor controller charges out, and I believe one of theirs is by checks written, checks cut. I'm sure assessor's a little bit different, and Sarah, you can help me out.
If I may, through the chair. So each service department does have its own cost basis allocation. It's very complex between each of the different service departments. So if the board's desire is to have something come back, it would be the auditor controller that would need to bring forward the different cost basis per service department. But it is complex.
My request would be that it come back, but it doesn't need to be a presentation. In fact, it would be better if it's not. Just attach show your work, whatever led up to this figure. There's an asterisk, it's these columns and this other spreadsheet. Just attach all of that documentation, and maybe supervisors have questions or maybe they don't, but at least when the public or a special district comes to one of us, we can say, we've seen the cost plan, we see the formula. You might not like it, but this is the work that the county does, and there's an actual cost to it. Today, if they ask me, all I can say is, well, CEO says it's 40,000, and she got it from the auditor controller. And those answers aren't working so well because the numbers have been changing. And so nobody trusts the supervisor now because they assume, well, we don't really know the underlying formula or where that number came from or whether it's right. And that's the truth. I actually don't know. So I would like to do my homework and have a better understanding, and that would come from just looking over the raw work that led up to this answer. Second question for CEO. Is there anything in the cost plan that would allow us to charge someone else for the broiler dinners?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Haschek?
Yes, with the cost plan, when we developed the budget last spring, that we had $700,000 that we were going to get from the cost plan for special districts and grants. And so that's how, in part, how we balanced the budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so I think the question we also had, according to those special districts, we heard from the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector that there were some were allowable and some weren't. And what you're showing here is that there are certainly allowable special districts,
Correct.
right? And so at this point in time, are we collecting what we need to collect from the grants and the special districts?
So the direction that was provided at the prior meeting, which I think is the 16th of December, you directed my office to gather the grant information, and we are doing that. And I believe Sarah's gathered most of it at this point, and it will be presented to the Auditor Controller's office. I think the special districts was still up in the air, and my guess is that will require some additional work on behalf of the Auditor Controller's office or an office to be sure that there's not a special district that for some reason is pre-exempt for any of those charges. But again, I think allocating all the charges appropriately to the budget units that are using this service and then coming forward and saying, oh, by the way, XYZ district cannot be billed. I submitted a question to the Auditor Controller after last meeting because, as you know, I was the APCO for air quality. Air quality received an invoice for the cost plan of $63,000 that we paid to the Auditor Controller. So that led to this additional research of trying to determine and get clarity on the special districts.
So if we do the cost plan for the special districts, we get that information, and do we have any idea whether that $700,000 for the budget is going to hold up?
I believe that was a rough calculation that Mrs. Pierce did prior when she was in the role, and I feel she felt comfortable with the 700,000 because I feel that was a conservative number. But go ahead, sir.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO, that was a calculation that I had come up with when I was in the acting auditor role, and it really consisted mostly of grant budget units that are controlled by the county, and non-general fund budget units like disaster recovery that aren't currently charged the A87. It did not account for special districts at the time. So I still believe the 700 is a conservative amount that could be captured if the board's direction when we bring it back is to start charging those budget units.
Okay, and last question is that the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector might need some extra help with this, with calculating these special districts and everything. Is that something we're prepared to provide that support, or does the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector have any viewpoint on this of what's needed to really make it happen?
If I may, through the chair, I believe that is more of a question towards the auditor. I'm not sure if she's on. A lot of the information is contained in the auditor's office on their drives and stuff, so it would really defer to her.
Okay, well, I hope we can get an answer to that.
Through the chair, if I may, Shamice is on, and I am promoting her to a panelist right now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Kevison. The special districts are allocated in the cost plan. They're not allocated individually at this point in time. We will need to be working with legal counsel probably to confirm which ones apparently may be eligible to be billed. I do believe that actually through our state association, there may be differing opinions. And so there's probably going to need to be an opinion on code and interpretation. I know that some counties bill their special districts based on an actual service MOU agreement through their auditor's office for some of their charges. But we are allocating the costs associated with the special districts presently in the cost plan as a disallowed column. There is a kind of a misnomer between what is a true special district, and the special districts that we in our office are referring to are those that are considered special districts by government code and are under LAFCO's authority in terms of their territories. So for instance, the Air Quality Management District is not a special district. So, but there may be additional resources potentially needed. The biggest issue for the auditor's office with regard to the cost plan is accurate and consistent information from the internal service departments. So the best support that could be given to the auditor's office with regard to the cost plan would be direction to the CEO's office to improve the inputs that we receive from the internal service departments.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
If I'm understanding, auditor controller comes up with the sum based on historic data, and that figure is as accurate as the underlying data that's been supplied, right? Auditor controller has no way to know what work was done, who did it, what the cost was. And so I imagine it's coming from something like a time card. An analyst spent half a day looking at fire, some aspect, dispatch contract, EMS, something related to fire, and put down half a day fire. But I don't know how you get from that to billing Anderson Valley Fire Protection District a portion of it, right? It may not have been work that has anything to do with them. In fact, it may not have to do with fire districts. It may have to do with us working with CAL FIRE. I'm concerned that the underlying record keeping is on shaky ground, that it's so vague that how do you decide which entity to bill? And if the county begins billing special districts, they're going to ask, what was this for? And we're going to say, well, we're taking everything that's labeled fire throughout the year, historically, grouping it together, and we're charging you a portion of it. We're going to start conflict between the county and our special districts. A special district, I mean, these are special districts that operate with volunteers, volunteer fire. Here they get this bill from the county, and we can't even explain what it's for. It's like, am I the only one who thinks this won't go over well? So how do we fix the record? I'm not against attributing costs and following Circular A87 properly in the cost plan, but I think if we're going to do it, we have to do a credible job of it, and I don't think we have the right data. And this is not on auditor controller. Auditor controller can only use the data the departments are providing. I don't know that the departments have the granularity and the accuracy in the data collected for the cost plan to be meaningful. Am I wrong?
This is Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. I'll defer to Shamice for comments, but I will add one thing is that I think there would be some clarity once the board could see the cost basis that are involved and the detail behind each basis, because some of it's based on time cards, some of it's based on square footage, some of it's based on moving between departments. So there's a lot of moving pieces, but I defer to Shamice.
If I may, through the chair, so a lot of the costs that would be associated or attributed to the special districts really pertain to those special districts that actually hold their funding in the county treasury and conduct their accounting through the county finance system. The allocation factor for special districts is specifically about $63,000. We're not talking about a substantial amount of money, and that is based on deposits and checks cut for invoices. The issue with fire is a little bit different. And that is definitely something that is not directly associated specifically to a special district. And that was an interpretation of data received from information services on work that they performed that was coded towards fire and repeater maintenance, I believe. So, it's likely that it would probably be a good idea if the executive office did review some of that information from time to time on the final cost plan. But, it is very important that the data be accurate on the cost plan in terms of how internal service departments are coding their time on their timesheets, and how, if they are direct billing, what they are direct billing to the various departments and agencies that may be working with the county. So we have to be able to tie those correlations together, and we have to be able to substantiate the actual costs, for instance, of labor with what shows in timesheets and timesheet codes. Most of the internal service departments are pretty familiar with that, but it's quite likely, for instance, somebody in information services or even in the auditor's office may not know that we don't want to bill, something related to fire to the fire support budget unit. So those are intricacies that will have to get worked out. Fire support wasn't a budget unit that was receiving the 87 costs. It does obviously have contracting and check writing internal service costs associated with it.
So two follow-up points. One is, if special districts are going to get hit with the county's expense of managing their money, and they have the option to pull out, we should give them notice. Many may wish to pull out, and I think some fire districts have decided to manage their money themselves, and they can do it at a lower cost. 63,000 doesn't sound like much to a county that spends $500 million in a year, but to a fire district that's running bake sales, it's significant. Even their fair portion of that is significant, right? That may be one of their fundraisers to pay the county costs of administering their money. I think we have a duty to work with the special districts, let them know this is coming in advance, and then they can do as they wish, but surprising them won't go well. And then the second concern, there's been several board decisions to not bill the rural fire districts for repeater services. I don't know how we would come up with a fair portion, because when they respond, they're almost always mutual aid. You hear fire department, say they have 300 calls per year, probably 5 or 6 of those are structure fires. Most of them are medical aids. The medical, they're mutual aid to someone else. So how do we hit that local volunteer fire department with the cost of the repeater that's servicing medical calls when the county is responsible for the EMS system? I'd like to see what that accounting is, how we're dividing it fairly. If you want to bill them for those 5 structure calls, that's one thing. But if we're billing them for overall air traffic, most of that traffic isn't theirs. I think it's county responsibility. It falls under EMS, and they just happen to be providing mutual aid for us, often at no cost to the county.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think this is a good example of where the transparency of even just having this conversation wasn't provided to me as a board member before the agenda. I got a hyperlink, wasn't sure exactly what where the conversation was going to lead. And because this is a workshop, that's fine. We had a conversation, we heard from the executive office and the ATTC's office. And I just would hope that when items come back that are A87, that there is clear information for me to see as a board member as to what is being charged and why. And I think that's where the public's concern, the special district's concerns are, is that there needs to be more transparency for that. The other thing that I have a concern about is to make sure that if we are charging A87 costs, and this is not only to external agencies, this is also internally, that we are constantly doing process improvements, that we are streamlining things, and that we are providing the best value for those charges. I understand, of course, wanting to receive funding back from grants for the work that's being done by other departments. At the same time, I really also want to make sure that we're using dollars efficiently. And whether those are federal dollars or state dollars or local tax dollars, it's all everybody's money regardless. And so we need to be using it all efficiently.
Okay, and Ms. Pierce, I believe you gave us a date of when this is going to come back to the board. Is that correct?
If I may, through the chair, I don't believe we've identified a date.
No? Okay. Apologies. Anything else from the board? No. We'll open this up, cost plan A87 to the public. Anybody in the room? No? Madam Clerk?
Seeing none online.
All right. Thank you. We'll move on to R6, fund reserve balance.
If I may, through the chair,
Thank you.
Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. Forgive me, this is a little bit to read through, but I want to make sure that I read it so it's clear. So good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Interim County Counsel Elliott. So the next topic we are going to discuss is the fund balance carry forward. This discussion also ties into the state audit, which will be discussed later this afternoon. During discussions with the state, it was clear that the county's terminology for unspent funds from previous years is confusing. Today, we want to not only clarify terminology, but also discuss recommendations for what balance should remain in the county's unrestricted fund balance for times of emergencies and/or downturns in economy. So historically, the county has called the unspent funds from previous years carry forward. The appropriate accounting term is unrestricted fund balance. The language of unrestricted fund balance is also what you'll find in the ACFRs. We would like to emphasize and note that the unrestricted fund balance in the ACFRs will be greater than the amount the board has full discretionary use of, as the amount under the general column in the ACFRs is more than just general fund. This is also noted in the state audit recommendations and responses. So regarding the appropriate level of unrestricted fund balance, it is essential governments maintain adequate levels of unrestricted fund balance to mitigate current and future risks and to ensure stable tax rates. The Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, recommends at a minimum, general purpose governments, regardless of size, should maintain unrestricted fund balance in their general fund of no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating expenditures. What does this mean for the county? As presented during the Q1 presentations, the target balance for the county per GFOA recommendations is $27.1 million. As of fiscal year 24-25 preliminary close, the general reserve, where the county tracks the general fund unrestricted fund balance, is $14 million. This means the county's balance is underfunded by roughly $13 million. These calculations do not include non-general fund departments. So based on the state audit and GFO recommendations, the county should prioritize and ensure there is adequate unrestricted fund balance. It is also important to remember unrestricted fund balance should not be used to balance a budget or for ongoing expenses without a plan. Per GFOA, most state and local governments are subject to a requirement to pass a balanced budget. However, a budget that may fit the statutory definition of a balanced budget may not, in fact, be financially sustainable. For example, a budget that is balanced by such standards could include the use of non-recurring resources such as asset sales or reserves to fund ongoing expenditures and thus not be in a structural balance. A true structurally balanced budget is one that supports financial sustainability for multiple years into the future. A government needs to make sure that it is aware of the distinction between satisfying the statutory definition and achieving a true structurally balanced budget. That's from GFOA. So the next step for the county is to understand what portion of our unrestricted fund balance is reoccurring versus one-time in nature. As discussed previously, the Executive Office and Auditor Controller during mid-year, which is on February 24th, will bring back these calculations to determine recurring and one-time. The Executive Office has begun to examine the preliminary 24-25 unrestricted fund balance and will be meeting with the Auditor Controller later this month. So during mid-year, we will also have an updated projection for 26-27 fiscal year. The board must remember if there is a portion of unrestricted fund balance identified as reoccurring, the county at the same time has reoccurring expenses which are currently unfunded. Some example of these current unfunded recurring expenses are staffing for the new behavioral health wing of the jail, which is projected to be roughly about $1.8 million in new salary and benefits. As a note, the sheriff has reached out to the state regarding potential funding opportunities for the new staffing, and we'll bring back more information as that's available. Additionally, additional unfunded reoccurring expenses the county has identified are impacts from HR 1, including indigent care through CMSP. And as we have presented in the CEO reports, the county is slightly behind target on the 6% attrition savings. As a note, you'll hear more on CMSP tomorrow during the Health Summit portion of the workshop. So lastly, if it is the board's desire to spend a portion of unrestricted fund balance, we should prioritize projects which are one-time in nature. Examples of one-time expenses are roads, deferred capital maintenance, and system updates, as we've discussed, such as Munis. And as discussed before, deferred maintenance alone is estimated at $8 million. So I'll pause here if we have any questions and discussion.
Yeah, I have one. I apologize. Could you repeat the number associated with the PUF?
With the, sorry, say that again?
Psychiatric facility?
It's not the psychiatric facility, it's the new jail wing.
Oh, my apologies.
And it's 1.8 million is the rough estimate for new salary and benefits to staff.
1.8.
8.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Can we, at a later date, see the documentation on the 1.8 million? I think it was around 2020. There was an estimate of 3.4, and I know wages have increased since. I'm wondering how we got back to 1.8. Or question, maybe rephrase the question is, with 1.8 ongoing, is that based on current salaries, and is that fully staffed to be in compliance with law?
If I may, Through the chair, we had a meeting with the sheriff, and I see he's not in the room at the moment, yesterday, and we had a discussion about the staffing. That is an increased level to 8 additional, 6 deputies and 2 sergeants, and that is on current funding. I believe maybe the numbers that were presented prior, we had a higher inmate count than we do currently, and I believe pre-trial has assisted with that. I think around the time we were getting those numbers, we were well over 300 inmates. Today, not today, but of recent, and I can't speak today because it changes overnight, but my understanding is they were around 230 inmates. So it could be that reduction and also the efficiencies that have gone into the new behavioral health wing.
So I like that number. It's a lot less than we'd heard previously, but the worry is the board will have to plan for the years ahead. And if we find out that number is wrong, it could be catastrophic to the planning. And so, more than a low number, I would like the accurate number. And so I guess I'd like to see the documentation because I want to know what happened from our previous estimate. Where's the old estimate? Well, let's look at the new one. What's changed? We don't want to get in a situation where we say we worked with what we had and it's out of compliance and we need more.
Certainly, we can ask the sheriff's office to bring that forward in the future. And I don't know if it was the sheriff or Sheriff Ullman that was projecting the 3.4. So I think we would need to go back and look at Sheriff Kendall's projections originally and do some of that work. So we can work with them.
Thank you.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, going back to those numbers, I know the CMSP is kind of a projection, but what are we projecting for that as an annual ongoing cost with the HR1 cuts?
So the CMSP discussion is tomorrow, and we don't have a county level view. We do know our current obligation that has been waived since the ACA was $247,000 annually. So we know it will be at least $247,000. Now their budget, which you will hear tomorrow, is going up significantly by their calculations of how many people will fall off of the ACA or don't qualify for Medi-Cal. But again, we'll have further discussions on that tomorrow.
Okay, and with that unrestricted fund balance being about 11 million and 8 million that we kind of need for the deferred capital maintenance or roads or however we want to do that, it leaves us maybe about 3 million that might be ongoing.
If I may, through the chair, we have not done the work yet of what is ongoing versus one time. That's something that the auditor, controller, and myself will meet within the next few weeks on. But I'd also like to repoint out that in order to get our true unrestricted fund balance to where it needs to be, the county would need to fund an additional 13 million. So if the true unrestricted fund balance from this year is 11, it's not even meeting the recommendations from the state or GFOA to have the reserve where it needs to be.
Right, if we were to use it just to replenish the
Correct.
The unrestricted fund balance.
Correct.
Or the reserves. I mean.
Yes, the
Right.
county tracks our unrestricted fund balance in a reserve, and in order to get that reserve up to where the standard of GFOA and the state, we would have to fund an additional 13 million.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll open this real quick to the public. Anybody in the room? No? Madam Clerk? Okay, Supervisor Mulhern?
Could you describe in what years has the reserve balance been used versus one-time unrestricted funds been used to balance the budget? When was the last time that, and I understand that there's been an interchanging of the terms, so that is part of our challenge currently. But in what year has what board members or what the public consider the reserve, the goal of the 13 million to get to that, what years was that used to balance the budget?
If I may, through the chair, the reserve has recently been used to basically fund the jail and then get reimbursed back through the certificate of participations. But over the last 3 years, we have been, so if you were to take the carry forward and consider that part of the reserve now, for the last 3 years at least, we have balanced the budget using one-time funds. Recently, this year it was, I think, roughly $6 million on top of a $6 million attrition savings.
So understanding that this board, prior boards, other boards have not considered that carry forward as part of the reserve. So has it not been used then? Because the one-time funds have been used?
So the only time that prior board used reserve was the 4.5 million to fund the jail project. And I'm going to say this is 22 or 23. But that money was just paid back with the certificates of participation and the bonds. So that brought it from 9.5 up to the 14 million at the end of 24, 25. So it has been used for that purpose. You also had a policy of putting a dollar amount in there on an annual basis. That has not happened either, right? So it's been stagnant for a number of years. And we're working on that policy, or did we get that cleaned up?
If I may, through the chair, we're working on that policy, and it's also called out in the state audit, and the goal is to have that back by the end of this fiscal year, so June 30th.
CEO, and that's the same with, I think it's policy 19. Is that correct?
Is that policy 19?
It's policy 18 was the other one that was called out in the state, which is our travel and
No, the maintenance on facilities.
that one is also being worked on as well.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number.
It's 33 or 34. I'm not sure which one.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
The 1.8 million will cause the overall spending by the jail to go up X% on an annual basis. But revenue is increasing less than X. What's our strategic plan? This isn't isolated. I see a lot of examples where we're increasing ongoing spending, but we don't have ongoing revenue increases to back it. Does that mean we're not talking about it, but something will get cut somewhere? It'll probably be roads.
If I may, through the chair, roads dollars currently are the federal state dollars that they get in the SB1. So those are never touched unless they're not. You just don't give them more on an annual basis. So the roads department hasn't received additional general fund, but maybe once in the last 5 years, and that was $700,000 to my recollection. So it wouldn't necessarily be roads, but it would have to come from somewhere unless this board takes up, again, at the state, this keeps crossing up with our state audit discussion, increasing your revenues. And that was one recommendation, is having serious discussions on increasing your revenues. Again, figuring out how to collect that other 30% of properties that are not assessed, selling those properties that haven't been sold, and maybe they're purchased by somebody locally and they get back into the market and they start adding to the tax base. And also if you're going to consider a tax measure, sales tax or TOT tax.
So one point of contention, SB1 is a declining source of revenue
Yes.
for roads. Every year there's less by design. So unless the county tops it off to make it whole, we have less road work being performed. Our roads are being defunded by our inaction. So that's my point. In this county, we're increasing what we spend on jail, and we're effectively decreasing what we spend on roads. And then the public comes to us with stories about why are Potter Valley's roads so bad? Well, all of the roads are bad, right? You get outside of the cities, they're bad in every direction, but the ones we drive on we think are the worst because we're hitting the potholes every day. What's our strategic plan? We're not really talking about it, but we're talking about these piecemeal. You're increasing $1.8 million to a jail, and I understand why. You have to do it, but we're not increasing $1.8 million to roads. What do you think the public's response to this will be? They're not using the jail. They're getting some benefit from it, but they're not using it. They're using the roads, and they don't like the experience, and we're all going to hear about it.
If I may, through the chair, I know you're addressing the board, as I think you should, because I think it's a legislature issue. As you know, more people are buying EV vehicles that aren't being charged, and we really need the state and/or feds to act on that, so that however that works, I don't know what that methodology would be, but that needs to come back to help our roads. And I think acting and working through our state legislature and federal partners would be the way to get something moving.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, the SB1 has been one of those frustrating things that I've been witnessing for the last 7 years, is that being on MCOG and CalCog, I've been the representative of CalCog, and just seeing the idea that SB1 is getting defunded because of the number of EVs on the road, that the income is coming in, the revenues are coming in less, but the state legislature is not doing anything to deal with it, is just really frustrating, because it is affecting the roads. And so maybe we need to send another letter to our legislators, through our ledge platform, because it's just like that inaction every year is costing the state billions of dollars in road maintenance. We're talking about the budget now, and I think last year when we did this workshop, one of the things that was effective was to see where people are with the budget and what are the non-negotiables. And we're seeing that we don't have the unrestricted fund balance up to where it needs to be. We're seeing needs for roads. We're seeing the revenues not totally maximized to their potential according to the state audit. And so it's kind of like, what are our non-negotiables? And I think last year, one of them was, we're not going to use one-time only money for ongoing expenses. And I think that that's really one of the things that we have to hold our hats on, like we cannot use, one-time only money, whether it's from that $11 million or whatever, however much is determined as one-time only, not to use that to balance the budget. And we're seeing, even with that $700,000 we were supposed to be getting from the cost plan, we might not be getting it all. And the other is, there was one other, I'm forgetting it right now. Oh, it was the attrition rate, and not achieving the $6 million in the attrition rate. And so how are we going to balance the budget this year if we don't meet those? Or we're just going to have to use some of that kind of what we consider ongoing money from that $11 million to balance the budget this year. And that will limit the amount we have for the new wing of the jail and other ongoing costs that we're going to see next year. So I guess my question is to the board, are there any other non-negotiables to balance the budget?
Supervisor Klein.
Well, my pen was up to comment on SB1 and the road funding. I just want to add, even with charging EVs adequately to make up for the gap between gas drivers and EVs, we're systematically still disadvantaged. Our rural community is not being funded. Even at the start of SB1, with less electric vehicles on the road. We were already at a disadvantage due to population size and just the scale, the amount of land we have in our county. So I just want to make that point. That has to be at the forefront of our conversations with the state, is that rural counties are not being set up to succeed. And so that we have to be, that needs to be a part of the equation in the conversation that I don't see happening. But to the direction that Supervisor Haschak took his comments, I agree, we can't use one-time funds for costs that aren't one-time. So I'll open it up because this conversation's now gone in a different direction, but I agree with your commentaries. We can't let that be a practice.
Supervisor Williams.
Last year at the workshop, or I'll call it the Willits meeting, I had asked for support on $1 million for roads, and this would just be to do a better patching job, not to repave anything, but just increase the rate of and the quality of patches. And I was thankful my colleagues supported that idea, and then we didn't do it because we didn't have the money, which is true. But we're going to increase our spending $1.8 million on the jail. I think if you ask the public, what's your preference, 1.8 for the jail or 900,000 for the jail and 900,000 for roads? They're going to go with the latter. So we're saying we're reflecting public priorities, but I don't know that we actually are. And it's interesting how we hit some mandates and then we say we ran out of money and there's mandates remaining. How does the board want to juggle those mandates? Where's the venue where we decide whether to fully fund or partially fund some mandates so that we can have funds left over to work on other mandates and public priorities? Because if we do business as usual, the roads will continue to decline. We're going to talk about it. We're going to say it's the state not funding us properly, and that all may be true, but the public is going to drive on roads that are even worse. Like, if we want to change this, we have to put down roads as a higher priority than something else, fund it, and take the hit in another category. Are we willing to do that?
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, something you said, is making me reflect on something I've seen this board do over and over, whether it's the jail wing or the charging stations. We go down a road and start a project without a true understanding of what the impact's going to be. And then we get halfway through and it's going to have a huge cost to the county, or it's not going to bring in enough revenue to actually sustain it, or it's a state mandate with no funding to go along with it. And we're stuck in this position of choosing between things that we're supposed to do and the things that we actually want to do for the public. And I know we're not alone in this. There are other counties that are in the exact same boat with us. So how do we change this? Because I see us spending time play whack-a-mole on things that aren't true priorities for our constituents.
Supervisor Haschak.
There's the supposed to do's, but there's also the have to do's. And if we have this jail wing, we have to staff it. And if the best we can do is 1.8 million, then we've got to deal with that reality. If the roads is still a high priority, which of course it is, then we have a discussion later today, and I think Howard DeShiel has provided some of the information from that survey that MCOG did, saying where people are with tax measure, because I don't see it coming from the general fund right now.
Okay, any more discussion on this from the board? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. We'll have a conversation during the audit section of the workshops about the recommendations from the audit, and that was going back to the conversation we're having right now about the reserve fund balance. And that is the conversation that the board is asked in a variety of ways every time we talk about the budget and how we want to use the funds and whether or not we want to contribute more dollars to the reserve or use them for things like one-time $1 million on roads. And the conversation gets shifted and changed throughout the budget workshops and the budget process to a point where I think that sometimes that gets forgotten, that was the original conversation. So I just want to say, again, that I think for our constituents all over the county and everybody's roads, investing in trying to at least give some type of maintenance to our existing roads is critically important. Maybe for me, and we're not being asked today to decide this, but maybe for me, more than meeting the requirement of the recommendation of what the reserve balance needs to be. So I think that's the conversation that the board can have during the audit conversation and future conversations about the budget and how we move forward.
Supervisor Williams?
Thank you for getting us back on track, and I support that as well. I can't imagine spending 13 million in a reserve that will be lost to inflation while the roads deteriorate. That's not going to go well with the public. I think we use all of our available funds for infrastructure. And I mean, alternatively, you leave it in that, you double the size of that reserve, crippling other infrastructure and services, and 10 years from now, it may have half the buying power. What have we done for the public?
CEO?
If I may, through the chair, there is a recommendation by the GFA as well, is if you need to draw down out of your reserve, or we can't fund it to the full amount that the recommendation is, that we have a plan. So, for example, this year, say we have 10 million in one-time funds. Okay, maybe you decide to put $1 million to reserve and $1 million to roads, and or some other plan. Those are discussions that you can have at mid-year and the workshops that are coming up. What is the best way to get that there? And is it a 5-year plan? Is it a 10-year plan? Whatever your recommendation is, then the fiscal people, we know how to move forward with getting you to the mark. And maybe you don't want to be at the 27 or whatever Sarah quoted, but maybe you want to be at instead of 14, you want to be at 20, or you want to be at something else. So you set a target and you set a goal to get there. And I think as long as there's a goal and some steps towards that, you're making progress on having the county be more sustainable in the future in case there is a large economic downturn or another natural disaster where we have to use those funds, at least for a short time.
Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, I want to thank the CEO for that added context, because I hear my colleagues, they don't want to put this large amount of money aside when we have such pressing things facing our community in terms of services, the infrastructure that's needed. The problem is I feel we're at a crossroad at this point. Are we going to take the county in a financially responsible path and set us up for success in the future? Or are we going to continue to play ping pong? And so I think there's a way for us to do it in a responsible way where we say we're going to work towards this goal while still trying to meet the needs of our constituents. I think there's a balance there.
Supervisor Williams?
It's like you're suffering a heart attack and somebody says you should contribute to your health savings account, right? It's not the priority. You have a county with a structural deficit. There isn't any money to squirrel away for hard times. This is a hard time right now. So if we want to talk about directing staff to increase our reserves, we're going to have to first address the structural deficit.
Okay, CEO, we've got lunch scheduled for 11:30, and we're not all the way through this item. Is your staff comfortable with doing lunch at 11:30 and coming back and finishing this in the appropriate spot?
Yeah, I think Heather would be next unless you had any questions on the year-to-date report, which is attached and has been attached in the CEO report as requested by this board. So I don't know, Sarah, if we had anything to add on the year-to-date report other than this is the year-to-date report, what we were able to pull out of Munis as late as midweek last week for uploading. So
do we want to take risk now?
We can take a risk after. Yeah. She's fine with lunch. Heather's here all day. Okay. So if you had any questions about this, but for Sarah and I, we're basically done unless Sarah had something to
Just
add.
one quick comment. It's the year-to-date report is through December.
Okay, and then how long are we anticipating for the risk? Okay. Yeah, Ms. Covison, my apologies, I didn't see your hand up.
That's okay, thank you. Auditor Controller Treasurer Tax Collector Shamice Cubison. I would just like to point out for the discussion on reserve and fund balance, it's really important to remember that the general fund also has the same considerations as any other fund in terms of needing to have enough in the reserve and the fund balance to carry us through cash deficit times. We cannot forget that we are also dependent in the general fund of the cash flow of receiving funds, either apportionments from the state, sales tax, property tax, TOT. Those all have certain times throughout the year that they may be leaner than other times, as well as when you have to essentially shore up another fund, like when transportation ran negative significantly. So it's not just this mythical reserve or fund balance. It's important to keep in mind that when we run negative on cash, you are generating negative interest. It is costing the general fund the interest to run negative. So I just want to point out that it's not completely mythical. It is actual reality in terms of consider it a bank account. You need to have enough money in your bank account to cover your bills when you're waiting for payments to come from the state. So please keep that in mind when you're thinking about the reserves and the fund balance.
Thank you for that. Okay. Well,
Mr. Chair, I have a
yeah,
question then.
please.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for me when this item comes back, if it's at mid-year, if the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the executive office fiscal team can provide the board with more information about what specifically that looks like. What is the range that any given time, obviously I'm aware of the conversation we had about roads, but at any given time, what is the range of times and the amount and dates when we are potentially reaching a negative balance because of cash flow?
Supervisor Williams?
The county spends 80%, 82% of its revenue, discretionary dollars on labor. Almost all of our spending is labor. And those expenses that aren't are like utilities, things that we can't control. So it's impossible to talk about increasing the reserve without having a staff reduction. So if that's really what we're talking about, we should call it what it is. And I understand the merits of having the reserve and not paying the negative interest, but I don't want us to pretend that we're going to make a decision to increase the reserve with the current level of staffing. The mathematics doesn't work. So, I mean, does anybody disagree with me? You think you can have the current spend on the current staff and increase the reserve at the same time? If we could do that, we wouldn't have a structural deficit. We wouldn't have allocated over $6 million of one-time funds to get through for the year.
If I may, if I'm following you, we're talking about using the one-time funds. We're not talking about operational. And so that's the part we really want to get down to what Ms. Cubison had reported. I think it was around 11 or 12 million of carry forward, is determining what is that's truly operational, ongoing dollars that can be used versus one-time funds that came in for various other reasons like interest, right? So I think that's the piece we have to determine, because we're looking at two separate buckets and saying you got one-time funds, maybe you should be using those for roads or using those to backfill your reserve or those types of things. You shouldn't be using those dollars for your staffing, because that's when you get deeper into the structural deficit that you currently have.
Well, why would we have allocated we called it one-time funds at the time, to balance the budget? Was it 2 years? If we actually had fund balance, it could have gone to reserve. Like, it seems like we're arguing that we should spend the same dollar twice. I'd like to see the documentation.
Well, and also to Ms. Cubison's point is having enough money to, have your cash flow function for you appropriately at various times a year when maybe we're running out of property tax money or those types of things and other large bills come through, which I think was basically the need of using the 4.5 million of the general reserve before, was to keep that cash flow up while we waited for the COPs to come through. And so when the COPs came through, we were able to fund back the reserve account. to the 14. So in my mind, we're talking two pots of money, and we're trying to encourage not going down the structural deficit further. And those are the discussions that once we have further information on February 24th, when we could do mid-year and a workshop for 26, 27.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Cannot talk about. Obviously, I can't talk about outstanding litigation, current litigation in public session. And then also one thing I can't do, which I'd like to do, is compare us to other counties. Other counties don't release their data, but if they did, I would love to compare us. But right now, most counties don't want to share how, why, and when they're getting sued. So going forward, and I'll make this kind of quick, the California liability market, next slide, please. California's liability landscape is bad, and this does actually really impact us. Claims filed against public entities have increased rather dramatically, 23% over 10 years. Premiums are escalating. Some counties are taking on high as $5 million per claim, keeping it in-house before insurance even kicks in. Large losses, over $1 million or more, make up less than 1% of the claims that get filed every year, but it's 61% of taxpayer dollars that pay out for claims. Between fiscal year 2014-15, 21-22, those large losses, excess of 1 million, has increased by 46%. And then taxpayer dollars using to fund claims made against public entities is increasing. It tripled from 18-19 to 23-24, and this is statewide, including cities, counties, smaller public entities. And it's projected to double again in 26-27. And large claims have quadrupled from 18-19 and to 23-24, and it's going to triple probably by 26-27. So everything is bad, and this does impact us because the state, all these other cities, we are all being insured by the same folks, so that means our premiums are going up. Next slide, please, Miriam. On average, it does take 4 or 5 years for a liability claim to resolve. We've had one that was open for like 10 years. Sometimes they can be open longer. And only 45% of the claims filed in 23-24 closed. What this means is that, while we are waiting for reimbursement for insurance, we don't get it until after the claim is closed. Once in a while, we can get pre-reimbursement, but that's very rare. So we are holding on to those payments and liability issues until the case is closed. So a fiscal year for the life of a claim really doesn't matter because a lot of these go between fiscal years and everything like that. So you can't look at one fiscal year because it makes it a lot more difficult. Next slide, please, Miriam. What's driving these losses? Nuclear verdicts. These are all statewide issues, and the thing is that the county doesn't exist in a vacuum. Everything that is going on at a statewide level is going to impact this county. Some of these things have impacted us, and some of these things we want to prepare the best defenses to make sure that if they do impact us, we can minimize the damage. Nuclear verdicts, which are verdicts in excess of 10 million, used to be incredibly uncommon. Every time I go to a risk presentation or listen to a risk presentation or read an article about insurance, it talks about nuclear verdicts going up. It has never gone down. It just gets higher and higher. AB 218 has dramatically changed the liability landscape for the state of California. AB 218, for those folks who don't know, is the removal of statute of limitations for sexual molestation and abuse cases. Los Angeles County last year set aside $4 billion for settlement. And if you think that's not going to impact the insurance market, boy, is it. Everything, with AB 218, you have claims that are incredibly old. Folks don't work here anymore. You might have a lack of documentation. It could be hard to defend. And LA Times actually wrote a very interesting article about outside investors are starting to fund AB 218 litigation with large law firms and hoping for large payouts. So it'd be interesting to read that article if you haven't. Inflation has made an issue. Medical inflation is a huge deal. Every time we pay on a medical related claim, workers' comp or a personal injury loss, those costs of medical are going up. Litigation financing is going up because you have investors making investments in suing counties. So you have to get better and better defenses against those large mega law firms. Social inflation is kind of a silly term, but it was on one of my reports, and I thought I would use it anyway. That is basically referring to the fact that we, are more interconnected than ever. We are seeing more of these large losses. I saw this county, paid out $10 million. Money has become less valuable as we are paying more for eggs, as we are paying more for this. The amount of what we are willing to pay out on litigation or what a jury is willing to pay out on litigation just keeps going up as they hear of other litigation going. So, socially, as we are all communicating, that group mind is going up. Decreased number of insurers willing to participate in California's liability market. There was a little phrase they like to use, remember your ABCs, let's insure anywhere but California. And so, we are required to be insured by the state. And so we have to have insurance. So there is, as that market participation decreases, our costs and premiums go up. Again, increased severity of workers' compensation losses. As we add more things that are coverable by workers' comp, including GLP-1s in some cases, these medical costs, as a result, sometimes you have to pay for weight loss surgery if an injury has caused that. So, increased severity of workers' compensation loss. Really, the medical claims have just gone up. The cost of medical doesn't get cheaper for governments. It just goes up and up and up. And we also have, this should be a fairly obvious one, increasing cyber threats. For most public entities, there are a lot of hackers out there who try to get our data, hold it ransom, and want us to use our cyber liability insurance to pay the ransom so we can get it back. This happens more and more and more. Our IDT department is working diligently to protect the county. They are always doing upgrades and always doing things to protect us. We've since AB 109 passed, we've had a dramatic increase in jail claims since I've worked here. You have more sophisticated inmates, more litigious inmates. The more they close state prisons, you're going to have more sophisticated inmates. It's not just Billy who went to Dick's and needs to sleep it off at, in the drunk tank. We have, more significant prisoners who are filing claims. Also, an increased natural disasters and catastrophic losses. I know you all know very well that the home insurance market is going up. That doesn't change property insurance, for public entities. We are in the same fire zones as everybody else. And so as insurance goes up as a relation to these natural disasters and catastrophic losses, everything just continues to grow. We have a far more robust EOC program to deal with catastrophic natural disasters and losses than we did in the past. We've been doing a lot of loss prevention in those ways, making sure that we are kind of keeping up and protecting ourselves with defenses. I'm not going to list all of them here because that's just exposing us to threats, but we do every day work on loss prevention. Next slide. Some of these suggestions are very obvious, but there's a reason that trip and falls and auto accidents are the bread and butter of the insurance agency. It's because they happen the most often. When people are traveling to and from meetings, they trip and fall, they get into fender benders. We had someone get hit last week. Someone ran a stop sign and hit one of our county cars. When you're traveling to and from, you are increasing the risk of liability. Every time you get in the car, you're increasing the risk of liability. So the more you can do remotely, the less exposure that you have. These things aren't usually high dollar claims. They aren't high dollar issues, but they can be. You have one person who might be medically sensitive. They could trip and fall and it could cost millions, not because through any fault of their own. These are just things that happen. So it is really important that, we are trying not to do things where we are encouraging people to travel unneedlessly. Just for a financial perspective, it's more cost efficient to have teams. But again, you aren't going to have those trip and falls. You also want to make sure your policies and procedures are updated and compliant with the law. It's pretty easy. We get really busy. We don't keep abreast of changes in the law, and we aren't updating our policies. I'm not saying anybody in particular. This is just something that happens. We've always done it this way. Just make sure that for your particular department, your particular agency, that you are following any kind of updates to the law and making sure you're incorporating it with new policies and procedures. And then, if any departments have questions, they can reach out to County Council or Risk. Again, departments should be notifying the Executive Office, County Council, and Human Resources on potential liability issues. Most of the time they do, sometimes they don't. What we don't want is to come in where we are putting out a fire rather than we are, preventing a fire from even happening. prevention costs way less than response. We don't want to be, we just have to be proactive. We have to make sure that the things that we do are the most cost efficient, that the things that we do aren't exposing us to risk, that we're doing things safely, and that we aren't cutting corners, and that we're following the law. And, the law does change all the time. Legislature's always passing new laws. Partnerships, we want to work with nearby counties and public entities. We want to make sure that we aren't doing things in a vacuum. Sometimes in small counties, we're like, oh, we'll just kind of make a policy out of thin air. Don't. Just look at some of the larger counties who have probably had more lawsuits than you. Just make sure, see how they're handling it, see how they're responding. We as the state of California counties should be, working more collaboratively together. And, I said maintain our legislative platform and speak with our legislators. And I know that we can go as County of Mendocino, but I think it makes a bigger difference. I mean, because Mendocino County is small and rural, and frankly, they don't really care a ton about us. But, in our statewide agencies like CSAC, PRISM, some of our JPAs that we participate in, we should really be active in those, because that is where our voice is going to be heard the loudest, is when we are all speaking together and together. So that's really the kind of the gist of it, is that I know that it's hard as a rural county to actually have your voice heard, but when we are speaking in our kind of, everybody kind of has issues going to statewide organizations, but this is really where we're going to have our voice heard. Next slide. Okay, so now that I've told you everything horrible, I'm going to talk about workers' comp. Our workers' comp premiums have gone down rather drastically. We've had advantageous claim development. We've changed our claims handling procedures. If you see claims filed by fiscal year, of course, we're only at mid-year for fiscal year 25-26, so it will increase. But we're on a good track. It's actually a record low so far, and hopefully it stays that way. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Supervisor Williams?
2 questions. Is it possible to get a chart of overall claims payout changes year to year relative to discretionary revenue year to year? Like we know that our costs from a risk perspective will go up, but is it outpacing our revenue increases? I don't expect it right now, but is that something that could come back?
Possibly. It might not look exactly as you're describing, but
Okay. I just want to know, is it sustainable?
is
our revenue keeping up with increased losses?
I mean, can anything keep up with increased losses, really?
Yeah.
Especially in a rural county?
Well, if not, we're going to have to cut somewhere else, so it's good to know what that trend is.
Okay.
And 2, you had a lot of recommendations about policies.
Uh-huh.
Do you think, are there examples where we're not implementing those ideas and we're increasing our
No,
risk?
actually, one thing that I did want to bring up is that, our Assistant CEO, Sarah Pierce, has just done a huge revitalization of Policy One.
Yeah.
And, I know that was a state auditor recommendation. There has been a increased, currently right now, we are looking at all those policies and procedures, and we need to.
Okay.
Not for any, and a lot of people, especially right now, seems to be a lot more collaboration than there was in the past. And so we have more folks coming to risk, to EO, to county council with help on issues, personnel, accidents, incidents, injuries.
So it's fair to say you may be speaking to the departments less than the board. I'm an easy yes. I imagine my colleagues, if these specific ideas, if it were an agenda item, I would say, yes, let's do it.
Yeah,
is it already happening?
Yeah, it's already happening.
Okay.
We're doing loss prevention every day. We're working with departments every day. We have meetings with departments every day. A lot of it, really only when it's terrible it comes to you. But for the most part, a lot of the claims that don't happen don't come to you.
Okay, Supervisor Hastert.
Well, my question goes back to the budget discussion about the unrestricted reserves. So if there's any more questions for risk.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please.
So going back to that discussion we had about this unrestricted fund balance of 11 million, and we don't know exactly how much is going to be ongoing versus one time only. Just seems like the board should be presented with a list. The way I see it is we have all this deferred maintenance, right? The roofs that need to be replaced, all of that, which comes out to $8 million. You see a list of that, which we've seen before, and one of those attachments, roads, and then we also have, the unrestricted fund balance. And just let's go through those at one of these upcoming meetings and figure out what we want to fund with that one time, that we've identified as just one time only. And give that direction.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. So yes, during mid-year, on February 24th, I believe it is, we will be bringing back what's reoccurring versus one time of the 11 million, let's say. And then from there, we can have a list of what, one-time known expenses are, such as deferred maintenance, roads, system updates, such as Munis, we can list. We have numerous ones we can list.
Right, and then just prioritize them and, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Just before we move on from the fiscal section, I did want to thank the executive office for including the monthly reports in the CEO report. I do look at them and I think that when we come into mid-year and we come into future budget conversations, and if it's possible, again, that the fiscal elected officials provide a narrative as to why the board or the public should be concerned or not concerned about specific things. And I'll go straight to property tax revenue, which, it is maybe not on pace to be at 50% halfway through the year, right? But a small, brief narrative about why it's not would be helpful as an elected that's answering to constituents as to where we are and where we should expect to be. Property tax revenue doesn't all come in at the same time, but a very brief narrative as to why or when it should be expected would be helpful.
Okay. That's going to bring us to lunch. We were scheduled 11:30 to 12, but it's quarter to 12 now. Does the board think that we can be back here really close to 12 o'clock? For
Yes, we can be back close to that time. As you know, we've brought in food for everybody, so we can
Right,
try to stay on track.
yeah, okay. Thank you. We are going to go back to the safety panel and R3. The safety panel is made up of presenters Sheriff Kendall, Chief Probation, excuse me, Chief Probation Officer Locatelli, Public Defender Hill, and District Attorney Eister. We will start with the state of public safety in Mendocino County, which is on there. I'm not sure if any of you would like to address that.
I'll start off.
Yes, sir.
So this year in Mendocino County, we've seen a marked reduction in violent crimes, a reduction in homicides. I believe we've handled 2 homicides this year at the sheriff's office, which is significantly down from, the previous 35 years that I've been here. Some of this was due to modern medicine. We had several people who were shot and had some pretty significant injuries. Had those folks not lived through it, we would have had 5 homicides. However, we are still struggling with homelessness. We are still struggling with drug addictions. We're still struggling with a lot of the crimes that are kind of in your face on the street. They are still at misdemeanor levels, with the exception of some of the Prop 36 changes. Prop 36 was not funded by the state of California for a second year in a row. I think that in itself is a real problem. However, we will see where things where they morph into over the next couple of years. I've seen some of the point in time counts on homelessness and things like that, and there appears to be some areas where we're improving. There also appears to be some areas where we are not improving. Thefts are still very significant. We have had some pretty serious burglary rings hit Mendocino County. We've had some serious, what I like to call it, scams and things going on across the county in the same fashion that they're going across the nation. We recently had a case where someone basically cloned a business trying to get their paychecks and whatnot sent to another state. So those are the types of things that we're seeing a lot of right now.
Sheriff, I have one question for you real quick, if you could. Could you explain, for the public's benefit, the impacts to just the sheriff's department when, say, there is a homicide? What exactly it means as far as officers, overtime, that kind of stuff?
So just about every homicide that occurs in Mendocino County in my jurisdiction will cost roughly $100,000 to $150,000 by the time that our district attorney gets done prosecuting it. And it's the overtime that we have to pay and straight time that we have to pay for the personnel to be out on this homicide scene, all the way up to forensic work, to courtroom testimony, all of these things. It's going to cost us $100,000 to $150,000. Now, when they occur in the city, Lord knows we're going to be there to help, but you have to remember the Sheriff's Office and the Ukiah Police Department are the 2 cities that currently have detectives, and the District Attorney's Office, with their DA investigators, they kind of wind up being the detectives for the cities when these things occur. They've got, an investigative unit that takes care of a huge portion of that. We'll partner up on those things, but even working together and partnering up, the district attorney also has a lot of work that gets done from the investigation end of it through his investigators, and that doesn't count what he spends to prosecute these.
Thank you. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I was wondering about cannabis enforcement and how that went this year, and do we still have any money that Senator McGuire got for us?
This will be the last year of those funds, and almost all of that cannabis enforcement funds were used on the 2 homicides. The portions that we spent this year, because those cannabis enforcement funds were meant for the big, bad, and ugly. The cannabis that was causing, environmental degradation, violence, human trafficking. And so when we investigated those homicides, they occurred in cannabis farms, and that was a huge portion of the funding that we used to pay the overtime for the detectives and whatnot, and for the eradication of that cannabis. But as far as being able to really go out and put a shoulder into it, we have not had the personnel to be able to do it for quite some time. And so it's been a little hit here and a little hit there.
Right, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Sheriff. Can you talk a little bit about the day-over-day jail population, what our recidivism rates look like right now?
Recidivism rates are still not good, and the reasons are kind of all over the place, but one of the main things is the legislation in the state of California has pulled so many teeth out of the equation. I spoke with our restorative justice manager, Buffy Barasa, and her feeling was if we could keep people in jail for 10 to 15 days, or perhaps longer until they're sober and they get their head in the right space, that's when they're going to begin accepting programming, and that's when they're going to begin making changes. But with the different changes in bail schedules and things like that, a lot of people are brought in, they go through sobering, and then they're immediately released. But the populations are significantly down from where they were a few years ago, and that's a portion of our Chief Probation Officer Locatelli's work has been to implement changes based on the Humphreys decision, and I'll let him get into that when it's his time to talk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hill?
The biggest things I'm seeing is affecting the community as a whole is the homelessness and mental illness factor. Drug addiction and mental illness also often go hand in hand. You've got people who are medicated, but they don't like how their medication makes them feel, and oftentimes they will resort to street drugs because they think that makes them feel better and it helps them deal with issues a little bit. And that kind of then just creates a vicious loop that they're in and out of jail, they're dealing with their withdrawals, we're dealing with them in the jails, we're dealing with them in the courts. I think in the past year we have significantly streamlined the procedures for both Prop 36 and for mental health diversion treatments. I think that has worked significantly. The District Attorney's Office, the Probation Department, and I have all worked fairly well together in order to address the issues with those. And I think that's been one of the more successful aspects of the Public Defender's Office in the past year.
Any questions for Mr. Hill? No? Mr. District Attorney.
Good morning. What you just heard is really interesting. One of the more successful programs for the public defender has been Prop 36, the hard drugs with prior hard drugs and the serial thievery going on in the penal code. Yet this is a program that the state is not funding currently to help the counties, to help the public defender, and to help probation and the people of the state of California in their prosecution. That's something that needs to be on the agenda for all counties, to be lobbying the state of California to say, how is it that a proposition that passed overwhelmingly in all 58 counties, when was the last time that happened in California? All 58 counties passed it on average at 70% to 30%. How is it that the state bureaucracy right now is saying, we're not going to fund the rehab part of it, we're not going to fund the help for the serial thieves and the likes? That's a problem. And it's a problem that starts, if you call the state the top, starts at the top and comes all the way back to us. So I note that Prop 36 came into being on December 18th of 2024. So at the 1-year anniversary, I did a quick run on numbers, and we've had 134 defendants go into the mandated felony treatment program, which is the hard drugs with prior hard drugs. Most of those, if not all of them, tend to be through Mr. Hill's office. When I say 134 defendants, that doesn't mean 134 crimes, because we have some of these folks that rack up 2 or 3 of these, and we put them all into one complaint for judicial economy, prosecutor economy, defense economy. But it's, one, it's a good start, In the context of serial thieves, we've filed against 80 defendants who have 2 or more, many times more, theft-related convictions. The record right now, I believe, is a gentleman that had 14 prior theft convictions against merchants, individuals, businesses. So when I say businesses, some of the businesses get robbed at night. I shouldn't use robbed, burglarized at night. Other ones are being petty theft to death. We have homeless taking advantage of other homeless, people that go out and are predators, but they're counted in the homeless community. So these are issues that are all there. I do agree with the sheriff that the district attorney investigators have served well this county from the standpoint of providing detective work out in Supervisor Norvell's district, helping the Willits PD up in Supervisor Hashas district, always helping in Ukiah. Ukiah's now got a operative detective bureau working, and they're working very well with my investigators. We just had a case that where a local bank got hit pretty hard by nationals not from this country. That seems to be happening, started in Texas, moved into Southern California, and then came to Ukiah. We're seeing, we're asked the feds for help on that because there seems to be a wider issue here, but these sort of things, you think we're in Ukiah and we're protected a little bit by geography, but it seems to find us. So I note that we did a fair number of jury trials this past year. We did, I think, about 26. I commend my attorneys because their success rate at jury trials is this past year was 86%. So anytime you're at 80 or above, you're doing well. If you're below that, you should be working on evaluating your cases better. A recent comparison in San Francisco, they were very pleased that they were almost to 60% conviction rate in San Francisco. Again, different demographics, I understand that. But these are resources because the sheriff sends his guys over to help us prep the trials with my investigators, and then they're there to help us control other witnesses, not necessarily law enforcement, but make sure we get people into the right place, and then make sure they're ready to testify in court. And that's where we've been doing very well. The sheriff's folks are trained. They know what I expect. We just got a attempted murder conviction on a defendant out of Willits up at the casino up there, where he's someone forgot to close the gate between Mendocino and Humboldt. He was a Humboldt guy that was down here, tried to kill a guy out at the casino with a knife, got convicted across the board of murder, attempted murder, and other things by the jury. He's looking at 39 to life now, coming up for sentencing. The investigation work by patrol, not necessarily detectives on this, patrol was very good, and they were very supportive at trial. So there's things I could complain about, but I do want to highlight that what good is happening here. I will note that there seems to be a very recent renewed interest in poachers going after abalone on the coast. We hadn't seen that, but all of a sudden I see cases coming through, and I get to evaluate what's happening. And I've got a spate of them coming through recently, which Fish and Game is on the watch, but I think we all remember the folks that the Yellow Jackets out there that were helping Fish and Game watch for the poachers. We may be needing to watch again because that's a very precious resource for us, both from the trying to renew the resource, but also it attracts tourists and people interested in that sort of thing. We have abalone festivals where we have to make sure that the abalone is not totally depleted. So in the first half of 2025, I reviewed 2,569 crime reports. That's up 10% over last year. So what I will say is it's really tough to have things go up 10% when we're undermanned, under-resourced, and my attorneys will tell you underpaid.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
You're understaffed. Your folks may feel like they're underpaid. Crime is up.
They are, Supervisor, when you compare them against similar counties.
There's no fight coming here, certainly not from me. But I'm curious what your thoughts, maybe the sheriff as well, when I look at the cost to run your departments, it's increasing faster than the revenue in this county is increasing. What is the sustainability long term? And if you ask me, do you want to leave perpetrators of violent acts on the street? No, I'm with you. We want public safety. But what is the long-term plan in our county to fund it? If you're seeing a 10% increase in crime, we don't see a 10% increase in county revenue to fund the department. There's certainly not funds to address these problems before they get to a criminal nature, right? That's my answer would be, can we address some of this early? We don't have any funds available to do that in the county. There's a lot of social programs. They're already in effect. I don't know if they're working. If they were, would we be seeing the 10% uptick in crime? I see roughly half the county is on public assistance. There's folks who are retired. The biggest employer is government, and then there's children. You remove all of those from the pool, there's not a lot of people left working sustainably in this county. Is that one of the problems? Do you see more crime coming out of people who aren't waking up in the morning and going to work?
Well, sure. There's the tweaker culture that they're up between 2 and 3 in the morning out stealing things, and then they have to go to sleep at some point if they're able to after their 3-day binge. But this is quite similar to the question you asked me a year ago, Supervisor. And I explained to you the public safety is job one, and oftentimes, whether it's this group or another group of supervisors have looked everything on the horizontal plane, making sure everyone feels the pain. And I have explained every year, and sometimes 3 times a year, I explained that it has to be a vertical analysis where public safety is job one, because that's what it's supposed to be. And then you come down, and at some point, you can't fund everyone adequately. I'm sorry about that. But the reason those people choose to retire in Mendocino County is because they want to feel safe. They don't want to be at risk in their homes. They want to be able to have the sheriff come out and get there in a reasonable amount of time on good roads. So these are things that are budgetary considerations. I agree that it's been too long that the state has put unfunded mandates on this board, the board before you, every board that I've ever seen. But again, the district attorney's office is not about making profit, though we do. When the marijuana restitution program was working, we returned $7.5 million to the sheriff's office. That was a time when you felt flush as the supervisors, not necessarily you, supervisor.
I came in too late.
But your organization. The last fiscal year, we only were able to return $181,000 to the sheriff's office, but that's $181,000 that came from the cannabis restitution program. But public safety is really tough to put a price on. It is something people feel. It's something that the people felt regarding serial thefts. It's something they felt regarding the drug addictions that we are experiencing. And that's why, again, 58 counties, over 70% passage rate by Prop 36, even though it was not the favorite proposition for the governor and others, they passed it anyway because they want that theft situation to end. So I can't really talk to you about, you fund more defense attorneys in this county than you fund prosecutors. Why that is, I don't know. So you can't really talk to me about my budget going up. My staffing level is the same as it's been since I took office in 2011. So I really don't feel like I need to justify the budget. I think what's happened is that when this board takes away money that's given to the district attorney through Prop 172 without any notice, how am I supposed to respond to that? You just did it. You take other monies away. You just do it. So do I sound a little defensive? Yeah, I am.
So for my colleagues, I think it would be useful as an action item to look at the trend line, get some charts on what is the increase in public safety costs, and talk about how we're going to fund that. It may be having to cut something else. I'm not against that, but we should at least have it on the table rather than as a surprise at budget time.
Yeah, I would support that, and that's something that we can prioritize, I think, at the end of the meeting. Real quick, I want to, in your defense, first of all, I think we'll all be happy to hear that the other day our governor announced that the crime rate was down in the state of California, and that was due in large to Prop 36, so he's taking credit for that. And in your defense, how is your department handling being understaffed? I can say from a personal experience, having met with you after a day's work, roughly about 5:30, I saw you carrying a load of work under your arm that, one, I don't know that I could have carried, and two, it was an amount of work that I probably wouldn't want to handle in a week, and you told me that was your work to go home with for the night. So I do appreciate what you do in that aspect.
And I appreciate you checking in too. I know I was a little bit pissy that day.
A little bit.
Yeah. I guess, how is my folks handling it? They have a very good work ethic, which is, if you look at their caseloads and the likes, they're working hard. I had to put 2 prelims of my own today off to other people that already had 3 prelims this afternoon because I wanted to be here and take care of this sort of stuff. But one of the interesting things I heard from the board is, I think Supervisor Williams said, you know, we have social service things, but are they working? We don't know. One thing you know about my office is we have metrics online, the best in the state of California out of all 58 counties, where you can see how many cases we're reviewing. You can see our jury trial outcomes, good, bad, and ugly. You can see how many people are going to state prison, how many people are going to the sheriff's office. These are metrics of success or failure, but I seem to be the only person really doing that. And I don't know why. You know, you don't see them by other county offices or departments. And so I'm pleased to do it. To set it up took a lot of time and effort. To maintain it takes a lot of time and effort. But the bottom line is, it's there for you folks. I used to send you over monthly filing stats, and then folks said it was too much. So I stopped. But it's online.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. DA Eister, I was going to get to that sort of at the end of the presentation for public safety. And as I do my work in speaking with constituents and sharing information about what the county's doing, I use the CEO report as a means of sharing the CEO report. I use that as a means of sharing information out to the public. And it would be incredibly helpful for me if you all could submit some type of information, whether that's a small narrative, your statistics, hey, that's been updated on the website, here's the link, to the CEO's office so that it can be included in the CEO's report, because that is, again, a helpful tool for me to be able to relay that information. Of course, you each individually have communications folks that you share information out, you know, sort of maybe on a large jury trial. I've seen that shared out, that type of thing. but on a monthly basis, I'm able to use that as a way to inform the community about what you all are working on as well.
And Supervisor, CEO Daniel, we've had this since 2011, and it's there and it's updated, if not daily, at least weekly. So it's there and the link's there. It could be forever in every CEO's report.
Okay. Mr. Locatelli.
There you go.
All right. So I'll just start with Prop 36 since everybody else touched on it. We've done 108 assessments. We started tracking from December 18th, as DA Eister mentioned. That's when it went into effect. Through January 6th, those are the trends that we have. It's 75 of those, or 70%, is drug-related, 33 or 30% is from thefts. Personally, as the chief in the county, I was opposed to Prop 36 from the very beginning, not because of the content or what it did with the law. I do support that. And as a civilian, I didn't vote for Prop 36, but as the chief, it lacked implementation. There was no plan. And without the plan, it's hard to implement, and the state has continuously not funded this, as they said in the very beginning when we met with Governor Newsom and Congressman McGuire. They had no intentions of funding this. So that's left each county in their own abilities to get this off the ground. And in Mendo and other rural counties, that's extremely hard to do. We don't have the funding to do something like this, and it's a false hope to the people that this law is going to clean up the streets. I personally am very staunch against doing unfunded mandates. My department is not participating in Prop 36 diversion. There is no mandate and there is no funding, and I'm not doing it. The problem with that is there's no accountability. Without accountability, people aren't actually getting through the process, and the public defender's office, is struggling to put plans together that courts are going to accept because there's no accountability. And you can't have a defense counsel telling on his client if they're not participating. That's not how the system's built. The system's built to have probation or a neutral party involved to make sure that the process is happening. So this is a key point for state sheriffs, for district attorney, and CPOC, my state association. They don't often band together, but they have over this issue, and they're continuously pushing this. And I suggest that CSAC and our board take this up legislatively also. Moving on, SB 823, that was the closure of DJJ, highly impactful for the state of California. Essentially 600 of the most violent and serious offenders across the state have been returned to the counties where they're housed in juvenile halls. That's put an impact on all counties because those bed spaces aren't available for regular, lower level juvenile crimes. You don't typically want to mix murder with petty theft or vandalism, but that's what California is doing. Again, not funded appropriately, 60 cents to the dollar. And it's created a whole nother level of bureaucracy. The Office of Youth and Community Restoration was created because of this. It's funded over $20+ million to come into counties to do inspections, even though we already have the BSCC doing that same work. And that's the Board and State Community Correction. So I'm answering to 2 state entities now instead of 1, which I don't know about you, but anytime the government gets bigger, it isn't more efficient. Congressman Archuleta is carrying a bill to help us with some of these issues, but there is no way to commit a youth who currently has a crime in juvenile hall to a state psychiatric facility. The county's stuck dealing with it. Not how it works on the adult side, and that's not how it worked previously. If a kid is severely mentally ill, they should be able to go to a state psychiatric facility. Currently, you'd have to dismiss criminal charges and commit them civilly. I don't think any judge will ever dismiss a murder case to hope to get a civil commitment to get the youth the help they need. That's a major impact. I discussed it with Senator McGuire when this happened, and unfortunately, they didn't close that loophole. AB 1376 passing this year, this is another problem with the state of California, stripping the ability to hold youth accountable. But essentially, no youth can be on probation for longer than 12 months. It doesn't matter what the crime is. The only way to do that is to have a judge make a finding that it's in the youth's and the public's best interest to continue after a year. So again, I mean, if you want me to hold people accountable, I need the tools to be able to do so. California needs to stop passing laws for civilian counties or urban counties that are impacting us here. Moving along, Title 15 regulations are being redone at the state level. These are supposed to be minimum standards that all counties can meet, not best practices. But the state, again, is attempting to pass best practices on all counties, which is going to have a major budget impact and operational impacts on juvenile halls, to the point where some struggling counties may choose to close their halls, which will further limit the ability for us to have contracts and to house. We're already seeing that, as we're up to about 4 to 5 contracts now in our county from rural counties trying to house with us. And I've also lost multiple counties from wanting to contract with us for those higher level need kids, as they're overcrowded in their juvenile halls because of SB 823. We just discussed funding and what we're doing to try to limit costs. In light of AB 2746 and local budget decisions in this county, I've chosen to eliminate juvenile probation from being involved in the citation hearing process. So I can tell you essentially what that means is if your kid gets a speeding ticket, some type of infraction, those always were handled by probation. AB 2746 again takes my ability away from holding youth accountable. If you no-showed to your hearing, I can't do anything about it per this law. We used to suspend your driver's license if you did. Now I can't do anything. So I'm going to push this back onto our courts, and our courts have agreed to take this. And if you don't show up there, they can give you a misdemeanor for failing to appear. I personally don't want to be a judge and jury. I don't want to take an infraction and escalate it to a misdemeanor for not showing up. This also isn't a mandate of the county to do this work. Not having a budget, not having the staff, having increased workload, pushing this back on the court. We met, we're going to roll this out in February. It's a little bit sad, only in my first experience as somebody getting a traffic citation when I was 16. I went to juvenile probation, and that's how it was dealt with. So this is how it's been in our county since we were all little kids. It's easier to deal with a probation officer than a court, but that's what we're going to do. That'll have it won't be a cost savings per se, but it'll be an efficiency saving for my department. Instead of doing that work, we can focus on our mandate. So again, that's implementing in February, and I'll be meeting with all the chiefs, as I know the court isn't the greatest historically of spelling out what it is that needs to happen. So the patrol officers need to know when are they giving the citation to the youth so that they show up in court. We'll still be handling all misdemeanors, whether they're traffic related. Yeah, the FTAs will be going to the DA's office for prosecution. That's after they come to me. CCP, I wanted to mention this conversation was back in May. I told you when we built our budgets in January, we have an expectation from the state about what our funding will be. It's always a guesstimate. 4.8 million was roughly what we were guesstimating. Our approved budget expenses was $4,715,794. The May revise dropped our numbers down to $4,175,000. The further projections from November, which is what you basically are going to get, is $4,152,000. So you can see that from January to November, that's a reduction in $668,000. So we are deficit spending by over $563,000. So I know there was a conversation when I wasn't in the room back in May about we have all this contingency and we're not expending all the money. Now you know that's not true. Now you know what the actual numbers are, and you know why I've been budgeting this way for the last 8 years for CCP. The numbers are a projection in January. We don't know what it'll be by November. I want to make sure that we have enough funds to cover, because every time I come back to the board, the funds aren't here. We're self-sustaining. So that's an example of the CCP and where we're at. We're deficit spending. We have we call it contingency. So we'll be able to float that $563,000 shortfall without cutting costs to our departments, which would mean layoffs, or to our partners who are doing work with clients. So that would be your direct services from people like Ford Street or Geo or SUDT or mental health. Can't afford to cut services, clientele that we serve. Otherwise, you will see a higher rate of recidivism. SB 129, that's pretrial funding. The governor released his budget. Well, he didn't do it himself. He had somebody do it for him, but he basically had a status quo budget, and we know that means that there was a $14,500 cut, which equated to $5 million to the entire state, and that's going to be 3 times as worse this year. So our cuts are going to be $58,000. We know that. SB 129 was funded at a $200,000 rate, so you're going to lose $58,000 in this county. I think we would discuss that with CCP because as I get to the next informational sheet to talk to you about, our pretrial program is successful here. It is keeping costs down, and we're not seeing an increase, a dangerous level increase to public safety. I think CSAC, RCRC should really be paying attention to AB 1869. This California again decided to eliminate fines and fees for people who are on probation. They chose under AB 177 to have a ongoing backfill to counties. Roughly that's $142,000 to probation and $10,000 to the public defender's office. AB 1869, however, they put a 5-year sunset, and that this year is going to run out unless somebody does something. So the governor's already released his budget. It doesn't have a continuation of this funding, so CSAC or CPOC or one of the entities is going to have to fight or prioritize this. That equates to a $185,000 hit to probation if it's not continued, and a $13,000 hit to the public defender. Of course, you know, in the old days, when you were on probation, to be supervised, to do drug tests, some of those costs went to the people who were being supervised. California eliminated it, backfilled it, and now they're essentially getting rid of it, which would put the counties on the hook, or you just have a huge hole in your budget. Lastly, pretrial. I gave a presentation previously for the 23-24 fiscal year numbers. So the jail had 3,995 bookings. For fiscal year 24-25, we were at 3,842 bookings. I assessed 933 people the first year, and the second year 975. So you can see that went up. And the courts are granting 196 people to the monitoring portion to 207. So again, just a little increase there in workload. The first year that we kept this and presented it to the court, 79% of the people we were monitoring did not fail to appear. So 79% came back to court. And 70% did not commit another crime while they were out on pretrial. Last year's data, full fiscal year's data, 80% did not FTA while they were on pretrial monitoring. So we increased by 1%. Crimes, 74% did not commit a crime while on pretrial monitoring, so that's an increase in 4%. The 6 months so far, 1,920 bookings, assessed 508, and granted 92. So again, the bookings are basically static from last year to this year so far. Assessments are going up. The reasons assessments are going up is a direct relation to Prop 36. People are in jails, and they cannot be released pre-arraignment. That's what the law says. So that requires my office to do pretrial assessments on them. So at arraignment, the judge has more information to choose safely whether to release or not. I don't make recommendations, and we make that real clear. We just give an assessment to the courts with information so they can choose whether to set bail, OR, or put them out on monitor. So it's just a way for the county to have more information seeing people. You all know that I'm into data probably as much as the district attorney or more. PSA validation study, we're going down that road. We've already validated our static risk assessments, but we want to make sure that the PSA tool is accurate to our population. So now that I have enough information, we're plugging that all in to make sure that our risk levels are appropriate to our offenders. That will change their scores so judges can let out the right people. So we're working on that. And
Thank you. Any questions from the board? We do have, yes, Supervisor White?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for my colleagues, what I hear is the cost of providing public safety as what's necessary will likely increase year over year. And I hear it in different ways. And I'm curious how the board plans to fund it. I'm not against it. It's not something to fight about. I'm a vote in favor. I'm a yes. But I'm asking, what are we going to do in order to fund it? And our revenue is not increasing. And I see that public safety is its number one priority. It's also the bulk of our discretionary spending, over 70%. This is where it goes. The remainder, I would look at, well, what else can we cut? Are activities like property assessment, tax collection. You cut those, you defund public safety, so you can't. That's a fixed cost. So we're a rural county in a predicament. The state has created this dynamic where I don't see sustainability, and I see all of you saying you need more than you have based on the crime. And I support you because I don't want crime in my county, especially violent crime. I think the public supports public safety as number one. But this board is going to be tasked with passing a balanced budget. I don't see how you're going to do it. And when do we begin having that conversation? And is there anything we can do other than, I don't want to be the messenger of bad news. I'm just looking at the financials and saying, I don't think this works.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, yeah, that's a reality we're dealing with right now, right? I have a question for Sheriff Kendall. You said that homicides are down.
Yes.
And, a lot of the overtime has been because of homicides.
Yes.
And so I think it's about $3 million in overtime this year. So is that going to be the baseline then?
Well, actually, we're at less than 50% of our overtime usage for this year. And granted, we don't have all of our accounting done. This is going on about 2 weeks prior to us having that done for mid-year. And so we're not in a really good position to talk about exactly where the numbers are because some expenditures have not been calculated and some income has not been calculated. And so, but we are under 50% of our overtime budget for the year. However, we're currently about 33% down in patrol, and that's where a lot of this overtime is coming from. I'm down 12 deputy sheriffs and 3 sergeants, 15 out of what should be 51, but we are working hard to hold an attrition rate to make sure that we don't sink the county on some of the raises that were handed out to the deputy sheriffs, dispatchers, and corrections officers. However, we cannot hold, during the wintertime, we're barely keeping the lid on the pot, but when summer rolls around, this is when the overtime is going to go through the roof, because when we get that call for service, we have to go. We don't have the opportunity to say, well, that's something that can pin till Monday. When we have an emergency, it's an emergency. But to answer some of Supervisor Williams' questions, we're in these issues because of where we are, the state of California, and when we are. Right now, when there's been this reimagining of public safety, when the state of California decided that they didn't like the liability of having state prisons, when the state of California decided that they didn't like the liability of dealing with things at the Department of State hospitals. And there has been a very focused effort to push these issues down onto the counties at 60 cents on the dollar. And if we're going to get over that, why aren't all of these counties pushing back on the state every time that one of these decisions is made to give us more work, more liability at 60 cents on the dollar or less? And I'm seeing a lot of things coming out of Sacramento saying, why aren't the counties fixing these? We came up with this wonderful legislation that was going to stick it to these counties. Why aren't they fixing these problems right now? And just like Prop 36, why isn't it being funded? I don't see anybody screaming from the rooftops on that.
If you take a look at the sheriff, when he brings up realignment and county mandates, this in 2025, he's housing 46 prison inmates because of realignment. Remember, they got rid of 500 plus felonies that can't be sent to state prison. So what is the cost of 46 inmates being placed in his jail, our jail, at your cost versus going to the state prison as they used to? That number is a big number. But again, There's some money that dribbles in, but the sheriff and the taxpayers have to pay for room and board and expansion of the jail.
You know, one of the things I see is that at CSAC, because I was a rep last year, is that every meeting they'd talk about the unfunding of Prop 36. And, you know, CSAC has a little more clout than just Mendocino
Sure.
County, and we haven't gotten anywhere with it, really. So, the other question is, you know, with the jail, you know, and I think that it was tossed out at 1.8 million to fund the staffing at the jail, the new wing. And so, you know, that was down from the 3.4 or whatever was mentioned before, but
I think there is some confusion in that. The 3.4 was actually, we turned in our budget to the executive office, then we worked with the executive office, and they brought us down. Hey, what can we do? What can we do here? We worked together on that, but that 3.4 was what was actually removed from the two original budgets from the jail and from patrol. I don't know where that kind of got messed up, but CEO Anthill and my staff, myself, we've been working together on the funding for the corrections division, and it's actually, depending on what level correction officer we have, sergeant, deputy, what level percentage they're at, you know, are they at step 5 or whatnot? We're at somewhere between I think it's 1.47 and 1.55 as of our discussions yesterday. But we're also looking at, because we're doing a lot of work for the Department of State Hospitals, and one of the wings over in the jail is going to be a JBCT wing. The work that Department of State Hospitals would normally be doing, the Sheriff's Office has taken on through the JBCT program, and we're going to ask for funding for 2 corrections officers from them because we are doing their work for them. We had 3 positions approved to the CCP that we weren't able to utilize. I spoke with the Chief Probation Officer this morning regarding taking that funding and trying to offset the cost of 2 corrections officers with that. And so we're looking at these different directions that we can go on these things, but ultimately, and I hate to say it, I know it's expensive, but ultimately it is the job of the board to be able to fund us appropriately for that staffing. We're going to work with you guys, and we're going to do what we can to be able to lessen that blow, but if we have that jail, that wing of the jail, we have to be able to staff it. So, but the issue is, it doesn't matter what we do, if the county doesn't have enough money to fund things, hard decisions are going to have to be made. And I'm certain that won't make you folks real popular. But at the same time, as the district attorney spoke about, public safety has to come first. We all sit down, we all work together trying to find a way to bring this in at an acceptable level, but it's still an increase.
And when is the jail wing going to open?
We're hoping, we're in the portion of it now where they're going back, checking work from subcontractors and things like that. We're hoping to be within just a few months of, you know, our projected date of March. It may be May, but we also have to make sure that all of our policies and procedures are in place. And when we do our practice runs, when we do all of this work that we've got to do over there, we've got to have it right on the first day. We can't have any mistakes. There's too much liability. And so we're very hopeful, May, June, somewhere in there.
Okay, thank you. And last comment, I'd like to say with the CCP, you know, I've had talks with Chief Locatelli often about, you know, the budget variance and all that, and really appreciate it in these times when your funding is down, you had that reserve in place. So thank you for that kind of foresight.
CEO Antle.
Yeah, I would just like to clarify the number Sheriff provided yesterday was about 1.5, but that was based on last year's number. Yeah. So Sarah reworked that number to current wages, and so it's 1.8 now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, we were looking at 1.5 to 1.6 yesterday, and look, it's come in 200,000 more today. That's how fast things change.
Okay, we do have one more presenter under public safety, and that's Mr. Dow from Geo Reentry Service, which I believe is funded through the CCP. Is that correct? Mr. Dow, if you could just introduce yourself and explain exactly what your department does, and then if you could hit on for us a little bit of the recidivism.
Absolutely.
Thank
You
you.
for this opportunity. So my name is Cody Dow. I am a behavior case manager with Geo Reentry Services. And I'm just going to give you a little background of our DRC and a program overview, and then I'll hit those data points that you requested.
If you could pull that mic up a little bit closer to you, would be great.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So
Through the chair, if I may, could I please ask the presenter to repeat their position and their place of work?
Yes. So I work for Geo Reentry Services, and I'm a behavior case manager. Okay. So the Mendocino County Day Reporting Center, in partnership with the Mendocino County Probation, was developed in partnership, as I said, with probation in 2012 to enhance public safety, reduce recidivism, and change lives. In 2020, the Willits Satellite Office was opened to expand reach into greater Mendocino County area. The DRCs serve moderate to high-risk male and female participants who are on probation under the supervision of Mendocino County. In addition to the jail reentry program, which provides pre-service programming at the Mendocino County Jail and an in-custody youth program service justice involve juveniles at the Mendocino County Juvenile Hall. The Mendocino County DRC provides evidence-based reentry program that targets criminogenic needs and aims to change unproductive behavior and facilitate a successful return to the community. Programming is specifically tailored to address the unique risk and needs of each individual. Through this cognitive behavioral approach, participants learn essential life skills and coping mechanisms and emotional regulation. This reduces their likelihood of returning to the criminal justice system, demonstrating positive behavioral changes, and enables individuals to advance through various program phases towards successful community reintegration. So our recidivism rate within the program is 36%, compared to the state's historic recidivism rate around 70%. I was able to go onto the CDCR website and pull their Mendocino County's recidivism rate through the state, which is 45.1. Do you have any further questions?
I don't. Anything from the board? No. Okay. So if a particular board member wanted to come over and perhaps they missed one of your opening house, is there an opportunity for the board to come over, speak with you, your boss, understand the program?
Absolutely, anytime.
Okay. Thank you. And you're located?
579 Low Gap Road.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any more questions from the board. Is there anything from the panel more that you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. All right. We're going to take about a 5-minute break and start at right around 1 o'clock. Bring it back. Thank you. Under public safety, we have the item number R4 is core. Our presenters are Sheriff Kendall, Director of Health Services, Dr. Miller, and Senior Program Manager for Social Service, Megan Van Zant. Oh, yep, and I apologize. We do have one public comment online from the last session that we'll take now. Thank you.
Online, we have Peter McNamee.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I know you haven't gotten a lot of public input so far today because I've been monitoring it from the beginning of the meeting. I don't think that's necessarily because the public isn't interested in monitoring this, but it's more a function of this discussion seems primarily to be an opportunity for you, the board members, to talk to each other about what you're planning to do for the next year. And I have hesitated to make a comment, but I do think it's worth saying this. One of the themes that I've heard all morning long, and it relates directly to the discussion about public safety and the previous discussion from the law enforcement agencies, is that you have inappropriate tools to manage and to achieve the objectives that you're trying to achieve relative to the financing of the services and the provision of governance for the people of Mendocino County. And one of the obvious problems that has reoccurred throughout the discussion this morning is that you're making decisions individually for specific budget units and entities within the county, but you're not getting a comprehensive picture about what those decisions impact are on the overall finances of the county. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about that. You've made decisions as a board historically about the funding of improvements at the jail, but what you don't really have is a comprehensive picture about how improving the jail impacts public safety overall across all of the law enforcement and social service agencies in the county, or in the broader context of actually improving health and safety concerns for the entire county. And until you start breaking down those silos and managing your finances on the basis of outcomes rather than on budget units, you're always going to have this problem. You're going to increase funding in one area and then find that, like a whack-a-mole, it pops up as a deficit in another area because you've created workload for another budget entity that didn't anticipate it would happen because you've increased financing in a separate budget unit. I suspect what you really need to do is re-engineer your budgeting and financing process along those lines. And what I did hear from Supervisor Williams and others today was a willingness to do that. And I want to applaud that and encourage you to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, back to the panel.
Okay, I think I'll start this off. CORE has been, we've had some successes. We've had some areas where, personally, I feel like I have failed at some of these things, and that is no reflection on my peers up here, my partners in this. Some of it has to do with personnel. And so Dr. Millen and Megan and I, we met earlier and had discussions about, let's look at what's working, let's look at what's not, move forward on the things that are working and try to put it in reverse on the things that are not. Dr. Miller has got some very good news for us. I'm going to be a little bit of the Debbie Downer, but we need to have a serious discussion about what we continue to place an emphasis on. And just like that caller stated, we have to make a decision on where our time is best spent, where we're getting the biggest bang for our buck, where we're doing the best that we can for the community. But there are portions of this where we're going to need people to participate with us in order to change outcomes. And then kind of a deeper view on this is I think that there's some expectations that we're going to change people's outcomes without them, you know, really participating in the project. And participation is where we're going to have to get with some of this. And we've had some folks who are just absolutely resistant to wanting to make any changes in their lives. So I'd like to push it over to Dr. Miller, who can talk about the things that we've done well.
Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, Health Services Director. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we have been doing with CORE. We worked as a team to create a logo, so we do have a CORE logo. We work to have vests for staff to wear to identify themselves as CORE when they're out in the field. And so those are some of the things we've worked on. We have been working with 33 CORE clients directly that behavioral...
Wait a second. I'm one of those guys who gets weird about that, so if I run out of here like a scared child...
All right. So we have, on the behavioral health side, there have been...
I'm sorry, I'm going to...
Okay.
I imagine, do we have some sort of protocol that we're supposed to follow in this situation? You good? You need a break? All right, Dr. Miller, would you like to continue to shake things up here?
All right. So from the behavioral health side, we've been working on a variety of different things related to CORE. We have 33 clients that we've been directly working with through the CORE program. 8 of those were homeless and are now housed and receiving services. 8 of those were housed, but were at risk of losing housing, and so we've been able to work with those and maintain their housing. And then the other clients we're continuing to work with. Some are resistant, so we're continuously reaching out to them, but we are working with them. We've also got pulled in from the CORE perspective into some code enforcement support. There's been at least three different individuals that we've worked with that have had code enforcement involved, where we've been asked to be a part of so that we can hopefully work to maintain their housing so these individuals don't become homeless in our community. One has been ongoing, and we've been continuing to provide that support, both working with code enforcement as needed and the individuals. We've also been working with one of our housing complexes that has a high call to the sheriff's office for a lot of responses. We've been working with both the management company, the sheriff's office, and then working with the individuals to see how we're going to reduce the heavy utilization of the sheriff's office with needing to respond on a regular basis. A lot of it's due to drugs, some of it's to homelessness within that complex. So we've been trying to work on that. We have quarterly meetings to see whether that's progressing and how that is unfolding. Both Supervisor Mulherin and Klein have been involved in some of those meetings with us for that housing complex. We also have other mobile teams, and I want to stay focused to CORE on what we've done. I just want to make sure that, to also note that between our other 2 mobile teams that we work on, we have our mobile crisis response and our mobile outreach and prevention services. We have also touched another 174 individuals that were homeless, temporarily housed, or at risk of losing their housing. So it's not just in CORE that we actually also touch the homeless community. We also have it within our other mobile teams, but specifically to CORE, those were specific 33 individuals that we have been working with that we were able to work with under the CORE model, in addition to the code enforcement and then the support of one of our housing complex. I think
Ms. Van Zandt.
Megan.
Thank you. I feel like maybe my comments are going to change the conversation a little bit, because I'm not only going to speak about what's working, but I also want to have a conversation with the board about what's not working from the perspective of the team that I've been working with around street outreach. So I'll get to that. But I wanted to, before I get into the comments that I prepared, I wanted to be really clear that My perspective here is from the perspective of social services and specifically the team that I work with and that I supervise. I'm not representing the homeless services continuum of care. I'm definitely not representing the viewpoint of the COC. So it's mostly, honestly, mostly Megan, but informed by the individuals that I employ and that the work that we've done in our team together. So I think I'm going to narrow the focus. It's not narrowing it, but I want to be really clear that in this context, I'm addressing street-level homelessness, primarily in the Ukiah Valley, but generally the street-level homelessness. I'm not addressing families with children who are at risk of homelessness or some of the other very significant populations that we serve. This is street-level homelessness that I'm going to speak to specifically. I want to comment on what's working. Communication amongst the partners is fantastic. I've said this before to the board before, but 5 years ago, there was not clear communication pathways between law enforcement and social services and I can't speak to behavioral health, but from social services and law enforcement, it was not strong. It was not super clear. It is excellent. So I continue to value those relationships. They have spilled out into other work that we do that does not involve homelessness, and they're deeply important and deeply valuable, and very well worth preserving. So the other element that we're working with is services are available in a scope and depth that hasn't been true before. It hasn't been true 5 years ago, certainly wasn't true 10 years ago. So in my viewpoint, the community has really good access to substance use treatment, good access to mental health treatment. More and more organizations are venturing out into the field. That's not change that I've seen in the last couple of years. That's been pretty exciting. Adventist Health has a street medicine team. Mobile Crisis, as Janine mentioned, is out in the community all the time. The clinic at Hospitality House has a street outreach program, and MCHC clinic up in Hillside also has a enhanced care management program. They're willing to come out in the field and meet with people as well. Ford Street Project is a really strong program, so we just have a much stronger availability of resources and support than we've had in the past. When I look at the quantitative data, and I like data too, so I look at the quantitative data, which is difficult in the homelessness world, but this is what I've observed. Our point-in-time count shows a 20% decrease in unsheltered homelessness from 2024 to 2025. From 2015, 10 years ago, there's been a 64% decrease. The point-in-time count is a flawed tool. I'm not going to champion the strategies and the way the point-in-time count is conducted, but it is a tool that we do every year. The Ukiah Valley Fire Department is from my understanding, fire departments are required to document whether the calls for service are for homelessness or not homelessness. So they are one of the few first responder organizations that have that requirement. They have had a decrease of over 50% in their calls for service for homeless individuals since 2021. I don't actually have the 2025 data yet. I've asked for it, but I'm kind of curious. I don't have the full year of data yet. But it's been a significant decrease for them in calls for service that are homelessness related. Related to our Heads Up program, which covers both homeless individuals and housed individuals, in 2022, 52% of the Heads Up referrals were for homeless individuals. Last year, that declined to 26%. So just fewer calls for service. I think that's an indicator that there are fewer calls for service related to homelessness. Within that data, what was really notable to me when I did the annual review of the data is that the percentage of Heads Up referrals that are red flags. So we kind of categorize people in a Heads Up referral. A red flag is an individual who is not, let's see, the way we characterize it is the client's not making progress despite multiple attempts to provide support. So behavior is disruptive to the community and or law enforcement. So red flags are people who are not doing well despite multiple attempts to support. The percentage of those Heads Up referrals was 9% in 2022 that were red flags, and it's dropped to 2%. So that was a really significant decline that I was surprised to see when I looked at the data. I believe that a lot of that outcome is due to the Mobile Crisis program. So this is the quantitative data that I'm looking at, and to me, I'm not clear what the main drivers are for the quantitative data that I'm seeing. I don't really know. I have some theories, but I'm not going to get there yet. So when I reflected on what's not working, the community, including core stakeholders, are not fully in agreement about the best strategy of addressing street-level homeless. We're not all rowing in the same direction. Some of us are not even in the same boat. And there's not a community or even an internal consensus on how we should be addressing this problem. I don't think there's consensus at the state level. There's no consensus anywhere. There's really not. People have wildly divergent views on how this problem should be handled. I thought for a while that that didn't matter, but more recently I'm increasingly convinced that that is an issue that is getting in the way of progress. In addition, as the sheriff mentioned, he has staffing issues. Not all of our partners have resources to devote to this issue, even if we could be in the same boat, rowing in the same direction. People do not have the resources to devote it to it. So what I did do is I spent some time with our street outreach team, and I'm not going to talk too long. I really want to hear what you have to say, but I want to get to my point. I spent some time with our street outreach team last Friday, right before this presentation. I'm like, so I'm giving this presentation. I'm working with our partners here to share with the Board of Supervisors our perspective. And our outreach team includes 2 individuals who've been out in the streets twice a week for 5 years. Same 2 individuals. One of them's a registered nurse, and one of them has a master's in social worker and is a substance use counselor. They're very skilled, and they work with this population in other settings as well. So they, just to give you a sense of the volume of their work, in the last 6 months, they encountered 87 unique individuals. Every single time they're out in the field, they give really detailed case notes. They report back by email with detailed case notes of every interaction they've had. So I asked them, have they seen a reduction in street homelessness? And their answer was yes. And I said, do you think it's because of the work you're doing? And their answer was no, and I'll get to that. And I said, what has been the value of street outreach? And their answer was, it's been valuable for gathering neutral information and understanding the scope of the problem. I agree with that. It's sort of a neutral body out there kind of keeping an eye on what's going on. And they said it's also been helpful for building rapport with certain clients. And I said, tell me more about a certain client. And they spoke about a client, I'm going to call her Sally, been in and out of the streets for a long time, not on the streets for a long time, causing kind of a community nuisance. She finally found an RV that's going to work for her. We paid for a security deposit to move to a property who was willing to have her there, a couple months rent to get her started. She's doing well in her RV in a housing situation that worked for her. And I said, what made the difference with Sally? And they said she had a spark of motivation. There was a spark of motivation there that we were able to work with, that frankly other people were working with as well. And I said, what percentage of the clients that you encounter or that you're working with have that spark of motivation? And one of them said 2%, and the other person said 5%. So I'm going to go with 5. But my takeaway is if 95% of the individuals that this team is encountering do not have that spark of motivation, what do we do about that? I'm not sure that we have good answers on how to reignite a spark of motivation in someone who's lost it. I'm not sure we have good answers in whether or not government is supposed to be playing a role in reigniting that spark of motivation, or if we have the tools to do it. I don't have good research on that, and if you ask 100 people what they think reignites a spark of motivation in someone, you'll get a lot of different answers. So that's kind of the thought process that I've had and my team has had as we've kind of evaluated where we are with street level homelessness. We have a waiting list that grows every single day of families with children who need help with their housing situations, who have not lost that spark of motivation, who are very highly motivated. And I've got to really consider where our resources are best spent. So that's just putting that there as a little placeholder. So where do we go from here? Social services will always partner. The relationships with these individuals is critically important to me. We are not going to abandon any of our partners. We will always step up when asked to support any initiative. If we can't do it ourselves, we'll give some good ideas of where to go from there. So that's not a question. We will always be here to support this project, to support CORE, support whatever collaborative efforts are going on because we believe in them. My unsolicited 2 cents, but sort of solicited because you're having me here, is that we need to reflect with all the partners on the table, and we need to be realistic about what partners are missing and how we bring them to the table. And we need to think about how we motivate that spark of motivation, and if it's our role and what we do and how we fund it and what ideas we try. So in the meantime, though, I am aware of the quantitative data. I see success. So that the programs that we're already doing, mobile crisis, heads up, whatever law enforcement is doing, I know I did listen to that public safety panel. It sounds like there's a lot of challenges there, but I do think there has been some change, some in the way law enforcement has been approaching this issue, and I think that's having a slow, steady effect, but there's some key questions we haven't figured out the answers to. I'll stop there.
Any questions? Supervisor Haschak.
Well, talking about the mobile crisis and some of those approaches to these issues, that some of it is covered by Measure B. And so are there other ways that Measure B monies could be used to help facilitate or deal with these problems?
So regarding mobile crisis, we don't use Measure B funding for mobile crisis, so we haven't for several years. We were able to apply for a grant that took that over, covering those services, and then the state made the teams able to bill Medi-Cal, so it became a mandated service across the state of California. Unfortunately, I was going to tell you a little bit tomorrow, but there is some proposal in the governor's budget. If anyone heard or saw it, they spoke about it last Friday, to actually move away from mobile crisis in 2027 because of the lack of federal reimbursement. And so then it would be potentially going back to a voluntary program in our counties, and we would have to come up with a 35% match of the FFP. So we may actually be needing to go back to Measure B if we want to continue to do mobile response in Mendocino County after April 1st, 2027, or end of 2027, end of June 2027. But we haven't been using Measure B funds. That's not to say that Measure B is an option that we've been looking at on whether to strengthen some of the funding for CORE would be to reach out and work with Measure B to see if there's some funding there. We also have some other funding that we have this year, and we've been applying for grants.
Thank you.
Supervisor Klein?
Thank you. Listening to this presentation, I'm hearing different things from all three of you. And so I believe the board direction at our, not board direction, but the conversation at our last workshop was give you all a year, an opportunity to see how this works, and then we could reevaluate and move forward. My question is, how often did all three agencies go out in the field together and do the street level work in a way that is identified to those for street level homelessness? How many times did Sheriff's Office coordinate with behavioral health and social services to all three be together in the field in the last year?
That's a good question. I can think of 3 occasions, but the issue is that the deputies are mostly handling things when they get the call to go out there, and we aren't organizing because I don't have the personnel to organize and put into a location. Lieutenant Clark has been handling, you know, a huge portion of this, working with Dr. Miller and with Megan, but we haven't been going out much, you know, together. If we get called, we're going to go with them. That's not an issue. But a lot of this stuff they've kind of taken on themselves because we're working hard to try to find a moment in between when we aren't handling calls for service as well. And then we've had some cases where, you know, we had a very serious trespass where a fellow decided that he just built a pallet house down in the riparian zone on somebody's property. I spoke with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They played with it for about 21 days and nothing happened. And I finally had to send deputies down there just to arrest this guy because they just didn't feel like they wanted to. And those are the things that we're dealing with kind of on a constant basis, but we aren't able to run into each other and really roll up the sleeves and get in there together because of a lack of personnel on my end. And that is my end, not theirs.
I do want to point out, when our social services and behavioral health team have gone out into the field together, the process that they used was they called into law enforcement and said, hey, we're out here. So there was an awareness that they were out there and they were going to be available on call, and kind of called out when they were done, hey, we're not out here anymore. A lot of the work that they do is in the city of Ukiah. It's not necessarily the sheriff's jurisdiction. So there are jurisdictional challenges that are an issue and a barrier.
Thank you. And that brings me to my next question is, how often was behavioral health and social services collaborating to be out in the field together?
We spoke a lot. We went out 5 times together. Behavioral health did go out on their own, but we went out 5 times together.
And how regularly was behavioral health out in the field?
We're out in the field every day because we have 2 different teams that are in the field, and then we get a lot of calls from community members, supervisors asking us to respond either on behalf of CORE or mobile crisis or mobile outreach. So we're in the field daily.
And I do want to point out that the way this process has worked is when our social services teams are out in the field without law enforcement representation or without behavioral health, if they're encountering a behavioral health client, they call, they have a cell phone number, they call them right then. So there's a ton of collaboration that is happening, and that's why I spoke to that communication. There's constant collaboration happening with the appropriate departments depending on the situation that you're in. It may not be the literal person at that moment, but sometimes it is. Sometimes our people in the field have been like, hey, Dan, there's a situation here, and if he's available, he'll come right over at that time. So the collaboration happens organically all the time. It may not be specifically physically together at the moment.
I understand that. From my point of view, what I'm trying to assess was there a real attempt to have this program implemented over the last year for us to be able to assess whether it worked? Or was it, we kind of worked on some things, we improved the communication, we're going to keep doing the things that we're already doing?
No, I don't think that we want to keep doing the things that we're already doing, especially if we find those to be the things that are not working. However, I do believe that what we need to do, from my point of view, and granted, I'm a hammer, and therefore everything looks like a nail to me, right? I mean, that's the way that this works. If we have people who are resisted but are breaking the law, they need to go to jail. I'm sorry, that's the way that this works. And it's not a very popular thing in this moment to say personal responsibility needs to come back in, but personal responsibility needs to come back in. And I'm not certain that there's a lot of political will across the state of California or across the nation at this point in time to say that people need to be responsible for their actions. However, if one of the things that I think will occur if we can get some more of the Prop 36 type work done, is that going to create that spark of hope for people? I don't know. I think it's going to be different for every single person. But for the people who are motivated to make a change, they are absolutely making a change. We've had some good news come from Dr. Miller, but I don't know what causes that motivation. And I wish I did, because I'd probably bottle it and sell it.
Perhaps there isn't the will in the state or across the country, but maybe it's here in this county.
Perhaps.
And so I think there's a willingness from this board to see that increased pressure from law enforcement as much as there is willingness and ability from you and your department. Because if we're hearing there's only 5% with a spark, or whatever term was used, right? Mm-hmm. This willingness to change, there has to be something else to counterbalance that. There's the 95% that needs to feel pressure from something else.
And the other portion of it that we haven't talked about yet is sobriety. I think that there's a lot of things that are changing in people based on whether or not they are sober. One of the meetings that we recently had, myself and I spoke about it previously with Buffy Grassa, the manager for me over there in the jail with the restorative justice. One of the things that she said that she would really like to see is if these folks could begin, when we pick them up and they are not sober and they're having issues with drugs, alcohol, whatever it may be, can we hang on to them long enough so that they get clean, get sober, can have a decent conversation about what the future looks like? But when we bring them in, because they have gone insane uptown, and we put them in sobering, we make sure that their needs are met for that short amount of time, they are released when they are sober. And it's just a speed bump instead of a slowdown. And I don't know how we get to the point where people get motivated because they don't like, riding the pine over in the sobering cell. I think that we're going to have to look at this a little bit more holistically about what is causing that spark of change. And if we're going to begin throwing a lot of resources at things that don't work, what does that take away from the things that do work? That's the big concern for me, because if we have people who are teetering on the brink, are we better off saving those? Or do we get people into custody and say, you need to figure out which direction your life's going to go, but brother, that's on you.
Thanks, Chair, for indulging my multiple questions.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First, I want to point out that my personal opinion on the county's ability to do, Ms. Van Zandt, what you talked about keeping people from becoming homeless. I think the county does a really good job with that. Unfortunately, that's something that the public doesn't see, right? They don't know that somebody was one paycheck away, and your department or whoever at the county kept them in their home, kept their families in their home. I think part of what Supervisor Klein was getting at was that spark of motivation. And, you know, and the sheriff touched on it too, is not being popular, but sometimes that spark comes from sitting in front of a judge or talking to behavioral health or social services through the bars at the jail, right? I don't have an issue with that. I imagine, Ms. Van Zant, that with your Heads Up program, you accomplish a lot there, but the barrier that you're running into is the constant contacts with people who refuse to change. Is that correct?
You know, I had this conversation briefly with the sheriff, because the Heads Up data looks really good, and I'm like, why? What is happening? Like, what's this disconnect between the boots on the ground experience, and I have to listen to it, and some of the data that I'm seeing. And what's interesting when I really think about the Heads Up project, there is a spark of motivation because somebody called 911. It was either that individual themselves, so they're expressing something, or it's a family member, or it's somebody else. So when you look at that data set, I'm like, that's really interesting. It might have already, by definition of the design of the program, kind of filtered out individuals who are struggling with that spark of motivation. So I really, when my outreach workers used that phrase, it really like helped me kind of think about the actual problem, the ones we haven't been able to solve, and where we need to spend time. I asked my outreach workers this, and these are not people who are like super pro law enforcement, right? So they're good social services types. And I said, do you think a longer jail stay would make a difference in motivating that spark of motivation? And they weren't sure. They almost thought more so than I think some other individuals. In a brief conversation with the sheriff, I don't know if a longer jail stay creates that spark of motivation. I honestly don't know. And I have looked for some research, not super hard, but I have not seen good research on this. One of the things that, this is, again, not this, but one of the things that the COC wants to spend time on is some deep interviews with people who've recovered from homelessness 3 years ago and 7 years ago. I don't think that the information we get from people in the middle of their living under the bridge is super useful. I'm just going to say that straight out. In the middle of living under the bridge, when you ask somebody to explain what would be helpful to them, I do not believe they're in a good place to really express that in a way that's useful. I do think someone who recovered 3 years ago or 7 years ago could be really interesting to talk to. And we haven't done that research yet. It is something that the COC wants to spend more time. It's something I very much want to spend more time on, because I think that's where we're going to get some good data.
And I know a lot of our focus of conversation on this item is street level homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to point out that, and you could probably back this up with, I think you refer to them as red flags.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those red flags are actually homeless?
I should look at that data. I didn't parcel it out. I bet it would be half and half.
Mm-hmm. So not everybody
No.
that's causing these problems
No.
that you drive down, say, State Street or Main Street or Franklin Street in Fort Bragg, you would associate them with being homelessness, but maybe they're just mentally ill or have a severe drug addiction.
Some of the red flags that Janine's team and the sheriff's deputies spend a lot of time on are not even out in the street. They're calling from their house. They're red flags that are maybe marginally housed. Maybe it's not a great housing situation, but they are creating a lot of community disruption, and they're not literally on the streets. The whole thing is very complicated. We have individuals who like to hang out in the streets because that's comfortable to them, but they're actually housed. There's a family we know quite well. She walks her dog and hangs out under the bridge. She's totally housed, but that's where she wants to spend time. So there's, untangling this very knotted ball of yarn is not easy.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I appreciate the frankness of the conversation. Is there anything you want to try that hasn't been mentioned yet?
You're asking me?
All three of you. Where do we go from here?
Well, my view on this is stiffer enforcement, to be honest with you. But that is my world, and that's what I look at. I believe that my personal beliefs, I've spoken with a lot of people who were in county over the years who suddenly disappeared off the radar, and then I run into them 10 years later and say, what happened? Well, I got tired of going to jail. Or I met a young lady who was going places, and she told me to knock off my baloney if I wanted to go with her. There was something that changed, as Megan spoke about that spark of motivation. There was something that changed for them, but it's completely different for everyone. There was something that became more important than what they were doing at the moment. And so how do we create that? And next question, is it the job of the government to create that? I think it should be something that we're helpful in, but I don't know how to create it. I mean, my goodness, I'm a dumb Irish cop. I know how to enforce the law. But when it gets into these deeper conversations, like Ms. Van Zant was talking about, we've got one subject that everyone knows him. I've known him for years. He is homeless. He has a good income coming in from his service to the United States Army, and he chooses not to be in a house. And it's not that he can't afford it. I don't know why. I've spoken to him numerous times over the years. Why on earth do you want to live out here? Well, this is where I want to be. And heck of a nice guy, but I get a lot of calls on him.
Dr. Miller?
So one of the things we've talked about is pre-booking assessments, trying to grab people maybe when they're right at the edge of going in and making a decision that treatment might actually work for them. So we used to do this probably 15 years ago in Mendocino County, and then there was a decision from on the sheriff's side to stop them. But we also saw success because we were able to get people. There are some people that won't want to go with us and they're not ready for that, but it gives them a choice at that moment of like, hey, you can, probably end up in a 5150 hold. That's probably where you're going. Or we're going to drive you to detox or substance use treatment, or you're going to walk through those jail doors. And so where is that? You have a choice in that moment. And we saw that there was some motivation. That won't work for everybody. There are some crimes we wouldn't be able to do a pre-booking assessment for. But we want to try that as an alternative way to see, are we able to get people in that aha moment, which we say clinically, right? They have that aha moment of like, I need to get some help. And so that's something we've been talking about of how do we restart that and what does that look like? And that might be another way to get people interested in alternative options like treatment.
So is it fair for me to walk away feeling that we tried CORE? The communication that was built cross-department will live on. That was a win. But we're going to roll back to more the way we treated these individuals prior?
No, I don't think that we're rolling back. I think what we're doing is we're assessing a lot of different things to see what's working and what isn't. But the across-departmental communication, a lot of that became much better with Heads Up. It became much better with mobile response, with dual response, and those things that we each have a portion of a stake in this. Everybody's got something that, it touches their area of expertise. And that's where we began to understand what each other's strengths and limitations were. And so as we work on these issues, we're not ready to scrap things. We're ready to take what works and try to put more emphasis on that. What doesn't work, try to figure out a way to, not spend so much time there, but have a workaround to find something that does. Because doing the same thing over and over again is not going to be good for us, but to take what we've learned and be able to move forward from there.
When I was reflecting on this project and this whole time here, I want to be careful that we're not responding to political pressures or community pressures. I understand why the community is sick of this, and I understand that there is political pressure to respond, but I think there's value in really spending time thinking about what is the most efficient, what is the most cost-effective, what makes the most sense in the long term, and what partners need to be at the table, and if they don't want to be at the table, is there a way to get them at the table? I think there's value in spending that time doing it. I have ideas that don't involve social services at all, so I'm reluctant to hand over this hot rock to somewhere else. Kind of, maybe that is the problem. This is a hot rock that no one really wants to hold on to. There's other communities that do a homelessness court. I don't even know what that means. Sounds good to me. Is it an idea somebody should explore? It wouldn't involve me at all, so it's easy for me to say that. But there are ideas out there that, again, it would be hot rock handing it to someone else. I'm empathetic to your standpoint. You're responsible for the county. You hear these community pressures. You're holding this hot rock too, and it's really, I think it's important to keep having honest, very straightforward, very blunt, telling the truth conversations in venues that probably are not this one, in other kinds of venues as well.
I'll just add from the behavioral health side and the public health side, we're going to keep serving our clients. That's our goal. That's our job. So we're not going to change what we're doing. We're still going to be on the streets. We're still going to be serving those that meet our criteria that have a mental health or substance use need. And we're going to continue to work with the housing development with the sheriff. We know there's a problem that needs to be resolved there, and we're going to continue to do that. And if we're needed to go out with code enforcement to save a house, we're going to do that. Even though these weren't behavioral health or substance use concerns, it was still worth it for us to be there and support those individuals. And so we will continue to do what we're doing.
Thank you all. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate news. You want to hear that the program's working well, and I hear that it's a struggle. But when I look around the state, at one point I flew to British Columbia and drove back, rented a car and drove back, and my daughter came for half of it. I wanted to look at homeless solutions the whole way. I found exactly one that seemed to have any success. It was outside of Portland, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a women's shelter, and I think they had a 68% return to job market over a 6-month period. I thought that was outstanding. But everything else I looked at, people were talking about, they tried something and it didn't work. They're struggling. So it's not like we see the right answer out there, and if we could just replicate it in Mendocino County, we would have the job done. So, you know, I hope the three of you and your teams feel empowered if you have ideas, but also the gratitude for trying.
Well, but the best part at this point in time is every one of us who has an idea, or members of my staff we are bouncing these things off of each other. And the areas that, like, I don't understand, I don't have a background in their world. And so for years and years, we've asked these questions, why aren't you dealing with that? And until such time that you know legally, I can't deal with that. Mm-hmm. Or, you know, they're asking law enforcement, why can't you deal with that? And legally, I cannot do that. You know, there's all of these questions that come up. But that's what causes us to work together and come up with a solution that is legal, is moral, and is valid to fix the problem. And so I wish that we had better success on this. I wish that I had 5 people to put on the problem. We would have much more interaction at that point in time. But we have what we have right now. And I don't think it's something where we scrap the program. I think that it's something that we continue with these workarounds and say, this is working and this is valuable, and we continue with this. And then we can't forget that we have a rearview mirror where we can back up a little bit if something isn't working. And every situation is going to be different. And so we did have some successes, just not as many as what I would have liked to see.
I guess in the end for me, you know, we hear all the time that we can't arrest our way out of this, and I'm a believer in that because I've been part of that attempt. But I think from your guys' perspective, it's important for the public to understand, and I'm sure not all of them do, that services are voluntary, right? Mm-hmm. And that goes to the people that you can't reach. I mean, you can address them every day for 6 months, and if they're not willing, then they're not willing, and that's where, you know, start adding up their citations and get them in front of a judge and have everybody get together and explain this is what this person is costing the taxpayers by allowing them to live this lifestyle, and it's time for change.
But a portion of what I've seen over the years that causes people to change is sobriety. And we have to look at that. And if you're not going to talk a person into being sober at the moment that they're inebriated, they're having too much fun.
That's right.
And if we can get some sobriety into things, I've looked at numerous times over the years where I go pull up a month's worth of bookings, and I can tell you that 60% of what walks in the door of county jail is directly tied to alcohol or drugs. And I have a unique perspective on a lot of these things because a lot of these fellas I have known since my childhood, and I know what their issues are. And so when they come in, I can draw a line between substance abuse and incarceration. And if we start to get ahead of that, I mean, when I look at what happened when Mothers Against Drunk Driving began in the 1980s, you know, drunk driving and deaths in our youth are down 70-some-odd% since the 1980s. Now, granted, that's not all enforcement. Uber was invented. There's a lot of these other things that have happened. But when I was a young man working over in county in the early 90s or 1990, to have 25 bookings for DUIs in a weekend, that was pretty standard. If we have 5 bookings in a weekend now, that's kind of over the top. It just doesn't seem to happen as much. But it was a partnership of education and enforcement that created accountability.
Yeah, I've had a lot of recovered addicts tell me that addiction was never a problem until they became sober, right? And
There
it's,
is that.
yeah, I mean, it speaks to, you know, that's why it's tough to get them into recovery because it's not an issue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm thinking maybe to go on Ms. Van Zant's point about these discussions in a different venue, and we can talk about it later, I guess, but maybe it would be appropriate to appoint an ad hoc committee of 2 board members to meet with your group and figure out what's working, what's not, and best path forward.
Perfect.
You guys support that?
I would. Sorry, it's tricky because we're working together and those relationships are incredibly important to me, but my perspective is not exactly the same as Dr. Miller or the sheriff or some of the other partners, so I can't speak for them, and which means I can't speak for the whole collaborative initiative. I don't think we've had the right venue to have these conversations. This is helpful, but not the best one. So if if somebody steps forward the leadership to create that venue, I think it would be useful. It'd be useful to me.
Thank you. Supervisor.
Just in one sentence, what is the difference in perspectives?
Well,
I know the sheriff wants to handcuffs, right? I got that.
I'm not, right, I guess I'm not going to say that the answer to homelessness is more incarceration. I'm not going to say that. I don't know if that's exactly what the sheriff is going to say, but that's not necessarily going to be my perspective. The other constriction we have is, I represent the Department of Social Services. Most of the individuals that my street outreach team is working with are not our core populations. They are not families with children. They are not seniors that are at risk of abuse or neglect. They don't need Medi-Cal or CalFresh benefits. So I need to be really clear about where our area of responsibility is and where my skill is. And when I'm looking, just like you're looking at all these departments, do I spend this super highly skilled staff time in this area, or do I spend this super highly skilled staff time in another area that I'm actually better funded and better suited to do? What kind of decision do we make? I mean, I'm trying to say this, I mean, I'm just going to come out and say it. Social services needs to be in the back seat. I'm happy to be in the back seat, hand out the snacks, be in that boat, and be in that car wherever it's going. But we can't be the drivers. We're not the right drivers.
What about for people who are willing and ask for help? Is that a better fit for social services? Is that beyond the spark?
What I would say is if somebody's willing and asking for help, and that's usually in the area of behavioral health, they have the tools. Okay. They absolutely can. So when somebody, and we see it all the time, there are multiple pathways right now to have access to substance use treatment. There's many ways to get access to mental health treatment. Access is not our problem anymore.
And the example of building a pallet house, was that the term? I mean, if that were in my backyard, I'd be calling the sheriff, right? That's not going to work. What is the alternative to treating that as trespass from a social service perspective? Do you work with the individual trying to explain why that's not acceptable and like get them to take it down?
Absolutely. And you know what, this is, I mean, if you're over time, but I wanted to read a case note, if you wouldn't mind, because it can kind of, this could have been the gentleman in the pallet, but can I read this case note? Do you have enough time? Okay. This was just this Friday, and I'm changing the names. The names of the 2 individuals are Sam and Josephine. They're at the North State Street under the West Side Freeway overpass. Current living situation, unhoused, rough sleeper. This is the notes from the social workers. Outreach workers spotted a large pile of belongings under the freeway overpass. Outreach workers were able to access this from the nearby motel by traversing the hillside. Once up there is a large flat overhang spot at the top where there was a large pile of debris surrounding 2 individuals. Sam was familiar to the team and a woman named Josephine, who has been on our radar, but has been elusive to our outreach efforts. Josephine did not provide a name and refused any support from the team. However, Sam did tell us her name. We informed them that the debris is quite visible from the road and encouraged cleanup of the area. Neither client seemed bothered by this, but Sam did say he would bag some of the trash. He states mostly it is his clothes that need to be washed. Client perception of accumulated belongings did not match the outreach worker's visual scan. This has been a typical pattern of behavior from Sam. Neither client wanted to have a referral for resources or to change their current circumstances. So this is not unusual in the kind of case notes that we get. This would have been the same kind of conversation with the individual in the pallet house. Probably the pallet house, we would have said, wow, you are really industrious. You've got some great skills here. Can you apply those elsewhere? Your building skills are great. That's as far as we can go. This isn't exactly an upper conversation, I understand that, so I appreciate you being
But
willing to.
it's honest.
It is trying.
Well, and I think that's where we need to be in this moment, is to say what's working and what isn't, and where do we put our resources. And normally it's, for me, like I've explained before, if somebody goes and builds that same pallet house in my pasture behind my house alongside the creek, I'm sorry, you're going to jail. I'm paying the taxes on this. But there's some expectation that, well, I should be allowed to do this because I'm in a situation that's what I need to do. No, you don't need to do that. There are things out there that can help you. You're just unwilling to take them. And then we run into the landowner who's extremely upset over this, because if he did the same thing, he probably would be in handcuffs. But because the situations are different, why is it that he gets a pass and I don't? And he's getting a pass on my property that I pay the taxes on. Some of these things are just not okay, but it seems like, well, the government should be fixing this. I'm not certain that we should. I know that we ought to put a shoulder into it. I know how to do it, but that is only from my perspective. And it solves the problem for a moment, but not forever. Some of the housing first things, if you take people who are exhibiting homeless behaviors and you put them in a house, they're still exhibiting the same behaviors with a roof over their head.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. Anybody in the room like to speak on this item? No? Madam Clerk?
Sorry, give me one moment. Seeing no comment online.
All right, thank you all very much. We were going to do that at the end of the day. We want to see. That's the way, unless Darcy's changed her mind.
Through the chair, if I may, are we on
Okay.
a break
You wanna
right
check
now?
with her and just let me know? We'll do it any way she wants. Yes, for about another 45 seconds.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Unless you need longer.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I just want to make sure the record accurately reflects the breaks taken.
Okay, we have one more item under fiscal, and that is going to be MSARA, which the panel is here, so welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Doris Rentschler. I'm the Executive Director for the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association. Today, I have representatives from the Systems Actuary with Siegel Consulting, Todd Towser, and Andy Young, who are going to provide you with an overview of the actuarial status of the system and our June 30, 2025 valuation.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. So my name is Todd Tauser. I'm joined by my colleague Andy Young. And as Doris mentioned, we're going to talk about the June 30th, 2025 actuarial valuation, which will set the contribution rates for the next fiscal year following this one. So if we may turn to the next slide. We just have a quick agenda for today. There's a lot of information we could go over as far as the actuarial valuation is concerned, but we're going to keep it at a high level and go through it rather quickly. And then, of course, if you have questions along the way, feel free to interrupt. We're happy to dive into more details. We just don't want to get lost in the weeds. We want to stay to the main information to provide to the supervisors. So here's the outline. We're going to be going over two things. We have the overview of the actuarial valuation. This is just generally speaking, what do we look at in an actuarial valuation? And then we're going to turn around and dive into the highlights specifically of MSARA for the very last year and what that means for the future. So those are the two broad area issues. We'll jump right in. If we go forward, actually 2 slides. Here we go. So just overview of an actuarial valuation. We like to think of this as a plan's actuarial or plan's funding GPS. You think about a GPS in a car, it really does 2 things for you. The first is it provides you a map. You've got some kind of final destination, and it shows you where you're at in relation to that final destination. The second thing the GPS does is gives you instructions. 3 miles, turn left, turn right. How do you keep working towards that final destination? Of course, for a pension plan, final destination is not fixed. It's the ongoing funding of all of the benefits promised to our members that are within the plan. But we're looking at how we're doing in relation to the funding of those benefits for our members. So the first thing I said is it tells you where you're at in relation to the final destination. So we're looking at our assets, our liabilities, our unfunded liability if we have it, our funded ratio, all of these things that help us understand where we're at in the funding of the benefits. And then the second thing it does is it gives us instructions on what to do next. And so that is setting employer and employee contribution rates for the next upcoming fiscal year. So we're continuing to figure out how do we continue to fund these benefits in such a way so that they're dependable and stable over the long term. So those are the 2 primary things that we do in the actuarial valuation. One other thing to mention is that there is also an experience study that we conduct every 3 years. This is where we look at the actuarial assumptions that underpin the valuation, and we fine-tune those assumptions so that we make sure that we're still measuring the liabilities appropriately and then funding the liabilities appropriately. So the next study will be conducted before next year's annual valuation, the June 30th, 2026 valuation, not this one. So those are every 3 years. I also think of that in terms of GPS. Every once in a while you're driving down the road and it'll tell you you're no longer on the most optimal route. Go this way and you'll save 5 minutes or whatever. Kind of have the same thing with experience study. We're just making sure we're still on the most optimal route in working towards that destination of funding our members' benefits. So that's how I like to overview the valuation, to think about what we're accomplishing. If we go to the next slide, we'll look at a little bit more detail. These are the inputs that go into the valuation versus the outputs that come out. The inputs, we need to know about every single member within the plan. We need to know who they are, what their demographics are, salary, etc. We need to know the financial data of the plan. So what's going on with the assets of the plan, what changed from last year to this year, etc. We need to know the plan provisions, which are what's been promised to our members based on their scenario, whether they're going to retire or pass away or go on disability or anything else that could happen to them, what benefits would they be entitled to in those scenarios? So plan provisions are also very important. Then the last two are where actuaries get most involved. The first is funding policies, which is we have certain funding policies, really 3 that I'll touch on in another slide or 2, but these funding policies help us determine how do we determine contribution rates? How do we actually set up the rates that fund the plan over time? And then there are actuarial assumptions, like I mentioned, which help us value the liabilities, help us anticipate when members might retire, what kind of benefits might they receive, how long might they get those benefits in retirement. All of those things are based on actuarial assumptions. So these are all inputs that go into the actuarial valuation, and then the outputs. The primary 2 I already mentioned are funded status and the contribution requirements for the employer and the employee. But there are other things that come out of the valuation as well. We look at plan experience, what happened from last year to this year, what kinds of things helped the funding of the plan, what were challenges to the funding of the plan. We also do risk assessment, where we look at how the plan risk profile is changing over time. Sometimes we do an additional report on that to detail out the kinds of risks that the plan are facing. And we also use the valuation as a basis for disclosure requirements. And if there were any benefit changes, which of course are quite rare, we would also use the valuation as a basis for assessing those benefit changes. So lots of potential outputs. Again, I'm going over this pretty fast, but feel free to interrupt me if you have any specific questions as I go through. So we'll go on to the next slide. Real quick, before we go into the actual details of this year's valuation, I want to touch on the 3 funding policies that help us determine plan contribution rates. The first one is called the actuarial cost method. And the cost method just says, okay, we're looking out in the future. We're going to provide benefits to all these members in retirement. How do we fund that today over their working lifetime today? So how do we fund that in year 1 of their working career, year 2, year 3, year 10, year 20? How do we spread the cost over their working lifetime so that we're not, reaching for money all of a sudden once they retire? That's funded over their career. And so that's the idea behind the funding method. The one that we use is called entry age, the entry age method, which is true of 99% of public retirement systems in the United States. So we're in the vast majority there. The basic idea is it determines a cost for each year, which is called the normal cost, if you've heard that term. And it sets it for each year of a member's career. So we have this diagram at the bottom here where you have entry age on one side, retirement age at the other side, and maybe they're somewhere in the middle of their career, the current age. All the past normal costs accumulate together to become a term that's called the actuarial accrued liability, or sometimes just called the accrued liability. And then we have future normal costs to come. And we want assets on hand to cover what's already happened in the past. So we want assets to match our accrued liability, the normal costs that have already happened. If they match, assets and liabilities match, then we're 100% funded. We're on track in the funding of the plan. But they don't always match. So that brings us to the next 2 funding policies on the next page. So the second one here is related to how we value the assets. If we were to just look at the market value of assets, of course, we're invested in a diversified portfolio, stocks and other things are in there. There's a lot of volatility in that portfolio. So if we just use the market value of assets, you'd see quite a bit of bouncing around in the asset values for the retirement plan. That would lead to a lot of bouncing around in the contribution rates for the employer within the plan. So instead of using the market value, we use what's called the actuarial value. It's a smooth value of assets. What we do is any gains or losses on investments, we recognize over a 5-year period instead of all at once. And so that allows the ups and the downs to kind of help offset one another because they're all smoothed out over time. They overlap and help net each other out. So you get a lot smoother pattern of asset recognition than you would have if you just used the market value of assets. So again, that's our smooth value of assets. And we'll use that to determine the level of assets we have, to compare to the liabilities and see if there's any. If liabilities are higher than assets, then what's left over is called an unfunded liability. We don't have assets to cover that yet. And we have to amortize that unfunded liability to pay it down. So this is the third funding policy, is the amortization policy, which is if we have any unfunded liability, how do we pay it off over time? And so what MSARA uses for most of its unfunded liabilities when it comes into the plan, you have 18-year amortization of that. So you set a schedule, you pay it off over 18 years, and once those 18 years are gone, it's done. It's eliminated. Any new unfunded liability in the future, same thing. So that's how we deal with any unfunded liability that comes into the plan. So that was maybe the fastest whirlwind I've given 2-hour talks on funding policies. You got a 4-minute talk on funding policies. So Any questions related to that, happy to discuss. Otherwise, I will turn around and go into the specifics of our plan in particular. Okay. So if we go forward 2 slides, again, this is getting into the results of the last year. Bottom line is it's good news for MSARA this year. We're going in the right direction. We had generally good plan experience in the last year, and our funding improved. And so you can see on the slide, we did put in smaller print under each of these these metrics, if you will, last year's that you can compare it to. So for example, average employer contribution rate, this year 40.27, last year 41.82. So it came down about 1.5% on the employer contribution rate. Member contribution rate stayed about the same. It did go up 4 basis points or 0.04%, but not much change there. The investment return was, especially on the market value, was quite good at 12%, 12.02. Our assumption is any given year 6.5% is what we're looking at, and we had quite a bit higher than that. But like I said, we smooth results over a 5-year period of time. We don't recognize it all at once, so that valuation value investment return, the smooth value, is 7.61%, still above the 6.5 that we assumed, but not recognizing all of that in a single year. We do that whether it's a gain or a loss. Both sides are symmetric. We smooth both of them over a 5-year period of time. So the funded ratio went up on a valuation on that smooth value basis from 74.2 to 76.4, going in the right direction. The unfunded liability dollar amount went down from $248 million to $235 million. And on the market value, again, this is not what we use, but we do show it for transparency. The market value funded ratio went up even more, all the way to 79.6%. So that's the valuation metrics in a nutshell. We'll go over a few of these details and a little bit more. So if we can go to the next slide. So 2 highlights from plan experience over the course of the year. The first one is that we had a gain from investment return, as I already talked about. After smoothing 7.61%, that decreased the unfunded liability by $8 million, which meant the contribution rate as a result of that went down 0.64%, just from that one part of the plan experience, the investment return. On the other side of the coin, in the last year, we had salary increases higher than the assumptions in the valuation, which increased liabilities more than we expect. So we can see liabilities from salary increases increased by $5.3 million, which increased, well, it at first increases the contribution rate because higher salary increases mean higher benefits. But at the same time, there's an interesting phenomenon where we have a larger payroll and we amortize the dollar unfunded liability over that payroll. So if we have a larger base, amortize it over, we actually get to decrease the contribution rate per person because we have a larger payroll. So that's a tricky concept because increasing salaries increases liabilities, but it does help us pay off legacy unfunded liabilities because we have more folks that we're amortizing those legacy liabilities over. So those are the 2 things highlighted here. We'll show you the full reconciliation from last year to this year in a couple slides. But first on slide 11, I'm going to talk about the funded ratio and show you a bit of a history of the plan. Back in 2008, we were near 100% funded, pretty close. You can see, of course, the big drop from the global financial crisis. Then we have a period of at least 10 years where both the market value and the smooth value, the valuation value of assets, they stay pretty stable. They don't really improve that much. Primary reason for that is over that period of time, the plan went through quite a bit of proactive changing of the actuarial assumptions and recognizing that the economic and demographic environment going forward now is not the same as it was 20 or 30 years ago. We have people living longer, and that was built into the valuation proactively, and we have different expectations for investment returns now than we did 30 years ago. And those investment return expectations have come down. And so that has also remeasured liabilities and made liabilities higher. That's painful to do, but it's also important to measure liabilities appropriately. And so that's why you see not too much progress for a while, and it's interesting, 2021, we had a really good market year. You see that big jump in funded ratio in the green line, but the smooth value just went up a little bit, said, I'm not so sure that's going to stay. And sure enough, the next year we had a poor investment year and it came back down. So that smooth line has helped us maintain pretty stable contribution rates. And you can see 23, 24, 25, we are starting to edge up. We're starting to make more progress in the funding of the plan, a little bit more than we've seen in the last 10 years put together. So starting to go in the right direction here, and we do think also the assumptions are in a much more stable spot than they were maybe 10 years ago. So all that is helpful towards the funding of the plan. On slide 12, we do a reconciliation. Looking at the total unfunded liability, last year was $248 million, or the prior year. And you can see the expected unfunded liability for this valuation a year later was going to be $238 million. So we expected a decrease of $10 million. You can see the reconciliation in 2 through 4. We had normal cost members earning their next year of service, $20 million. We had interest on the unfunded liability, $15 million, so that's 35. But we had contributions coming in at $45 million. So on net, we expected to decrease the unfunded liability $10 million. And then on line 6 here, we look at, okay, now what actually happened to the plan? What was the plan experience? The big deal is the investment return greater than expected, which reduced it another $8 million. Salary increases did increase the unfunded liability by $5 million. And then we have a couple other net results here. COLA's increase is a little bit lower than expected, and then a catch-all term at the bottom. So we had a $3 million reduction on top of what was expected to get down to that 235 instead of the 238 million. So that's a quick reconciliation of how the unfunded liability of the plan has changed. Now, if you wanted to ask me, well, Mr. Actuary, how do we know where all this unfunded liability came from? What's our history here? The answer would be, how much time do you have? Because in this valuation, we provide every single source of unfunded liability over time, where it is in the amortization process, how close it is to being paid off. And we show this on the next slide. We're not going to read these numbers to you, but this is just an example. We are as transparent as possible. Just look at the titles of this table. You have where did it come from? That's the base type. What kind of unfunded liability came into the plan? Or it could also be a gain that helped reduce the unfunded liability came into the plan. When did it come into the plan? That's date established. What was the initial amount of the unfunded liability? That's line 3. How long did we say until we're going to pay off that source of the unfunded liability? That's column 4. And then you have outstanding balance for each layer today, not when it started, but today. How far are we into paying it off? The years remaining until you pay it off, and the payment that's going towards paying off that unfunded liability. So it's all here on the page. You take the outstanding balances, you add up that entire column. The bottom here is exactly the amount that's in the valuation. As I was saying, that's about $235 million. That's the sum at the bottom. And the sum of all the payments of these layers all add together to be the actual payment that's expected to be made in the next contribution year. So this is exactly what's going on with the unfunded liability in all its depth. My colleague likes to say it's like reading the rings on a tree. You can see the dry years, the good years. You can see all the things that have happened to the plan over time with this table. So we took this and said, well, let's make it a little easier to digest. So if we go to the next page, you can look at the balances of the unfunded liability. We show how that plays out over time, how we expect that to be reduced or paid off. And so anything above 0 here is something that increased the unfunded liability. Anything below 0 decreased the unfunded liability. So for example, green, you can see there's lines above 0 and below 0. Those are gains and losses from the plan in any given year. Maybe we had a good investment year, a bad investment year. That shows up in the green in this chart. The blues are assumption changes. Like I said, in the last 10 years, there were quite significant assumption changes in making the plan's assumptions more conservative, although more appropriate for the long-term funding of the plan. So those blue bars are above the line. They increase the unfunded liability. We also have an original restart layer, this first layer that we had that we needed to pay down on unfunded liability, and that's been taking a long time to pay off. You can see that in red here. A lot of the payment goes away once we pay off that original unfunded liability layer in red. So again, just a graphical demonstration of how these balances are supposed to be paid off over time. The black line is the net result between the losses and the gains. And you can see how we're working towards paying off the unfunded liability. On the next slide, 15, we look at the payments behind those balances, right? We have the balances and we have the payments. So these are the payments being made towards the unfunded liability in dollar amounts. Keep in mind for our plan, we set our amortization as a level percentage of pay, which means we expect payroll of the plan to grow a little bit each year, and the payments, the dollar payments, grow along with how we expect the payroll to grow. So that's why you see them naturally bumping upwards over time until we actually eliminate a large layer. You can see that about 7 years out, then the contribution drops. Once we eliminate the red restart layer, a few years past that, then you see contribution rates dropping dramatically. So no significant changes in the next few years. But there is a stay-the-course mentality here where you get far enough down the line. We do have accountability in paying off these unfunded liability layers. And then you start to see contribution relief as a result once you finally get to paying off those layers. All right, slide 16. This is a complicated slide. I'm just going to mention it here. What we did is we looked backwards in time over a 10-year period of time, and we looked at sources that caused increases or decreases in funded liability, and we color-coded it. So, for example, purple is the assumption changes, which really was the largest contributor to increasing unfunded liability in any given year. But there are other things here that have helped increase and decrease in funded liability in any given year. You can see that with the yellow and the orange lines. Yellow being demographic experience, orange being investment experience. Anything below 0 helps, that reduces unfunded liability. You can see over the 10-year period, actually, investment experience has helped more than it hurt. We've had better investment experience. Of course, you go back another 5 years and you get the global financial crisis, and it's a different picture. But this is just demonstrating out what has happened to the plan, and there's a lot of bubbles and boxes to help demonstrate this. We wanted to provide this as more of a resource in case you're interested in digging deeper, but not spend too much time on it in this presentation. So if I go to 17 here, 17 is the average employer contribution rate. We do a reconciliation of this. And as I mentioned before, a large decrease in the rate was due to investment return greater than expected, even after smoothing, even after we spread out that gain over a 5-year period of time. So that reduced the contribution rate 64 basis points. Individual salary increases, which increases their benefit levels, did increase liabilities a bit. You can see the 34 basis points on line 2B. But then, because we're spreading out our amortization payment over a larger payroll than we expected, as I mentioned earlier, that also decreases the contribution rate as a percentage of pay. And so that's the 1.14% decrease. So a couple other small items here, but the net result is a total decrease in the employer contribution rate of 1.55% of pay, down to that 40.27. So, getting near the end of the presentation, on slide 18, we wanted to put this in just to highlight the importance of payroll in assessing the pension plan over time. Currently, our total contribution rate is 40.27. The unfunded liability portion of the contribution rate is 28.52. So that is over half of the contribution on the employer's side. Less than half is the other piece, which is the normal cost. Over half is the unfunded liability. And we assume when we do the amortization of the unfunded liability, as I mentioned, we have it grow as we expect payroll to grow. So it starts lower and it grows over time, 3% a year as time goes on. If actual payroll growth is larger than 3%, then we get a bigger base than we expect, and we can set the contribution rate lower as a percentage of total payroll. But if actual payroll growth is smaller than 3%, say it's flat, and we just have the exact same payroll from one year to the next, that's lower than we expected, then the unfunded liability rate has to go up because it didn't increase as we expected it to in the annual valuation assumptions. So it's just a phenomenon that I wanted to highlight as we look at this as a particular risk for the plan is payroll growth certainly does matter for funding the legacy liabilities, the unfunded liability that we have from the past. On the member side, on slide 19, very little changed. Really, the member rate only changes based on demographics. Generally speaking, if we have members starting earlier, at an earlier age, they have a long time that we have to fund their benefit, and so it costs a little bit less per year. And if they start later, they have a shorter time to fund their benefit, so it costs a little bit more per year. So just in the shifting of the demographics, we had a slight increase in the member rate from 10.24 to 10.28. But that's basically all there is to say about the member rate. All right, and then I'm gonna on slide 20, real quick, the last piece of this presentation is talking about investment return, because not only did it help in the current valuation, but like I said, we deferred some gains into the future. So we have some tailwinds going into the next few valuations from what we call our deferred investment gains. So the smooth value in this valuation was 7.61% return, but as you can see in the second bullet here, we have a net deferred gain of $31.5 million that we're not recognizing yet in the valuation, but we will in the next few. So that's going to help us in the funding of the plan over the next few valuations. That's about 4% of the market value of assets. That's going to be giving us some additional tailwinds, as I mentioned. So you can see this on page 21. There's a lot of numbers here, but I'm just going to focus on one, where we You can see in 2, A, B, C, D, E, we look at the actual return compared to the expected return, and then we get an investment gain and loss. We add those all up in 2E, so the net deferred return that will be recognized in future valuations, that's that $31.538 million. And if you go to slide 22, you can see that over the next 4 valuations or so, we're going to be recognizing $8 to $9 million per year. Can you go to slide 22, please? Yeah, so even if nothing else changes in the valuation, we'll have an investment gain of about $8 million over the next 4 valuations. And so that's going to help, again, in the funding of the plan and reducing contribution rates. So you can see this picture a little clearer in slide 23, which is my last investment slide. The assumption is in purple here. Again, that assumption is down to 6.5% as of 2025. The green line is the market return. It's that roller coaster that's down and up and all over the place. And then the smooth value is what you can see most clearly with maybe the red triangles. And so that smooth value has stayed quite close to the assumption for a long time, and it's starting to tick upwards in the last couple of years as that green line, the investment return, has been higher than expected. So that, again, is helping us in the funding of the plan. I think the last slide I have in this presentation is slide 24, is member demographics, where we just look at what's happened to our members over time, both on the active side and on the retiree side. You can see we've had a slight decline in active members over the past 5 years. And we certainly have had increases on retirees and beneficiaries over the last 5 years as more have retired, and they continue to inch towards living longer in retirement, as it has the entire U.S. population. So just wanted to give some averages here in terms of what's going on with the planned population. But with that tour, that concludes the overview of the valuation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Haschak?
Just a note on slide 17, where we're talking about the employer contribution rate, that when it decreases from 41.82 to 40.27, that's I think it's a $1.4 million decrease in the county's contribution to the plan, right?
Yes, the dollar amount is estimated on F, line F. It's the 1.5 that you see there. So yes, just what you said.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that it? Are you finished? Yeah. Supervisor Williams.
2 questions. Yes, sir. The first, I don't know what staffing will be in the years to come, but I see the revenue growth of the county. Either there will be the current headcount at below market wages or fewer people at market. And some of us believe living wages and market is the more important of the two. If we had 900 employees, how would that impact assumptions in the underfunded? Yes, so there's 2 different factors going on with that question when we're talking about a reduction in headcount. So one is if you reduce headcount and give those folks higher salary increases, that actually for a pension plan is more challenging because those that have already accrued years of service and have benefits, all of a sudden the salary portion of their benefit is going up, which means their total benefit level is going to go up with it. So that's partially a challenge, and I'm going to get back to the whole question in a second, but that's part of the challenge. If the scenario was headcount, salaries didn't go up very much, but more people were added to the plan. I'm not advocating this. I'm just stating a theoretical scenario. Those folks would maintain the total payroll of the plan, and they wouldn't be coming with service behind them. There'd be new members in the plan. So that would increase liabilities by less for the plan. Just talking about those 2 possible scenarios for maintaining payroll growth. Now, generally speaking, if getting back to the question as a whole, if we lose headcount down to say 900, and maybe we still give them higher salary increases, but generally speaking, they're not as high as assumed currently in the valuation. So getting less salary increases than expected in the valuation. There would be some small gains to the plan initially for the liability because their benefits we wouldn't be providing as much benefits as we thought we would have been. But at the same time, we have a large chunk of unfunded liability. That's just a dollar amount right now. I forget the number here, right? It's $235 million of unfunded liability. And if all of a sudden our payroll growth is smaller than we expected in the future, we still have to amortize that same 235 over a smaller payroll. So that increases the contribution as a percentage of pay for each of those individuals for the employer. Because we still have to pay off the same dollar amount. It doesn't increase the dollar amount, but as a percentage of payroll, it's going to increase the rate, if that makes sense. Do you have a spreadsheet or a quick way for our staff to calculate as we have those discussions about longer term planning of staffing levels to see what the sweet spot is? We can certainly assist with the calculations of how to look at those scenarios.
Excellent.
Yes.
And then the second question, the return was at 7.6%?
The smooth return, yes, the smooth return.
What would it look like if it were 100% index fund all this time? We would be fully funded, right? I mean, I know you're looking for some volatility and you're going to mix something like a T-bill with some equity, but you know, as a long term.
Through the chair, I do apologize for the interruption, but as far as just moving solely to index funds, it would not have changed the funded status of the plan. There would still be an unfunded liability. Now, our system is primarily utilizes index funds for U.S. domestic large cap and our international developed markets. And overall, our portfolio incurs management fees of about 57 basis points. We're not particularly expensive as far as management fees, and that includes our investment consultant and other indirect fees that are not specific to a manager in that calculation of investment costs. But that fee is, I believe, out of like 22 California plans, we're about 8th in as far as the cheapest amount of fees. There's a lot of plans that pay higher fees than we do. So while there might be some fee savings if you move to an all-index approach, it would not, I think, significantly alter this where you wouldn't have an unfunded liability, where we would be 100% funded. That would not be the case. Now, this is really focused more on the actuarial aspect of it rather than the investment side, and we do have a separate investment consultant. If you want us to bring back an investment presentation, I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to speak with you one-on-one to answer more of your questions that are investment related.
Yeah,
Now,
I was just curious why we're trying to beat the market and paying fees. It seems like most investors have moved away from that for the long term.
our investments have outperformed our benchmarks on the 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, and I believe 15-year periods when we measured at June 30, 2025. So the 7.61% referenced in this slide deck is an actuarial smoothed return. Last year, our return was 12.02%, and we have had good investment returns. As I said, we've exceeded our benchmark return in the majority of measurement periods, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have my glasses. So again, investments was not the topic, and I'm happy to get into more detail if that's something that the board would like at a future meeting or with you individually one-on-one.
Yeah, excellent presentation. I appreciate the three of you being here.
I see nothing else from the board. Anybody in the room like to comment on this agenda item? No? Madam Clerk?
I'm seeing no further comment online.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a scheduled 15-minute break from 2:30 to 2:45. We will come back at 2:45. Back in, our next item is R10, State Audit. Presenters CEO Antle, Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Interim County Counsel Elliott, Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. So for this portion of the workshop, we would like to discuss the state audit. CEO Antle will discuss the findings in a moment, but we wanted to give a brief overview of what the audit process entailed. So discussions with the state began in the end of April. As you all know, the final report was published on December 18th. So roughly there was about 8 months of detailed discussions and review which took place between the state and various departments within the county. So during this entire 8 months, all departments were siloed from one another. So therefore, no department had visibility on what other departments were discussing. While not all the findings related to the executive office takes all the findings seriously and is here today to have open and transparent discussions. So right now I'll turn it over to the CEO Antle to recap the findings.
Thank you. I'm going to summarize the key findings and some of the key recommendations. The full report and a link to the full report is attached to the item. And part of the background I'll share. At the end of each fiscal year, Mendocino County prepares financial report showing the amount of the funding and the county received and spent. Recent concerns regarding Mendocino County's financial health, financial reporting, internal controls, and administration of elections resulted in an amendment to the state law, which included a requirement for an audit of Mendocino County by the California State Auditor. Key findings: generally stagnant tax revenue, increasing expenditures, and a decline in general fund reserves have left Mendocino in a strained financial condition. The county has also experienced persistent budget deficits that will likely require further strategic action, such as revenue increases or expenditure cuts. Partly because its struggle in implementation of new property tax system, the county is behind in completing property tax assessments and in collecting unpaid property taxes. And then there's a little graph that shows that the general fund expenditures growth is at 32% and the general fund revenue growth is at 20%. The county's procurement processes create a risk of waste, fraud, and abuse. Nearly half of the expenditures we reviewed had problems with supporting documentation, such as missing approvals or undocumented justifications. Mendocino has not exercised adequate oversight of the way the sheriff's office and the district attorney's office use asset forfeiture. In the absence of the oversight, we found that both offices violated prohibitions against direct funding of religious organizations, and the DA's office made a gift of public funds. The Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Office must take corrective actions to address known deficiencies in its procedures, practices, such as the absence of policies for key financial processes. Although Mendocino County's election office was not at fault for a ballot problem during the 2024 presidential primary election, the office has not ensured the placement of all voters in their correct voting precincts, meaning that these voters may have received incorrect ballots in the future elections. Key recommendations: to ensure that it addresses the persistent budget deficit, the board should create a schedule outlining the steps it takes to address its stagnant tax revenue, increasing expenditures, including scheduling board meetings and workshops with express purpose of discussing and spending areas of the county wishing to prioritize reductions and options for county to increase revenues. To enhance its safeguards against waste, fraud, and abuse, the county should amend its purchasing policy to include clearer recommendations for documentation that departments maintain to support their purchases. To ensure that it assess forfeiture funds only for the allowable purposes, the county should adopt a policy that describes the adequate, appropriate, and inappropriate use of asset forfeiture funding and mandates that our applicable offices and departments produce an annual report requiring how they use the asset forfeiture funds. To ensure the consistency and efficiencies of its operations, the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office should revise its timeline for creating policies and procedures and keep responsibilities and follow its timeline. To provide assurance that it has been placed all voters in the correct precinct, the Elections Office should review all voter assignments and verify they are in the correct precinct before the next election. The Executive Office, Sarah's going to provide some of the work that we have already done for the Executive Office, and our plan is to bring back an action plan with the dates that the state recommended in the actual report that we have. So Sarah, I'll turn it back to you.
Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. So some of the work that we were conducting, the Executive Office departments was conducting while the audit was going on. So we were concurrently working on the two. Over the last year include implementation of the strategic hiring process, downsizing underutilized county-owned properties. So during the board's December 6th, I believe, meeting, the board gave authority to begin surplusing 6 of those properties. There's implementation of a Munis initiative tracker, which outlines areas of efficiencies that can be gained. Tony Rakes is on Zoom. He can go over some of the highlights of that. And then the Executive Office also contracted with Ben Rosenfeld to help create a financial management assessment and roadmap for implementations of initiatives and audit findings. The roadmap provides suggested implementation schedule for all recommendations, including milestones for major tasks and goals. That's part of the goal. It's not created yet. And then lastly, the Executive Office departments have reviewed 17 policies, which resulted in 15 of them being rescinded, 2 being amended. One of the amended policies is Policy 1, which was a significant undertaking and is the procurement policy, which the state was calling out in some of the findings. In addition, we added 3 new policies. And then lastly, we're in the process of reviewing 5 policies right now with the goal of bringing them back by June 30th of 2025. All of the initiatives listed fit in line with the first steps in resolution to address the recommendations from the state. And as just discussed, the Executive Office takes the findings seriously and has been working and will continue to work on implementing the processes to address the deficiencies outlined in the audit. I'll turn it over to see if Tony, if you're on Zoom, if you have any discussion points on the Munis initiative tracker.
He's rejoining as a panelist.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Novell, members of the board, CEO Antle, Interim Counsel Elliott, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Regarding what Assistant CEO Pierce mentioned with our Munis Improvement Initiative, what this is a collection of improvements that we've identified, staff have identified, and third-party consultants have identified to our enterprise finance system, our ERP or Munis. I keep and manage a initiative tracker that is all-encompassing. So it doesn't just include financial improvements, it includes budgeting improvements, accounting improvements, workflow processes, It also includes some HR-related items. To give an example, here are 5 initiatives right now that are currently active. We're working on improving our employees' access to self-service so that they can view their own data online. It's currently, we have a solution currently, but we're going to be improving it. We're working on employee evaluations and improving and streamlining that process. We're working on a pilot program for improving our time accounting, which is a big area of improvement that we've identified. We're working with the auditor's office on a bank reconciliation tool within the finance system, as well as improving overall digital workflows so that we don't have to rely as heavily on manual processes where the digital workflow would be much more efficient or better or just reduce overall overhead in the processes. Now, of course, this is related with the state audit. We had been working on this prior to the state audit, but they had called this out as a finding that this was an area for improvement for our systems, for our county operations. So knowing that we had that tracker already, that we had been working on these initiatives, they're ongoing, and they will include working with our vendor, Tyler Munis, who we've already engaged on multiple of these initiatives as it is. So it's a continued process, but we have, I'm hoping that CEO Antle mentioned earlier with our consultant, Ben Rosenfeld too, looking at areas that he can identify that are areas for improvement for us as well, and incorporate that and wrap them up in our tracker so that we can have a holistic view of everything that we're trying to do and be able to communicate back the progress that we've made in addressing the deficiencies or opportunities in our application. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Not seeing any questions from the board.
Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce, I think that's all we kind of wanted to go over, so now we'll open it up for discussions and questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
It sounds wonderful. I can see the need for it to be cross-department. You need collaboration to implement these procedures from, I imagine, the assessor, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, this executive office, departments. How does the board gain some visibility into how that collaboration is progressing?
So our plan is to bring back an action plan, a work plan with the findings, the recommendations, the timelines, and a status update on a regular basis. One, we want to bring it back for discussion at a regular meeting, but then we would be reporting out those timelines and where we're at. If we want to do that, or the board would like at the next meeting when we discuss it, and you can provide direction, the recommendation could be monthly in the CEO report. It could be done. We reorganized our agenda in the department head update or in the CEO report as the board wishes.
So over the years, there's been discussion about it's not the board's authority, but we control the budget. How do we ensure that we have true collaboration? I mean, Supervisor Mulhern pointed this out earlier, that the other elected department heads should be in the room with us making these decisions. Equal seat at the table. You got one in the back. You're welcome to come up here, Dave. We've got a seat for you. I want to make sure we don't get too far along and then find out that somebody didn't like the plan and so their office isn't engaged working on implementing it. We need to do this together or the public loses. And if it's not 100% everyone on board, it's not going to go anywhere. What should I call on County Council Elliott?
So again, the job of the CEO is to oversee sort of the accounting along with the auditor. The board has the ability to sort of try and streamline this, and so there is authority for us to pick a plan or a way of auditing our records and work with the various departments to have them come into compliance with that.
Okay, that works. That's the answer I've been looking for a long time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I would like to see this as an agenda item for at least once a month to make sure that we're on track and that we can see exactly what the action plan is for each of the findings and the recommendations to make sure that everyone's accountable, because we need to get all of them and we need to be tracking it, and I think it's our responsibility to make sure that these are, following a timeline that we can all agree to. So that's what I would like to see.
CEO Antle, that is pretty close to what I think you just explained, what was going to happen, and then offered up perhaps once we get through that, the monthly reporting. It could be in the CEO's report, or it could just be a note to the board at the meeting.
I agree.
Any other questions? Yes,
Well,
please.
my fear is that when it's in the CEO report, it might get lost. It doesn't have the visibility that it would if we did a agenda item monthly at least.
Okay. Perhaps when you bring this back as an agenda item, we can have that discussion then about how we want to do it. We can give direction. Are you comfortable with that?
Sure.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. When it is brought back as an agenda item, while I understand we can come up with a plan, we can schedule a plan, we can't direct the other elected officials whether or not they're going to complete the plan. And I really think that until they're here, seated with us and accountable to the public in the same way that we are, there's a disadvantage for us to even try to provide any type of plan or come up with a timeline unless they agree to it. So when we do have that agenda item, I would appreciate it if we could have the other elected officials that were impacted by the audit and responded to be present for that conversation.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would, I don't disagree. Sorry if I could jump in. I would just say that the particular offices of which I believe we're talking about have all submitted comments back to the state auditor that included timelines as well. So that can be something that we're tracking and talking with them and asking them to provide the input. And to your point, asking them to join if it's its own item or how to provide that going forward. So I think, time to work through that. Hopefully Mr. Rosenfeld and County Council can help us navigate this a little more on accountability.
Somebody, yes? I don't see it. Ms. Covison, please.
Through the chair, if I may, she's rejoining as a panelist.
Ms.
Good
Covison,
afternoon,
welcome.
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamice Covison. I just want to remind the board that many of us are probably here. We're just not panelists, or we're sitting in the waiting room. I've been here all day, so it doesn't mean that we're not there. We just can't afford to be in chambers for the entire day. So I am here if there's anything specific you wanted to ask.
Yes.
Also, if I may, we are required by the state audit to give them an update on our status in 60 days, and that 60 days would be mid-February, and then within 6 months of the December 18th, and then 1 year. So there is some requirements for us to be following up with the state as well.
Do you know which meeting date you plan to bring the action plan back where we can actually have a discussion about all this?
If I can get it on the 3rd, I will have it on the 3rd.
February 3rd?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then I think it would be more appropriate then to ask more detailed questions. Is that correct?
Yeah, when it's a actionable item, I think you can ask more detailed questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I think that there are some things that are going to happen in the very near future. And then there's also the big picture questions that we have about what are we going to do about the financial condition, which is declining, as they say in the audit. So those are some big picture items that we're going to have to figure out. So how are we going to balance the budget? How are we going to provide for public safety and all those things with the revenues that we have? Are we going to go for trying to get more revenue? Are we going to talk with the assessor and the auditor controller to kind of bring in more revenue? Or are we going to go for a tax? Are we going to, they say, okay, we're doing an expense, we have the hiring freeze and we've cut some expenses, but they say it's not enough. So I think we're going to have to really deal with that too as a board. And it's not going to be an easy discussion.
Ms. Cubison, are you going to be available for that agenda item to be in the room on the 3rd?
Most likely, as long as I'm given the information ahead of time.
Okay, and then we do have the district attorney. Can you be here on the 3rd? Okay, if not, maybe you can send somebody. Is that? Thank you, sir. And that would just leave one more, correct?
Katrina, yeah, the sheriff responded as well as the DA. Per the report, they weren't required to respond, where BOS, EO, auditor controller, and assessor clerk recorder were required to respond.
I'm sure the sheriff can show up and explain, yeah, as well as Katrina. Anyone else have any questions? No? Anybody in the room like to comment on this item? No. Madam Clerk?
Seeing no comments online.
Okay, back to the board. It sounds like February 3rd is when we're going to be able to have a more in-depth discussion on this. Is there anything else the board would like to add? No, not seeing any. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we are going to move on to agriculture. Yes, we're good? Huh?
Exciting. Good afternoon, Chair Norvell, honorable members of our Board of Supervisors and CEO Antle, and Interim County Counsel Elliott. I'm very happy to be here today. I realize you've already had a long day, and it looks like tomorrow will be just about as long. So, as you know, I'm Angela Godwin, and I'm proud to serve as your Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. Today, along with Matt Daughtery, who's my pesticide lead, we'll be sharing an overview of our department's programs, their significant value to agriculture and what it brings to Mendocino County, and some of the key challenges we're navigating. I want to keep the presentation to about 20 minutes, leaving us about 10 minutes for questions and answers. So we're going to get started here. I'm proud to discuss how Mendocino County's diverse agricultural sectors, wine grapes, pears, timbers, livestock, cannabis, along with other agricultural commodities and activities, how they drive our local economy and enrich the lives of our citizens. Agriculture is truly the backbone of our rural identity, supporting jobs, generating revenue, and sustaining our communities in meaningful ways. Next slide. There we go. You're good. I wanted to do, this is the best version of the department's mission. We can always improve it, but I think it's clear. It's to serve the citizens of Mendocino County by promoting agriculture, fostering public confidence in the marketplace through our inspection programs, and protecting the environment and public by regulating and mitigating pesticide use while preventing the introduction of invasive species and exotic pests. I have a script so I don't get excited or start to sound like an auctioneer here. So we go to the next slide. Just a brief overview of our crops and county agriculture. I'm basing all this on the 2023 crop report, since that's the latest one we have so far. Mendocino County agriculture, excluding timber, was valued at over $178 million. Wine grapes still remain our top commodity at nearly $140 million, followed by timber at $57 million, pears valued at $17.3 million, livestock and livestock products at $7 million, nursery products at $7.4 million, and miscellaneous vegetable crops at $1.1 million. We have a relatively small area for irrigated agriculture in this county, except for timber, which we'll get to, about 25,000 acres. Go to the next slide. Just to give you a picture of what it's like here in the county, we have approximately 975 farms in Mendocino County. Average farm size is 600 to 95 acres, some bigger, many smaller. Hired farm labor in this county is about 2,500 workers. At least 1,000 of them are full-time, and 1,481 are part-time during harvest season, different, critical times. About 465,000 acres of agriculture is also included in the Ag Preserve, which gives the ag property owners tax breaks, and it's administered by the county. And another thing that many people don't realize is there's a version of the Williamson Act called the Timber Production Zones, which we also help manage, and along with CAL FIRE, it's about 1.3 million acres of managed commercial timberland. We go to the next slide. Looking at longer trends, agriculture acreage has stayed remarkably stable between about 18,600 and 20,500 acres over the past 2 decades, while the total value has grown roughly 50% since 2003. This translates to a compound annual growth rate of about 2.1% in nominal dollars. Going to the next one, and some of these charts are also in the most recent crop report. This chart illustrates how values fluctuate with market conditions, but note that productivity per acre has increased significantly with better management and sustainable farming practices. The 2023 value reflects a strong recovery from the lower years of 2020 to 2022. Some of that was drought related, some of it was economically driven, and remains within historical norms when viewed on a per acre basis. The next slide. I wanted to touch upon wine grapes, which are really, I look at it as the heart of our agricultural economy. Many of our vineyards trace their roots to Italian immigrants who settled here after the gold rush, planting on hillsides and ridgetops. Mendocino County was nationally recognized as America's top wine region in 2024, leading the state in organic and sustainable wine grapes, and boasts 13 to 14 distinct American viticultural areas that showcase our unique geography. If you're not familiar, they're called appellations more commonly. We also have one of the world's smallest appellations at a unique little hilltop outside of Anderson Valley. Moving to timber, next slide. And timber is another cornerstone of Mendocino County, especially our amazing coastal redwoods, which are much more sustainably harvested now. We have approximately 1.3 million acres of timberland with a total harvested value of $57 million in 2023, making us the second leading timber county by value. Mostly all timber harvest comes from private lands, and we rank 6th statewide in timber volume. In perspective, the county's total land area is about 3,500 square miles, or roughly 2.2 million acres, excluding water bodies. And this means that timberland accounts for around 58% of the county's land base. So again, it has a very strong impact here. Going to our next slide. I want to touch upon our commercial livestock. Our livestock sector includes over 250 beef ranches with about almost 15,000 heads worth, estimated right now at market value about $7.4 million. Next slide. I think it's probably two. And roughly about 87 sheep operations producing about 450,000 in value, including over 11,000 in what's considered some of the best quality wool here. Next slide. And it can't be Mendocino without talking about cannabis. Our county is one of the cornerstone of the legacy of the Emerald Triangle. In 2023, we had 289 licensed cultivation sites covering potentially almost 72 bearing acres with an estimated harvest value of 911,000 pounds dry weight. Of course, this is very much dependent on market value, what it's worth, which, you know, from I've heard of a historical value of maybe up to $2,000 to $3,000 a pound, to currently maybe $400 a pound. But we've had a strong transition here to regulated cannabis cultivation that still continues to support sustainable practices and economic diversification. Next slide. Briefly with our nursery production, currently we have 61 licensed wholesale nurseries, most of them along the coast, producing about 2.8 million on roughly 20 acres, which is a very high production value. This includes some very unique ones. We have one of the, probably at least the most famous bonsai productions in the United States, Mendocino bonsai, and some beautiful Japanese maples, succulents, rhododendrons, and many other, including our beautiful Mendocino Coast gardens, which have their own special nursery there too. Next slide, please. Briefly touching upon the agricultural programs, we do a lot. All of this is supported by a wide range of programs. Crop statistics, which result in our crop report, which is used for economic estimations. If we have any kind of natural disasters, we use those to help establish value and help farmers get paid by USDA. We have pesticide regulations, pest exclusion and detection, organic registration, export certifications, certified farmers markets, noxious weed eradication, and as I touched upon earlier, the Williamson Act. The next, I wanted to focus on just a couple of our real key programs briefly. Matt's going to touch upon, he's our lead with the pesticide program. We've been acknowledged by the state, we work in partnership with the state DPR, Department of Pesticide Regulations, which is under Cal EPA, and our program is even with a small staff and the high workload we have, we've been acknowledged as having a very successful program.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Matt Doherty. I'm an ag biologist with Mendocino County Ag Department, and I'm going to take a couple minutes here. I'll try to be succinct because I know we're limited on time, about our pesticide use enforcement program, or PUE program for short. We spend a lot of time with this program. It's one of our bigger programs we take a lot of, put a lot of effort into. We work very closely with Department of Pesticide Regulation on implementing this program. They provide oversight to us to make sure we're enforcing the laws correctly, and this helping us interpret laws and regs as well. So we work very closely with them. I'd say there's three main pillars to the PUE program. There's worker health and safety, environmental protection, and also food and commodity protection in the marketplace. The first two, we primarily enforce those through our routine inspections and issuing permits. The food and safety program, that's primarily enforced by DPR through their food safety program. So they go take residue samples randomly across the state at different markets and grocery stores to make sure that there's not unsafe levels of pesticide residue. And I pulled some numbers. So if you look at the slide here, currently we have about, we have 865 operator ID permits. These are permits that growers need to get if they are producing an ag commodity and applying pesticides to that commodity. We have 19 restricted materials permits. A restricted material is a pesticide that's a little more hazardous than the other ones. So these are kind of special permits that we issue for these more hazardous products. We've gotten the number down to 19. We used to have many more in the past, and in recent years we had around like 30 or 40. So we're doing our best to kind of get those numbers down and transition those into operator ID permits. Last year we issued 148 operator ID permits. We conducted 13 headquarters inspections and completed 6 pesticide use and structural inspections. Usually these numbers are a little higher due to kind of short staffing that we've had. They've kind of been lower, but we like to see around kind of twice that amount in a normal year. Next slide. So these are some benefits to agriculture and the citizens and public health. First one is basically through our program, we're making sure pesticides are being used efficiently. Are they being used at the correct rate and used on the proper commodities? The growers want to use these efficiently as well. Pesticides are very expensive, so if we're going out and making sure they're using them properly, that saves the growers money as well. Promoting reduced risk alternatives. We promote IPM, integrated pest management practices. So promoting cultural pest management, biological controls, and kind of trying to push pesticides as kind of that last resort, which is sort of the spirit of IPM. So and DPR issues grants every year to growers and people for certain projects that for IPM projects that people have. So, and then also us just being a local expertise for the community and growers to come to. These laws are pretty complex. There's a lot of them. California is the most regulated pesticide state in the nation, and they're always changing. So for us to be here and be experts on these laws and regs, it's very helpful for the community and the growers to come and be able to ask us to help them with these things. And then for citizens, worker health and safety, I kind of touched on that. Through our inspections, we're checking if workers are wearing the right PPE, if they're being trained yearly, record keeping requirements. These are all required by an employer of a employee that is using pesticides. So we are checking all those things. And then also safeguards to the environment. So particularly there's school site notifications for certain growers, checking storage of pesticides, making sure their containers aren't leaking, making sure they're not drifting on properties or other commodities that they're not supposed to. So these are all things that we are checking through our inspections. And then ensuring transparency. So PRA requests, people are always requesting use reports. I think Angela touched on use reports are used by DPR to see if there's certain trends happening with certain pesticides and illnesses. So all these reports are important to implement this program. Next slide. There are challenges. We do face a lot of challenges with this program. One is the coexistence of organic farms and conventional farms. So, like I said, if a conventional pesticide drifts onto an organic farm, that could be an issue with residue and organic marketing for that grower. Also the ag-urban interface, where there's residential neighborhoods right next to ag properties. A lot of times that's an issue, or people moving up from like the Bay Area who aren't necessarily used to an ag community. They're not used to seeing pesticides being used, even though they are allowed to use these products within the law. sometimes people don't understand that, so we have to field calls on that and, you know, kind of explain things to them on what's allowed and what's not. Cannabis has been a challenge. It's still not federally legal, but California considers cannabis a ag commodity. So they are using pesticides on cannabis, and that's an issue because no label has cannabis on it. So DPR's been working on this issue for many years now, and we've been kind of in lockstep with them in trying to kind of come up with creative solutions to where growers can use certain products without cannabis being on pesticide labels. So that's kind of it's a big gray area that still has to yet be figured out. So that's a big issue that we deal with. Resource and staffing, that kind of speaks for itself, I think. You know, being short-staffed, less inspections, less time out in the field, less chances to see if there are violations or things happening. And then evolving state regs. So, like I said, there's lots of regulations with this program, and they're always changing, so we're always having to stay up on that and inform our growers of what they need to do to stay in compliance with those. I think that's it for the pesticide. Real quick for organic, this program it's kind of a smaller program that we have, and it's enforced under the National Organic Program and the State Organic Program. And you could see here for wine grapes, we have about 4,800 acres. We're ranked 3rd in the state on organic wine grape production, so it's pretty good, top 3. We're not top 3 in a lot of stuff, but this we are. So I think that's something. It says something to, I think, kind of the culture here of kind of the legacy of Mendocino County, that we can be kind of ranked in the top there. It's special. So I think that's pretty much it for that. I'll give it back to Angela.
All right. We quite often includes other things such as, it's not just pest detection, but that's for detecting any pests coming in that are actionable. We deploy over 1,000 traps last year with 0 actionable detections, which is the best possible outcome for our early detection. And then we have programs called pest management, where we may have a pest that's been found here, but we're managing it and make sure it does. We either have eradicated it, or we're looking to keep it in a very small, controlled manner. Such things as glassy wing sharpshooter, which are a real concern because the south is heavily infested. I think the nearest findings are, I believe it's Sonoma County, but that's a very serious pest because it carries Pierce disease, which can really kill our wine grape, our vines. So that we run that program. We're always looking for other things such as European grapevine moths, pests, especially pests that really can have either a devastated impact, such as Mediterranean fruit fly, things that could just, if they're here and we have to do eradications. And eradications are increasingly difficult every year because they require, sometimes you're lucky and you can do these, they're very expensive programs that we partner with the state, such as sterile fly releases, so you're disrupting the mating behavior, because you can't do what you used to do 20 to 40 years ago, spray malathion from a helicopter. So the key is in preventing these from even, if we find 1 or 2 flies, it triggers delimitation, triggers a lot of actions to prevent something that might be a lot more detrimental to the environment and to the public. So again, some of our numbers, we're always looking for, those are the most invasive ones. New ones are always coming. Ventura County down south had the first one of a Queensland fruit fly, which has devastated various crops in Australia. We're fortunate here, I believe, in Mendocino County because we don't have as much, we don't have an international airport, we don't have as much trucking and moving of items such as the South does, but San Francisco is a big port. All those places are possible introductions. We do a lot of outreach to the community. programs such as Don't Pack a Pest, don't have your mom ship you mangoes from Hawaii, things that can, people don't realize what can come from that. So we do a lot of outreach for that. Let's go to the next slide. Another program that I think is very important is our certified farmers markets. We have over 55 producer certificates that are issued annually, and I think as a list in there, I believe there's 7 or 8 certified farmers markets. Some are all year round, some are seasonal, but these provide an excellent opportunity for smaller farmers, and even some of the larger ones are starting to utilize this to have direct sales for both the small and the mid-sized farmers, and really allows our citizens to have access to incredibly fresh produce and learn how it's produced, really get to know how the farmers are growing it and the value that has. We've helped partner with the state where they can take WIC and food stamps, so it really can serve all elements of the population. And some areas, such I believe we were discussing, like Laytonville, where there's not a lot of shopping opportunities. It helps that fresh fruit and vegetables get to our citizens. Next slide, please. Really wanted to touch upon, I think you're all aware of it, but just to remind you the economic benefits impact is so profound. Our gross production value exceeds $200 million when you include timber, and this creates thousands of direct and indirect jobs, generating tax revenue that supports our county services, and it's an industry for employment here. And beyond dollars, it enhances tourism. You think of there's a lot, some of the area groups have done a great job. Anderson Valley, they really have learned to take that tourism and help that not only sell the wine grapes, but bring money and, visitors to our region, which is also very, very helpful. It bolsters our food security, preserves our open spaces through environmental stewardship and sustainable agriculture, and it's part of our cultural heritage here. And there's let me jump ahead a little bit here. One of the things that we find mentioning quite often is a multiplier effect. California agriculture they often talk about a 3 to 4 times or more impact. So for every dollar that's produced in the productions that we've been talking about, it can cause more money for the community, especially in the wine regions. We have processing, the winemaking of the grapes, the tourism. It amplifies this effect. In Mendocino, this means our agricultural sector supports thousands of additional jobs beyond the farm, boosts tax revenues for the county services, and keeps dollars circulating locally to strengthen our entire community. That being said, we do face some real challenges. Can you go to the next slide? Oh, I think I got a little ahead of myself on the value there. One more slide, Miriam. Some of our challenges, well, the wine grape industry right now is looking at what was considered an oversupply for the demand. We have climate-driven extremes and water constraints. We've come out of a drought. I just saw last week that California, for the first time in years, is not in a drought condition. We're 100% with the water we need. But we also have some challenges in the county. The Potter Valley project, which I know you're all painfully aware of, when that is, if that is not continued, we have to come up with I'm trying to think of the right word here, excuse me, another way to get that water and help get that to the communities, especially Redwood Valley, Potter Valley, and even the Ukiah Valley. We depend upon that water for agriculture, because if water becomes outrageously expensive, people stop farming. I saw that happen down south, where there were areas that it's, from Imperial Valley on up, that if you have the water, it's great for land. But if you don't have the water, or it costs too much to deliver it and pump it, then it no longer becomes economically viable. So while we don't directly get involved in that, we do try to be involved and support, because we hear the concerns of our down south we use growers. Here I know you guys like farmers and ranchers better, but it's very important for our ag producers. And there's a lot of regulatory pressures on cannabis. one of the few industries where I believe they're paid tax on their gross. So, and the licensing costs are so expensive. So those rising costs of labor, shortages. Anyway, we're all working as part of the collaboration and to develop proactive strategies to ensure long-term resilience to our communities. Next slide, please. One of the programs that's near and dear to my heart is our Weights and Measures program, which operates in partnership with California's Department of Food and Ag Division of Measurement Standards. One of the things I believe we take for granted here in America, you know, our department tests and seals most commercial devices, including scales from class 2 small, you know, fine cannabis scales to vehicle scales. In some other counties, we actually will do up to railroad scales. I've been there for those. Those are fun. We do gas pumps. We have 62 gas stations. And you have to realize that most of our gas stations, maybe with the exception of Mendocino, the town of, they average between 24 or 48 pumps. And when you're looking at 3 to 4 pumps per dispenser, we have to test each of those with a fast and slow test. EV chargers, we were just, our lead weights and measures inspector was out working with Tesla, and we've worked with the state DMS to borrow their electric standards because those standards are about $100,000. So there's no way we can afford one, but we're trying to come up with really creative partnerships to work and test those, because people are paying to get those chargers and they're paying for the kilowatts, and we're trying to stay on top of it because it's just as impactful as making sure you get the right amount of gas is to make sure you're getting the right amount of electricity on those chargers. We do utility submeters, gas, electric, water. Unfortunately, we don't have a water bench here. We're working toward that. It's on our list of needs, but we've come up with a cooperative agreement with Sonoma County where what we have come in, we test down there. We do price verification, or often called scanning inspections. I think in packages on a complaint basis, and hopefully, I'm really hoping to get a scanning program actually developed so we're doing it more routinely. Some of the things that people don't realize we do weighmaster audits, we do quality of fuel upon complaint basis, and we oversee by our own inspections the work of service agents that repair and maintain these commercial devices. Miriam, could you go to the next slide, please? Again, just really wanting to talk about the value of the program. It promotes fair competition for businesses. So, you know, one business doesn't get to, you know, advertise a lower price only because they're actually giving you less for your money. So we keep that fair competition, which protects local consumers, billions statewide. And we directly support, it also directly supports agriculture through accurate weighmaster and these commodity scales, from our livestock scales to grape scales when they're selling them. It's so important. People just don't realize how much work we do in that program. At the consumer level, ensures you get that full gallon of gas, accurate weights when you're, and as prices go up, this is incredibly important. The correct pricing and proper quantities. People just assume your loaf of bread is, of course, now I notice the pound is now becoming labeled at 14 ounces or 12 ounces. I don't know if anybody else noticed how much the gallons of ice cream have now shrunk. We call that shrinkflation, but at least we're still making sure you're getting what it's labeled. And the challenges include adapting to this rapid technology. These new EV chargers, it's a brave new world, and the standards equipment we use to test it are very expensive. A lot more automated systems, so it's not just what we used to call the pump and dump. I have to have someone that can, do computer programming and do, audit trails that are, you have to go into the computer to do. So this is, with our limited staffing for this fairly large geographical area, it takes a lot of work, and there's a lot of emerging enforcement needs. We try very hard here to work for compliance, not just what is called enforcement. But, the truth is, future investments in training and equipment help keep us effective. Next slide, please. I think I kind of covered that. I got a little carried away, but at least I have some great pictures. You go back one second, Miriam. So you can see our inspector, Andy Walker, That's the equipment we borrowed from the state. That setup is about $80,000. They let us borrow it once or twice a year. We actually are working with Tesla. They sent test vehicles up today to do the very high voltage fast charging. That's our liquid. We do liquid propane, you know, both for the companies that are delivering to homes and for the stationary ones that you buy fuel to fill up your RV or your barbecue. You have Matt here. We had to get a little creative in how we test livestock scales. That's a skid steer that we borrow from DOT that are very kind to work with us. We weigh that and then use that to drive onto these livestock scales, which can kind of be a little bit of a challenge to get into. It's a nice path for the cows and sheep, but not necessarily for our inspectors. And then just like I said, we do scanning, pricing. There's so many creative marketing things now that we get complaints on, and we follow up, and there are problems out there. You know, I'm sure everybody's used to having to have not just their club car, but then they're just for you extra pricing and the special deals and everything. So we make sure that when those are advertised, that consumers really are getting those prices. So if you want to go on, now you can go on, I think 2 slides, Miriam. Okay, like I said, the challenges, I think I touched upon them, it's the equipment goes. But in summary, I really wanted to push that, you know, our agriculture isn't just an industry. It's an economic engine worth millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, a major employer and a cornerstone of our county and county's health, environment, and appeal. Our weights and measures programs provide high-impact consumer and business protection at low cost, which, you know, strengthen the trust that a lot of people just take for granted in everyday business. I talked about the multiplying effect, but which again, it doesn't just stop with the actual production. It ripples through the county's economy. Growers buy supplies and equipment from local businesses. Workers spend their wages on housing, grocery, and services. And our wine-dominated county, tourism from wineries and tasting rooms bring visitors who spend money on hotels, restaurants, and retail. Both programs rely on our dedicated staff and partnership, including this board and with state agencies and other stakeholders. We work very closely with our Farm Bureau and other, again, there's just a lot of work we do, and it has a great impact. I want to thank you for our ongoing support, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I loved the presentation. How in a year, how many faulty scales will you find in grocery stores, cannabis, and fuel pumps?
Not many. I mean, to be honest, a lot of times stores are giving away product, so they're not shorting, but they're giving away too much. So it kind of evens out. As far as the highest percentage of things that we red tag, if they're shorting our gas pumps, we probably red tag like maybe 10 max a year.
10 pumps a year?
10 pumps, yeah.
Do they tend to be the same ones, or are those correct and then others become?
It's kind of random. It just depends. And a lot of the times it's not the store owner trying to cheat or anything. It's just the equipment is old or
equipment failure.
Yeah.
We just had a cannabis scale, Matt. I happened to be up front when we were doing it. The guy was giving away a half pound on 20 pounds. Now, it's going to be consistent through his metrics and track and trace, but he was pretty like, what? Because, you know, that can really affect your bottom line. When we say red tag, that means we stop them from using it. The other enforcement tool we use is called a notice of violation, saying you have, usually I recommend we give them 30 days to fix something, which, you know, that's a challenge here because you have service agents, you have to get them up here to do the inspections. But what we do, not only is it what we find wrong, it's because they know we're checking that they keep up their annual maintenance too. Because it stresses the importance of being accurate. So again, Matt and I were just having this discussion a couple days ago. We really want to work for compliance, not enforcement, but, you know, just reminding them that, and that's what's really important, is they know that we're coming and they don't know when we're coming, so it really prompts them to keep things accurate. And like I said, we do all kinds of scales, fishing scales, the fisheries, the fishing boats, just so much that we do. Quite often, the user doesn't realize they're out of compliance, and they, again, quite often hurting themselves. And with these thin profit margins, that's significant.
We have one more question, if you will, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for coming and presenting today, and thank you for all of the work that the Ag Department does. It's very important to our county. Earlier today, this is more of a comment than a question. Earlier today, our board had a lot of discussion around economic development and the industries that are still here in the county, and agriculture is one of the few industries that we have left, besides government, and this is what we have left, and the loss of our water supply reliability will have major economic impacts, not to mention changes to our way of life. So I just want to end your presentation with that.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are constantly getting questions, what's the next great crop that we should put in? And that's, again, we also partner with, I didn't mention our partnership with the UC Cooperative Extension, which is really important, but that is a concern. I'm dealing with abatement questions coming up. I'm sure the board's going to hear more about that, whether it be an infested oak tree with Mediterranean oak borer that needs to be removed to help prevent the spread of that, or vineyards that they're not really making money right now. They're trying to decide if they want to keep growing them. Maybe they just want to wait it out a year or two, but there's a certain maintenance that has to be done. So they, a vineyard that maybe it was the variety is not selling, they don't have a good contract, but what do they need to do? And again, it's not, the goal is not to make them pull out the vines, it's just to make them maintain it in a way that doesn't impact the neighbors, the neighboring vineyards, spread powdery mildew. An active vineyard is going to have pest management going on. So we are actually focusing a little bit on that this year too. If we're putting our traps up, we want to make sure we're also including vineyards that are not very active. So again, I just appreciate what the board does. Appreciate this opportunity, because a lot of times we just go along about our business, and I'm not bringing you, it seems like very average, dull updates, but it is very important what we do, and we're there to help when regulations are coming through. Ideally, we can address regulations, as John and I were just working on something that are developing, so when they actually get passed and in regulations, they're sustainable and they work for our industry. So, I see Mendocino having some unique challenges. We don't have hundreds and hundreds of acres like the Central Valley. We have some beautiful soil, beautiful production areas, but we have to utilize it very efficiently. So again, I just want to say how much I appreciate it, and please reach out, and anytime I can come up or you can come visit with me, I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
both
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, our next item is roads, but I would like to go back 1 second. I believe Ms. Covison is still with us. I have one question from a prior item. Ms. Covison, thank you. It was mentioned on an earlier item about the ACFR being due in December 31st, or excuse me, yes, December 31st. Can you confirm that that was done?
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Covison. The ACFR is not necessarily due December 31st. The ACFR is typically released December 31st, but the county audits for the single audit and the ACFR are actually due by March 31st. So we do try to get them out by December 31st. This year, we are still a little bit behind. We've still had some trouble getting proper documentation and answers from departments on items. And we also have the single audit, which is the federal programs that is being audited. And so unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be February 15th is what we're shooting for right now. And that's largely due to the outside auditor's audit schedule. And they have several levels of internal review once they've completed their field work. So we are actively working with them to try to assist them in getting that issued. Our original target date 2 weeks ago was by the end of January, but they've let us know that due to their audit schedules, it's probably going to be the first or second week in February.
Thank you. And the tardy information from departments that you mentioned, have you received that?
Yes, we have. We will be working with the executive office and possibly consider bringing an item forward that relates to implementing a couple of the Government Accounting Standard Board pronouncements, and that relating to leases and software subscriptions that are continue to be a challenge for our office in the wording of the language of those contracts that require us to perform additional disclosures and requirements regarding those. So we will be trying to come up with ways that we may be able to future either increase the threshold of those dollar amounts that are required to be included, or perhaps improve the way that contracts are being tracked, because we right now are still having some difficulty making sure that we've located every one of the items responsive to those, and that we've adequately accounted for and disclosed them in the financial statements. So we also did have a new Government Accounting Standard Board pronouncement to implement this year that did require kind of a whole rework of compensated absence disclosures. So that, coupled also with the fact that, I wasn't here for 8 months of the fiscal year, does present a little bit of a challenge. So honestly, I do feel like we are progressing as good as could be expected given the circumstances, but we are working hard with the outside auditors to get those issued as soon as possible, because they do impact, unfortunately, the timing of additional reports to the state, the financial transaction report, as well as the cost plan proposals that need to be submitted. So we are trying to get those all prepared and submitted at this time.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back. Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Klein. Did you have anything? No. Okay, we're going to move to roads. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. With me here today is Deputy Director Land Improvement Jason Wise, Deputy Director Amber Fassett with Solid Waste and Water, and Deputy Director Alicia Winokur with our engineering department. I also have our Deputy Director for Administration if there's more detailed questions. But for the most part, we're just grateful that we can be here, give you a brief department overview, and then next slide. So our department overview, like I said, we have these various divisions. These are our functions. It's our agenda. We'll talk about that. And of course, the last one, I will be handling the potential for a local sales tax for roads, but I'm going to basically let the management team handle the rest. Next slide. Again, there's our divisions, and we'll just go to the next slide for Alicia.
Chair, can I have a safety moment?
Yes.
Okay. So a few minutes ago during the last presentation, we had a second earthquake, about 3.8. The best recommendation for us in this room is a stable facility, is to get down and get under a desk or something to that effect. So just if something bigger were to come, because we had the 4.5 and then the 3.8. I can't answer that question off the top of my head.
Standards, yeah. Thank you. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you everyone. Alicia Winokur, Deputy Director of the Engineering Division. So this is a listing of the types of projects that the Engineering Division oversees and completes. The photo on the right is a photo of the newly completed bridge replacement project on North State Street over Ackerman Creek. This project was just finished by Granite Construction this winter. Construction cost was about $14 million. We've been working on this project since 2009, and it completes the Mendocino Gateway project, which widened North State Street and added a center turn lane from the 101 interchanges up to Hensley Creek Road going out to the college. The new bridge has bike lanes and sidewalks, making this corridor safer not only for vehicles but also for bicyclists and pedestrians. The project also included a fish passage component. We removed an old metal fish ladder that wasn't working very well, and we regraded the creek and added these graduated natural rock pools for better fish passage. The majority of the local match for this project was covered by Mendocino College grant funds, and they had some RDA grant funds from years ago, and then also some COVID CRISA funds that was facilitated by the Mendocino Council of Governments. Next slide. So this is showing the remaining estimated costs on all of our engineering projects for the next, say, 5 to 10 years. As you can see, the bottom line is that we leverage, on average, about 80% of federal and state funds with, 20% local match. Some projects have are completely 100% funded, and then some go up to about 20%. So this includes 11 bridge replacement projects. Most of those are actually 100% funded. It includes this summer, we also, in addition to the Ackerman Creek Bridge project, we also began construction of the Lambert Lane Bridge replacement project over Robinson Creek in Boonville. It's currently under a winter suspension, and we'll be completing that next summer. The North State Street interchange improvements, 2 second access projects, the Brook Trails and Redemeyer Road, 3 highway safety improvement program projects. That includes things like upgrading safety signs, upgrading guardrails throughout the county, and constructing new sidewalks, in one in Covelo and one on South Ukiah. Our annual corrective maintenance projects, Round Valley Safe Routes to School project, which we're about to begin, a couple other fish rock sediment reduction, storm drain climate grant, and the remaining storm damage repair projects from the 23 storms. Next slide. So this is our permanent repair to our low PCI roads, our corrective maintenance plan, the 20-year plan. We're currently in year 8 of the plan. That'll be about $150 million over the 20 years. However, we actually, the statewide needs assessment says that we need about $574 million in unmet paving needs over the next 10 years. So they're actually working on the new needs assessment this year with the Mendocino Council of Governments. So I think that'll be coming out next year. We receive about $5.5 million annually. It treats about 15 to 25 miles of road, depending on the condition, if we're just doing a double chip seal or if we're going and doing a recycled base and then the chip seal. That'll treat 357 miles of the 675 miles of surface roads. That's out of our 1,016 miles of county maintained roads. And so 90% of the surface roads in the county are just years of chip seal. It's not asphalt concrete pavement like you know, when say Caltrans does on their state highways. Next slide. So we are forecasting that the road fund balance to be just over $3 million by the beginning of the next fiscal year. So we're looking at doing a late season corrective maintenance project, our annual corrective maintenance project, in August or September of the 26-27 fiscal year. But we'll come back to the board later in the spring, closer to the end of the fiscal year, for our usual authorization to advertise an award. And we can have another look at the projected road fund balance at that time. Next slide.
Good afternoon, Amber Fassett, Deputy Director of Solid Waste and Water. So this slide here has a breakdown of what the Solid Waste Division oversees versus Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority. So the County Solid Waste Division oversees franchise agreements for curbside collection, operation and lease agreements for all transfer stations except for Ukiah and Westport. and then implementation of any regulations related to solid waste or recycling. We also oversee the county's closed landfills, whereas MSWA, or Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority, which we are a part of but has a separate governing board, is administered by City of Ukiah, oversees household hazardous waste collection and illegal dump cleanup on public property. Next slide, please. So we have 3 closed landfills in the county, and the Solid Waste Division oversees the closure and post-closure maintenance of those. So we currently only have one that is not closed at South Coast Landfill, which is actually planned for construction this summer. We are opening bids later this week. That should be somewhere around a $5 or $6 million project, which we have the funds for in Landfill Closure Fund, and that is funded by franchise fees. We also oversee preparation and implementation of post-closure maintenance and corrective action plans. Those also have to be updated every 5 years. We oversee site maintenance of all 3 sites, environmental monitoring, which includes water and gas, and some pretty extensive reporting that we have to do to the state quarterly. Next slide. As far as the water agency, so the water agency has a fairly limited budget. It receives about $170,000 a year in tax revenue. And so the agency implements basically only state mandated water programs. And here's a list of sort of the main ones here. So the water agency doesn't have any full-time staff. These programs are implemented using consultants and staff from other DOT divisions on a reimbursement basis. And that's about it for the water agency. Next slide. Jason.
Okay, Jason Wise, Deputy Director, Land Improvement Division. County has 2 airports, Little River and Round Valley up in Covelo. We're currently working on the contract to rehab the pavement for the apron at Little River. You guys may remember the bid protest late last year. That one will hopefully go to construction this summer. We've been trying for years to repave the taxiway at Little River Airport. Last time we got an FAA grant, it was not enough for the bids that came in, and so we've been trying since then. We almost had it this December when the FAA called, and it seemed like they had more money than they had projects, and they were trying to get us to get something off the ground in a couple of weeks, and we weren't able to find the budgeting for it, but we're going to add that in the budget this year for next fiscal year, so that hopefully the next time the FAA comes to us, we'll have something on hand that we can use for a local match. We're looking at something in the order of $400,000 for a $7.5 million repavement of the taxiway. Yeah, that's it. Next slide. The other division is land improvement, and that we work for the orderly division and development of land in the county in conjunction with planning and building, mostly handling roads access. We are the county survey department, so we deal with the maps as they come in and local surveyors as they're trying to help people out with their property rights and boundaries. For development, we work out of the county road and development standards that was adopted by the board in 2008, and that is how we manage all the work that's done in the county right away, usually about 120 encroachment permits a year and upwards of 200 transportation permits a year. So if people come to you, public comes to you with questions about surveying, any work to be done in the right of way, driveways, etc., I'm the division for that. That's all for me.
All right. Well, thank you very much, management team. The management team makes me look good. They're really on top of it. So, sales tax for roads. Previous director to myself in 2002, in conjunction with the MCOG, the Mendocino Council of Governments, did a poll. Back then, the cities were adopting local sales tax for their roads. Basically, the poll said you haven't got a chance. The voters won't support it. Later, you can go to the next slide. Later, we took another look, did some kind of straw polling. Numbers weren't that great. But we decided this last year to give it another try. MCOG had money to support the county doing some exploratory polling. The other big change from 2002 and the earlier ones was in 2016, there was a law passed that said you could have a sales tax for roads that was only the unincorporated area. It didn't have to include the cities. You didn't have to do a sharing then. And so we went out with a poll that came back with, yeah, maybe it's close. It might just pass. We think that the sales tax of 1 penny would produce about $5.5 million. Again, that's only in the unincorporated area. And it would make Mendocino County eligible for self-help funds, which are additional funds from the state. We think that could be about $500,000 a year. Some of it's formula, some of it's competitive you'd have to apply for. But what prompted me to do this is when we developed what everyone calls the 20-year plan, or is on our website as the corrective maintenance plan, what Alicia was going over, where we grind and chip seal. We do a more permanent repair of our really failing county roads, and the roads that aren't failing, we do a preventative maintenance type preservation treatment to those roads to try to extend their lives. And as she said, we've completed 7 years, we're in year 8. That plan was for 357 miles of road in 20 years. And that, we're about 109 miles into that, and we've hit those numbers pretty well. But everyone has said, well, what about the other 317 miles that are not in the plan? And the idea of this sales tax, when we looked at it and went through the math, is that I think it would be possible to treat that 317 miles of road. I think you can hit the next slide. Yeah, we could treat that additional miles of road in 18 years, and we could restore some of the positions that the department let vacate after the labor negotiations of 2019. I basically, for that 10% wage increase, just reduced our force by 15 people. We could get back 7 to 11 of those, because it has been very difficult for us to respond out there. Getting back to the poll, though, it was really, really clear that the people who were polled wanted to see a durable repair. They don't just want to see, patched potholes. They want to prolong the life, and they want to repair the more traveled roads or major roads first. If we don't do that, I love the little rough road ahead sign, we'll have a rough road ahead. That's little engineer humor. Next slide. It's late in the day, the board's not laughing. So, to do one of these initiatives, I kind of like to, Steve Covey has his 7 laws, but one of I think it's his last law is begin with the end in mind, or maybe that's the second one. I can't keep them straight. But I looked at what would we write if we were going to write the ballot initiative that the voters would read when they decide to vote on this thing. And, to maintain and improve deteriorating roads, permanently resurface potholes on local roads in all the unincorporated areas of the county only, not the cities, this would just be for the county, shall Mendocino County measure establishing a 1-cent sales tax in those areas for 18 years, providing approximately $5.5 million annually, with public disclosure of funds, implementation of annual audits, and all funds legally required to be spent locally on Mendocino County roads be adopted. So that's would probably need to be refined by smarter people, and I do know from my conversations over the years that the public would want to see a little more detail, like the list of roads and when you do it over the 18 years. And but that is, I think, achievable. We could do that. And I wouldn't be here to do it, but this fine group of people hopefully will still be in the department, and they would be able to do that. I also want to add that we say treat roads. We're real careful to say that, because as Alicia said, the statewide needs assessment basically says we need $575 million to like repave our roads and get the score to like 80 to 100, you know, like a really A-grade surfaced road. The 20-year plan, you know, was, what did Alicia say, 125,000 in 20 years, something like that. 150 million. This one would be, you know, close to the 100 million. That's not 575 million. So, you know, my goal and the way I wrote the plan was, we're not going to go for 80 to 100. We're not going to go for completely paved. We're going for those recycle in place, add some cement and emulsion, you know, reshape and repair, and then double chip seal, you know, so that we can get to, you know, I'll take 70. I'll take a C plus. I'll take 75 supervisor hashtags. I'm that kind of student, you know, maybe a B minus, but you know, I don't think we can get an A, but given a lot of our roads are D's and F's, you know, a C plus doesn't look too bad. And if you've looked at some of the roads we've done, because we've been in all your districts, except for Supervisor Mulhern's, because it's so small for roads, you know, it's a pretty good middle of the road basic treatment that we do, but it's not new asphalt. It's not new asphalt. Next slide. So, you know, this is kind of a briefing on the poll results. We do have the pollster on contract, and we have asked for time to come before you in your first meeting in March, where you can get more into the details. But the one number that I like is, if you look at what they think is very important, is to permanently fix the potholes, to deal with the distressed and deteriorating pavement, and prolong the existing life of road. Those are all in the 70s. And while traffic congestion, you know, bike trails, sidewalks, all those things are great, even the people who are polled, they don't list those at the top. They want us to fix the condition of the road. And I think that goes along with what I heard as I listened this morning, because every time I had this meeting on, I'd hear roads and then I'd perk up and pay attention. So I know you guys were talking about it this morning. But that is kind of where we're going. We can get you some more information. I'm here for questions. Next slide, or are we at the question slide? Oh yeah, so really important though that we act on this and we move forward. The consultant, you know, and MCOG need to know, because you need to make a decision. You know, I think we could make a specific tax, which would make us eligible for those additional self-help funds, but then you got to be 66.7 plus 1, you know, you have to be solid. If you do a general tax, then it can obviously be a simple majority, but you're not going to get to leverage the additional state funds. Next slide. And right now, you know, that's how we stand with the city. So the 1 penny would still have us at or below what the other cities are. And I guess if you look at the cities that are a little higher, we could even go a little more than a penny and still match most of the cities. Next slide. So, like I say, decision to be made. Everyone says it's good to be on an election of a significant statewide, or an election of statewide significance, which would be this fall, would be a gubernatorial election. And, you know, a lot of this work would not involve me on the next steps. I'm looking, so nice to see Kit Elliott back, but it would impact her department, and they would need time, and you know, so some thought about that. And like I said, we are going to be before you specifically on the first meeting in March. Next slide. Yes, questions. So,
Supervisor Klein.
Let me get myself unmuted.
Okay.
Not a question for DOT, but a question for my colleagues, if they've done any preliminary outreach to constituents regarding a potential ballot measure.
Not for roads. I'm not seeing any other answers.
Well,
Supervisor Williams?
You know, being part of MCOG and seeing the survey happen, you know, they reached out to all parts of the county. And so I think that the survey is reflective of what people are thinking, what we've heard. I guess my question would be, Is the 1%, would it be inclusive of the cities?
No.
It's just outside the city.
Correct.
Right, so it really, and that's how you get the 5.5 million.
Yes. Which again is a rough projection. It's close. It's close.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I've heard from a lot of people, and most of them are not keen on another tax, citing the county can't publish financials that make any sense. Get that straightened out first. I've tried to instill, well, if you care about roads, this is the only way it's going to happen. The district attorney's vertical yardstick, you know, roads may be right after public safety, but there's about 0 in that pool for you. So if we care about roads, and I mean, what we see in my district is road crews working incredibly hard, right? You get out there and you look at the conditions they're working in and the heavy materials, and it's backbreaking work. And I think the public acknowledges that. The problem is we're just not putting enough money in that category. We watch potholes get filled, and then the next year the same pothole get filled, the material comes out, it doesn't stick, and I think the public's starting to accept we're throwing good money on a bad road. And you know, if you do that year after year, you keep watching the same potholes develop and get filled, it doesn't feel like your taxes are being used wisely. And so I think the message of being able to do it right, whether it's a you know, chip seal or, you know, larger patches that get repaired, I think the public is enthusiastic about that as much as they don't want to pay another tax. I think we should put it before voters, but we need to do, and remind people it's not the board taxing this county, it's the people deciding if they want to tax for a specific purpose. I think the special tax has a better chance than the general tax. There's a lot of distrust on a general tax. Will it be repurposed for something else? And no matter how much we say no, we're committed, and look at the history, people still trust that special tax more. So even at the higher approval rate, I think it's still the better way to go. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but I think sooner than later we should probably say yes and try it. And if it fails, the public has given us the answer that they want to keep the roads the way they are. But last, we need to do a better job with information of what to set expectations. If we don't develop a new revenue stream for roads, what can we expect next year, 10 years out, 20 years out? And I think half the roads will never get any sort of treatment. That's important because we have people who live on that roads who call me and ask, is my road next year? And I say, well, unfortunately, I have the 20-year road list in front of me and your road isn't on it at all. That doesn't go over well. I think we need to be very clear about what will happen in the two scenarios, the tax approach and the as-is.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'd like to see a plan too that's balanced between the supervisorial districts, and I think that would go a long ways. And is there a deadline that we need? You know, I see, what was it, August in there?
Yeah.
But that's the very latest. You know, we've been talking about this for a long time. It seems like we need to move forward. I also think that the special tax would be, you know, the potential for self-help is really important. And
It gives us new dollars.
right, right. So it's kind of multiplying what we have. I do think that the board should weigh in on this at some point in March.
The specifics of from the consultant that MCOG has hired could be gone over there. I will say too, the consultant has a tiny bit more scope in their contract to do some focus group things, not another survey. They can't do that. So I was going to ask the board today if they could do some focus grouping. It might not be any better than the focus groups all 5 of you had, in that you're elected representatives and you regularly have interactions with your constituents who give you their focused opinion. But what would you like to know if there was just a little bit more effort that the consultant, the polling company could do? What would you like to know?
Supervisor Williams.
I don't have a direct answer to that question, but on John's point, I think the department has done a really good job up till now of keeping politics out of scheduling of which roads get maintained while distributing available funds countywide.
I think that's something we want to keep in place. I don't know if setting a equal number of miles or equal dollar amount per district, we shouldn't be using our districts as logical groupings of roads. I think there's instances where if roads are deteriorating, doing a corrective treatment may keep them the life longer, and the county gets more value for its dollar. And it may be that in some years that's more consolidated in one district, other years more in another. So I think the message is right that everyone will be paying the tax, everybody gets value from it, but I don't think we want to codify equal dollars per district. I think the way they've been doing it is fair, and I haven't heard complaints about it. And then
your colleague is smiling at
which
me.
one? You hear complaints about it?
Sir, 5 of the first 7 years were in the 5th district. Of course you have not heard complaints about it.
The 5th district, I might add, during those 5 years had 40% of the road system, 3rd district 30%,
Yeah.
the 4th and 1st district 15% each. So like I've always said, I don't see your district lines. I just see 1,016 miles of road that I got to work on.
Yeah, I'm concerned there's other variables, number of miles of roads, the condition that they're starting in, the impact of the visitor economy on the roads, right? It's more complex than just district lines. Well, another way to look at it is if you want it to pass and you need a 66%, a message that it's going to be equal dollar amount per district may not get you there.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this information forward to the board. I know that it's been a long time coming, and the conversation has proceeded multiple times. I think for me, after reviewing the information that came forward at MCOG, I think the board should lean towards a specific tax to make sure that the voters can trust the process, and that the self-help incentives is nice. It's not a lot of money, but it is helpful, and I do think that adding more employees can have a real benefit to what our residents see every day. One of the things that came up often during negotiations and lack of staff was things like having the fog lines cleared, and things that having more employees versus doing larger projects like our very important bridge projects really does have an impact on what residents see every day. Appreciate the opportunity to see what the plan would look like in advance before it goes out to the voters. Of course, the 2nd district is the majority of the streets are within the city of Ukiah city limits, so I wouldn't expect that I would get an equal share, although we do have a large project coming up for North State Street within the next 5 years, I believe, that would impact the 2nd district. I think at this point, I would say that I'm in favor of receiving more information. My concern is that when a government agency puts a ballot initiative on any kind of ballot, we aren't allowed to campaign specifically for it. We're allowed to provide information about it. Of course, as individuals, we can, but I wonder or hope that there can be identified some stakeholder groups in each district that would provide support in the way of some type of campaign. And I think that's really going to depend on the board being accountable and transparent about not only the process, but about how the money is going to be spent.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Can you confirm that we can't do the tax countywide? Is it just not favorable, or is it impossible?
Well, when it's been polled before, what it showed is that the rural voters, the unincorporated voters, were, not that interested. And this is one that is just for them. And let's face it, the urban areas have the most votes, and they tend to control things, and we have a countywide tax. So
I'm also aware that a lot of unincorporated residents spend their tax dollars in the cities.
They do.
Right? There's not a lot of places to shop in the unincorporated.
Okay. We'll open it public comment. Anybody in the room?
Could I just go through two more slides?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next slide. Just for the board and the public, we've got links to what the panel discussed, to the report I referred to, the 20-year corrective plan. Those numbers, if the public's interested, they can click on those links and learn more. And then our last slide just reminds you of our team, and then we'll go to the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, anybody in the room? No? Madam Clerk, anyone online?
Seeing no comment online.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you all very much.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
have
sir.
a question.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, for Howard DeShiel. You know, you ask about what if you did more focus groups, what you'd want to really ask.
Yeah.
And I think that this kind of question that we were just talking about, do you want to see the money or the work equitably distributed or however, some of those questions about, or would you rely on the Director of Transportation to make the best choice and most effective use of the money?
In other words, would you divide the money by supervisorial district, or would you just divide it by road miles that you need to treat?
Right. See if that has an impact on people's vote.
Appreciate that. Anything else that you'd like to flush out or? Okay.
Well, the other question would be, we've talked about chip seal versus asphalt and concrete. Ask them if that makes a difference in.
Well, we could ask that, but I will just tell you the 18-year plan will turn into a 50-year plan.
Right.
I just, like I say, that's going to get the C+, B- to the A, and
Yeah.
And one of the things we're going to look at when we do the new PCI report, which Alicia alluded to, be out by next year, they're doing it now, is the deterioration curve gets steep, and it's you get a lot of bang for the buck if you can get the road back to B-. It's smooth, it's functional, it's not getting potholes. Maybe it's not paved and completely nice and level everywhere, but that really, failing road to a passing road, you get a lot of PCI improvement for that increment of money. So I mean, obviously I have structured the plan that way because I think it's the most feasible, but we can ask I'm sure the public will say, well, sure, we'd like it to be paved just like Caltrans does the state highways, but Caltrans has a whole lot more money.
Right.
I forget now. Well, a good example is we're talking about the staff and how hard they work. Right now, Fort Bragg crew's taking care of 200 miles of road with 4 guys. We're down 2, we should have 6. Caltrans runs about 1 guy to every 5 miles highway. Admittedly, the highways are a lot more, and of course, Caltrans maintains, I think it's 360 miles of highway in the county. County maintains 1,000, and they've got, I don't know what it pencils out, but they have a lot more money per mile. Of course, the state highway system is a lot more important. I get that.
So, Howard, separate from the tax idea,
okay,
can you talk about ditches and the flow of water? When the rains come, a lot of roads in the 5th District get flooded. One of them, I think I sent a video to the department, there was like a creek flowing across it, and it actually carved out the roadway. Right. This is Airport Road. Is there anything more we could do, or is it a balancing that if you're doing that, a better job at that, then you're doing fewer potholes?
Well, it's the system, when we get those intense short-term storm, short intense cells of rain, we get the localized flooding, and the idea is you're not supposed to be on super highways out there. The crew does try to go put signs up that say flooded, but the public can see that, and they just need to slow down and drive through. I don't think we're ever going to be able. We would have to be widening roads and adding drainage structures and raising them, and it just it would be like the Potter Valley project,
to clarify,
where 4 miles of road is like $17 million now or something.
To clarify, I'm not concerned about the public driving on the flood. I just noticed the road deteriorating. Those sections that are submerged are just filled with potholes. And is there anything we can do to preserve the roads?
That is going to be really difficult, because if you clean the ditches even, they tend to just fill up with water and still flood over during the intense rainfalls. And by the way, it's not just the 5th district, that happens in all the districts.
Who engineered these logging skid roads?
They were never engineered, they evolved.
Yeah.
They were just wagon roads that became access roads that kind of got some rock put on them and chip seal. And, you know, the county has a big system that was built over what we've been a county for 150 years. I kind of forget now, 1851. Someone do the math for me. But a lot of investment. If you were to, even as bad as our system is now, if you were going to have to go purchase it, it would be $1 billion. It's $1 billion asset. Even as bad as it is, it's $1 billion.
Director, what about asking the public if they would like to take any of the roads? Should we be vacating? And I know I can think of one other county in the state that's been grinding them up. And I've talked to them about it, that some people prefer a graveled road where there's not a lot of traffic, it's the end of the road, than a potholed road that'll never be fixed. Should we at least put that out there to the public if they're willing to have us vacate roads, reduce our road system?
So far, and I've had this conversation with other supervisors through the years, we want that to be something that comes from the ground up. We have a community that approaches us and says, you know, we want the road back. We want you to vacate. And that's our vacation process. For the county to actually abandon top down, I think you're going to get a lot of resistance on that. I guess it's, and as far as converting some of the really bad sections of road back to gravel, you know, that is a possibility, but you will get pushback on it when you do it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you all very much. All right, we're going to move on to the end of the agenda. Debrief and wrap up. Ms. Antle?
All right, I'll give it my best shot. I'm going to ask Miriam and Sarah to come forward. I'm going to review it verbally by what we took as the top priorities and then the items to come back. And our goal would be to get those typed up tonight and have it in a hard copy or version for you all to approve at the end of tomorrow, along with the debrief for tomorrow. So there was a lot of discussion about the priorities. My understanding is government operations, fiscal strength, and transparency. Underneath that is number 1, the state audit findings with the action plan. And the goal is to bring that back on February 3rd. So I'm going to go through the priorities, then I'll go through what's to be brought back, okay? 2, I have under economic development and modernization process improvement is permit processing streamline. This would involve EH, planning and building, and DOT. And housing then goes with that process, the permit processing. Then under the 3rd priority, and I would ask if this is still your priority after the core discussion today, was homelessness.
It certainly is for me.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Okay, do those sound like the top 3 priorities that are linked back kind of to the 5 commonality ones that you had listed?
Are we missing anything? No.
Okay. So now I'm going to try to present what I feel I heard that you want to come back. So there's a presentation on the process for the ACFR. Again, this would require the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. A demo on the workflow of Munis. Again, depending on the in-depth detail, that would require the auditor, controller. I do believe that the executive office, with the help of Assistant CEO Pierce and Deputy CEO Rakes, we can show you some workflows that we're very familiar with in the reports that we run. There was a demo of workflows for Aumentum. I believe this is going to be a rather large lift because it does require all 3 departments So the assessors, as well as treasurer, tax collector, and the auditor. So I understand that's something that you want to see. Then to the permitting streamline, which includes housing, that would be kind of a workshop where you want planning and building, EH and DOT to come back with ideas on how they can streamline that and what they may need to do that. If it's systems or other things, then you would be looking to provide seed money. Then I have the plus and minuses, which is kind of the ins and outs of what's happening with the budget for fiscal year 26-27, and we've already begun working on that. That would be at the mid-year and workshop. Unrestricted fund balance versus ongoing dollars, again, that would be at the mid-year and workshop. February 3rd would be the state audit tracker, and at that time you'll decide how often you want to see it and what format. I put down a ledge item to support the gas tax for road usage. This would be adding it to the ledge platform, and County Council Elliott was nice enough to provide me with a road change program that's on the Caltrans website. So if you can confirm that's something you would want to look at as well. Mr. DeShield mentioned the road tax, and he would be bringing that back with a road tax and compared to what as is if we didn't do the road task, and I believe he said March for that. And again, we'll get this typed up and in writing in front of you at end of day tomorrow during the debrief of tomorrow. So if there's anything you would like to add to that or anything I'd missed, I'd ask Sarah and Miriam if they have anything they want to add that I may have missed.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. I did have a note of looking at trends lines for the increase to public safety. Let me see, there was one other, I think. Potentially creating an ad hoc to work with the 3 departments regarding core or homelessness. Those were the 2 that I had noted that you have not already noted.
Board, feel like we're missing anything? Supervisor?
Well, I just think this concept of looking at the workflows or whatever of Aumentum, Munis, and ACFR, I mean, I'm not really interested in looking at the workflow. I just want to see the work done. You know, it's like we have these department heads that are supposed to be responsible for that. Let's let them do the work and report back that it's done. And I guess the question is your concern, Supervisor Williams, that if we don't see the step-by-step process that we won't get to the end goal?
I don't think we have enough information to track it otherwise. We just know that we're not getting reports, right? And we're putting a lot of pressure on staff, go fix this. I think seeing where the difficulties are, you know, I imagine there's a large price tag associated with this effort. Training, software, reworking, right? So if staff comes back and says it's X millions of dollars to fix this, I think we have a duty to understand and explain to the public what the components are, why it's so expensive, what the process is today, what we're going to be moving to. So I don't want to spend a lot of time in the software, but I would like to understand the flow chart conceptually. How do you get from the board passing a budget to a final report on what happened for the year? What are those steps? Like a department generates a spreadsheet, walks it over to the auditor controller, she types it in a computer. Whatever those steps are along the way, that's what I was getting at. I don't need to spend hours looking at the software.
Yeah, so it seems like the question is, how do we get to the finished product, and what are the steps so that we can see that they're being accomplished, and where the hangup is.
If it was something easy, it would have already been done. So I imagine there's some great difficulties in it, but I couldn't explain to anyone where those difficulties are after all these years. So at this point, I guess I'd like to see what are the steps, what's the flow, and which ones are a problem.
Okay. It's
Yeah, Ms. Covison? Thank you.
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. I appreciate Supervisor Haschak's comment. And I would just, I understand the desire to learn, and I would invite Supervisor Williams and any, if there's some other board member that you would like to walk through those steps. I will tell you that as a department head who has a huge workload right now, as well as the responding to the state audit requests with timelines for delivery on all of those items, that I really think it would not be a good use of our time to prepare board level presentations on the workflow of all of these subjects, which is going to remove staff from the ability to continue processing the things related to property tax, as well as the time required to respond to the various reporting requirements that we already have. So I just would like the board to understand that if this is a serious ask from the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office, this is not a simple walkthrough as I think Supervisor Williams is portraying it. You're welcome to come and have that walkthrough with us, specifically individually, but for a board level presentation, I would not advise that that is the best use of our time. I understand that, you know, sometimes another set of eyes can better see potentially where there may be efficiencies that could be realized. I think we've had several, you know, consultant or evaluations lately, and we potentially are having another one in the next month or two. But I can tell you, you know, the thought of developing a board presentation for budget to ACFR, as well as a board presentation for processes in Munis, at least from my perspective, is going to detract from the ability of my two departments to meet the other goals that I believe you and the taxpayers want to see us meet. So I just would strongly suggest that you consider the most efficient and cost generating impacts of our offices with regard to the board's full understanding of what those processes involve. Thank you.
May I try a different approach? Is there a document that already exists that we could look at that describes the flow, like a procedures manual?
If I may, through the chair, just to reiterate, there's a huge list of recommended policy and procedure updates for both of my offices with regard to property tax, with regard to, you know, financial processes, with regard to bank reconciliation that need to be developed. And there is no single process document at the moment. That is likely something that possibly our office would work with the CEO's office on some of those, perhaps in response to some of the state auditor recommendations. But I would just appreciate if we could focus on the list of tasks that we want to achieve. And I do believe that the state audit report has reaffirmed or committed a large list of responsive tasks that need to be responded to within the next 12 months. And adding another level to respond directly to the board, I'm just not sure if that's fiscally and time-wise possible.
Okay, let me try one last. Is there a way for us to support your office? Earlier, the board talked about making it a #1 priority to modernize the financial system countywide, which I understand spreads between several departments, Board of Supervisors, perhaps the assessor's office, clerk recorder, assessor's office, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. Is there a way you could give us some guidance on what resources you need, what you think the best plan would be, and then we could support it throughout the course of the year?
Again, I do think that there are ways that improvements can be made, and I don't know exactly what the scope is with Mr. Rosenfield. Perhaps that's the best place to respond. There are a number of areas that improvements can be made that would make it easier for my office to more timely produce information without necessarily impacting the finance system. There are areas that I suspect we will discuss on February 4th that provided their board agrees additional direction could be provided to staff for those departments that don't report to me.
CEO Antle. Would it be possible, reasonable to ask our consultant to gather the information so we don't put load on the department and present to the board roughly what we do today and what would be recommended and the necessary training and tools to get there?
Yes, I believe, though, it's going to require interviews and sitting with the offices, whether it's my office, auditor controller, or assessor's office. So it is going to require additional time. But to Ms. Cubison's point, some of these policies and procedures are part of the recommendations of which the state audit put in. So it just may be that you'll get those, but you'll get your flow chart and processes, but it's going to be a bit because it's going to take all hands on deck. And interacting with Mr. Rosenfeld, there is opportunity to have that happen. And again, we're hoping out of him is that he comes back and says, okay, here's a list of things I see you could improve on. I suggest you start here, here, and here, right? So then we have a roadmap of what to correct first and what to prioritize.
I can live with that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the board?
So I'm going to remove those demos, and we're going to do that
What if
part
we
of the
just put
state.
a pause next to those?
Okay.
That I would still like it to happen, but I understand we have to do some preliminary work.
Anything else from staff? No? Okay. We will adjourn.